10 years ago, this world became a playground, and all people turned into players. Their goal was simple enough. It was necessary to kill monsters and try to survive. These players received tasks from the masters of the game, called GM, and of course, players did not enjoy this game. This was done by deities, distant creatures high in the sky. They watched the game and made their favorite players with their own avatars. The deities were done to take a personal part in the game, but as a result, all humanity was extinct. It seems to be the worst game in history because the finale of this path was the total destruction of humanity. Can there be something worse? There was only one way to get salvation from death. It is to get out of this world into this black hole. But according to the rules, the avatar of the divine cannot pass through her, and our main character, a guy named Kim, is an avatar. His deity is sure to look at him and laughs, perhaps even criticizes for the poor passing of the last mission. The system informed the guy that he reached the bad end of the lonely world, the best name for that, and you will not come up. This name is perfect for the last living person on the planet. The game will soon be completed. This means that Kim has already played. Instead of staying alone in this deserted world, it is better to choose another option. For a long time, the guy realized that he did not want to live a lonely life, so he prepared to kill himself with his own hands. But at the last moment, the system reported to him that the DLC bench opens after cleaning all lonely modes. DLC is a content that can be downloaded and used as a complement to the main game. Usually such benches are in console games. The system informed the guy that he can buy items for points. A little later, he was offered to start the game from the beginning, but now he gets some advantages over other players. Kim can't understand why this feature suddenly arose. Perhaps it is a joker that appears after passing the game? If the guy really has not lost his common sense, then it is not hallucination, and he may be sure that he will be able to win this party. He needs 1,000,000 points to buy the right functions, and in 10 years of the game he has collected enough points. Now he finally bought the second set. After the beginning of the second round, he will be able to buy different objects in the bench. Kim hopes that all this is true, and he will really be able to start over and finally change everything, especially this bad end. The system started the restart process. The guy should try to come to the other end in the second round. This is exactly how the first round was officially over, and now we will witness this amazing story. Kim opened his eyes and realized that he was sitting outside in the center of his city. Everything around was quite ordinary. It seems that everything returned to its place. He immediately saw people walking quietly across the streets and enjoying the wonderful weather. The status window does not open yet, but it does not bother him because he enjoys this peace that has not seen for a long time. Suddenly, he saw Linda. This girl was his close girlfriend during his studies at the university. She was younger than him a year, but she was able to take good care of others, often approaching him when he was lonely and talked. They got along well with each other. She was very well educated, so she did not let him go to the last. The girl greeted with Kim and noticed that he played the games all night again. Such a rate of his grades could be affected in this semester. He replied that the semester had not even started, but Linda reminded him that now on August 17th. Kim immediately realized that all this turned out to be true. It was not a dream, and he really started the second round of the game. The ground under his feet will soon start to disperse in different directions. He returned on the same first day when it started. Linda noticed that her friend behaved a little strange. He probably played the games all night again and did not even sleep. Kim could not believe that he really returned, and all this story would start from the beginning. Linda reminded him that in a week the lessons at the university will begin, and he should prepare and forget about computer games. He is grateful to her for everything, and not only because she constantly cared for him, she did a little more. Linda suggested that he find another place to talk. She looked like she did not like her. It is clear that John is approaching them. He constantly tries to approach Linda and calls Kim a missing player. Kim does not remember what happened to this guy during. He probably couldn't even pass the first level of the game. Linda reminded her friend that he did not want to meet John, so it is better for them to find another place to talk. Kim completely forgot about all this and said that it was not necessary to change the place, only through it. In his memory, all these events happened 10 years ago, so you can understand the situations of which he does not remember. Linda continued to offer another place to relax. She also does not want John to come to them. Suddenly, Kim heard the words that immediately reminded him of the same day in which it began 10 years ago. On that day, he sat in the same place with Linda and talked about the beginning of the school year. Then, she also paid attention to interesting events and thought that they were shooting cinema. All this seemed like ordinary special effects. Of course, a simple young girl could not believe that it really was happening. But this is the case that the worst thing about people in history has begun. and now it will have to be survived again. In the circle, it seemed that these were only actors in costumes. In addition, these monsters were small in height, like children. Everyone around began to watch these monsters interested, but no one could find the camera and director. Linda suggested going closer and looking at these monsters. 10 years ago, Kim did that, and now he no longer wants to repeat his past mistakes. He asked the girl to wait a little and do not rush. A little later, the people around began to shout. Of course they were frightened because these monsters began to cut other people. At this point, everyone finally began to understand that it was not very similar to cinema and special effects. It is something real. Although it did not look strange, but now people are waiting for a new reality and only those who adapt to it will be able to survive. Linda was shocked that it was not a movie. She realized that it was real monsters who came to kill young students. This was understood by other people. They immediately began to flee from these demons, but it was their most unsuccessful choice. These goblins usually attack the weak and defenseless, so the one who turned his back as if he invited them to kill themselves. In a few minutes this wonderful morning, more than 10 people were killed. They tried to escape, but the goblins were faster. The murder for these foreign monsters was not hunting, they considered it entertainment. So they killed with a smile on their face. All this seemed very strange. Linda immediately ran to her friend, grabbed him by the hand and said that they should run immediately. She did not understand why Kim was in no hurry to get up and look for a safe place. At first it seemed that he was paralyzed with fear, but the guy was well aware of and did not panic at all. Although 10 years ago he was too weak and cowardly. This is exactly how it was in the first round. Linda closed his body and he stood and could not move from fear. Her red blood falls on his face in a few seconds. He will never forget these feelings. 10 years ago, he stood behind her back and then just fled like the last coward, but now everything should be different because the second level begins. The process of synchronization is almost complete, and Kim is no longer an ordinary guy, but a player who personally saw the end of this world. This time, everything should be different because he has experience, understanding of weaknesses of opponents, and martial arts skills. He immediately became close to the goblins and struck the first powerful blow. This time, he will not allow them to pick up Linda. In the next few seconds, he showed that no longer is the little and cowardly guy as before. Now in our eyes is a real warrior, with incredible cruelty when you need to protect loved ones. This is how it destroyed the first monsters in the second level. The synchronization is completely complete. Thanks to this initial success, he has received a lot of additional rewards from the system. Everything in a real game. The people around were still shocked and could not understand what was happening. The hardest thing for them is only ahead. The deities descended from heaven and began to say, they said that all the people in the world were now invited to the game of the gods. Now they are all players in this game who have to perform basic tasks, and in the event of failure, they receive serious punishment. They were explained that with the help of the system, they will be able to obtain additional information about different aspects of the game. Kim is well aware that the deities can easily notice it if it progresses quickly or use too good weapons. He understands that he should be extremely careful and grateful for the fact that all this game has begun from the beginning. The observer is the eyes of the gods. Each user may be different depending on the level, but in most cases it looks something like that. If these observers begin to suspect a guy, it can affect the difficulty of future tasks. They will not leave it unattended. The game will immediately become more difficult. The very beginning should be careful in their actions and not cause unnecessary suspicion. That is why Kim began to look like it is very difficult for him to defeat Little Goblin. Suddenly, Linda turned to the boy. She said that such monsters could not appear in the real world. But she knows what is the matter. She explained that reality has now changed, because in the real world it is impossible to see notifications about the nuances of the game. Kim tried not to show that he knew all this and without her words, but he could not but note her peace in an emergency. But Linda was surprised that Kim behaved extremely calmly. She also did not understand how easily he was able to destroy Goblin. Suddenly, people have heard a message again. Their first task is an escape from the university. They have 2 days to pass this mission. From now on, monsters will begin to attack them. They must either escape or destroy. The main goal is to reach the university. Each player receives rewards depending on his or her personal achievements, so it is better to actively act in the task. The level of severity of this mission seemed too easy for Kim. It is already too experienced. He asked his girlfriend to speed up because there would be too many goblins around. He took her hand and said that it was necessary to run immediately. These demons run very quickly, so you can't lose extra minutes. If Kim did not know all this information, Linda was certainly dead again. Unfortunately, not all of them quickly reacted to all this information. Other people still seemed like a movie. A little later, they finally realized that it really was happening, but it was too late. A few minutes later, Kim and Linda were able to break away from the goblins who were occupied by the murder of other people. Linda began to worry about the fate of other students of the university, but Kim assured her that it is better not to think about it now. Goblins have the power of an average adult man, so there are not many victims at the moment. As soon as people start gathering in the crowd, everything will calm down a little, but only before the appearance of hobgoblins. The system soon reported that Kim and Linda finally entered the safe zone. In the first stage of the game, after Kim was able to escape from the goblins, he was lucky enough to reach a safe area. Linda could not understand what it means, which is why he decided to explain to her some rules of the game. Each game should have a safe place where monsters cannot get and where you can restore strength. Of course, goblins hate these safe areas. They only want the destruction of people and eat their meat. Linda was finally able to rest and enjoy a safe place, like they really managed to escape from danger. Kim assured that they will now be constantly attacked by monsters, but now they can relax before they continue their journey. Also, the guy realized very quickly that Linda needs to be equipped with everything he needed so that she could protect himself from monsters. In other areas of the city, it was very difficult for people. Those who did not have time to escape in time had to fight for their lives. The goblins are hardly tired and are ready to chase their victim for many hours in a row. But suddenly the young people heard the cries of one of the goblins. They returned and saw that he was cutting his throat. Their surprise did not decrease because they saw who exactly did it. It was Linda, and it was incredible. She destroyed these monsters incredibly quickly with her new weapons. Like Kim helped her to prepare for the continuation of the game. John couldn't believe that all this was done by an ordinary and simple girl from his university. He asked her what had happened. 3 hours before that, Kim decided to buy for Landa all the necessary weapons. He also noticed that all this time they were watching them. The guy knows that there is only one reason that the gods watch the players, for the sake of curiosity. They choose the player who they liked the most and make their avatar. They constantly did this in the first level, watched how he was going through the task, and enjoyed his game. But there were also the so-called game masters who followed the server and gave tasks. They are called GM. Kim has noticed that they were being observed. He was a personal observer of Korean master of the Akarthos game. Kim pretended to do nothing. All this is done only to lose interest as an opportunity to lose interest and go away. After 30 minutes, the observer finally stopped looking at Kim. He has no patience, which is why Akarthos cannot become the best. But this impatience is now useful for Kim. Now you need to look at Linda's weapon. The guy opened the DLC bench and was shocked by what he saw there. Everything is quite different from the first level of the game. The guy was very frightened but noticed that Lin did not pay attention to it, so he only sees this screen. Kim immediately saw the community of the game used by the gods. Did they copied a regular game site? He also saw that a chat was created on this site. It has many messages from the gods. Similar to our hero has received access to something very secret. Kim realized that this chat is a real gift. You can learn a lot of useful information, but next time you need to try to write something. The main thing is not to forget to check it, because with access to such information, you can succeed in the game. After the guy checked the community, it's time to look at other interesting things. Now he can afford a lot, but the best items are still too expensive. Some of them are hidden. Maybe all of it depends on the level, so you need to continue the game. It is not yet clear whether you can open all the items or only part. There are no explanations on the site. Kim proved well in the first stage, so he hopes that it will help him in the future. A little later, he saw a set of player. In the first stage, Kim was a lone player, but now he was wanted by a pleasant game in the company of friends. It seems that he will finally be able to collect himself, and he will have enough points to buy this item a team. Suddenly, he heard that a young guy was calling everyone to himself. He is sure that it would be easier to stop the goblins. So, people finally realize that they need to create teams, because it will be very difficult to survive in this world alone. People united and started trying to destroy monsters together. They also realized that they could buy weapons using the system. The first full battles between the monsters and people began. There was something to look at. Of course, people have overestimated their capabilities. Although goblins are not the strongest monsters, but they are still dangerous. Some people could not withstand this psychological and physical pressure. One woman even started crying and calling, but most mom to help. But most still understood that it was necessary to concentrate on rivals and try to fight as a real team. Linda said they could not sit in a safe place all the time, so they should slowly move forward. She also said that she was very hungry in all this time. It is strange that she wants to eat in such a critical situation. Also, Kim could not understand why she asks so little questions, but it was even easier for him. The situation is so strange that she will not understand anything even if he begins to tell. So he decided to silently give her a knife who took away from Goblin. He assured that he would be able to find another weapon, and reminded that she was more defenseless than him. Linda was surprised. It was not very like Kim, which she always knew, although he was always very strange. In addition to the Goblin knife, which is perfect for self-defense, he also gave her a VIP brooch. This item enhances muscle regeneration and increases points by 20%. It is a very useful item in the game. Linda was very intelligent. She quickly began to understand that it was a game subject and guessed how to use it. Kim also bought the same for himself, all of which was spent 20,000 points, so you can call it a wonderful investment. The DLC bench is the best. There are a completely different level than in a regular bench. It turned out to be much cheaper, but more efficient. The reality has become a game, but death still means the end if you judge from this side, then for the feeding of wounds for 20,000 points is worth it. Moreover, they will be able to increase their points by 20%, so it is a very profitable item, especially after they have left the safe zone. The guy reminded his friend that she should focus on defense. Now it is not time to imagine as if she were a miracle woman and trying to destroy the goblins. All this time, all the players on the map of the Earth were constantly watching the masters of the game, the so-called GM. They like this chaos. They believe that people are very funny, although sometimes it is too interesting to them. Each of the masters told the story of their land. Someone had fun stories, and someone had already died in someone. Akarthos started talking about his site a little later. He said that he had a guy who gave hope. According to him, this guy is correctly beast, and if he continues at the same pace, he can reach a high level. Linda and Kim tried not to lose concentration and be extremely careful. In this game, it is very important. It is necessary to act carefully and constantly look in different directions. The monsters are too treacherous and may appear from nowhere. Many young people have already finished the game on the first day, but Linda showed very rapid progress. She appeared and immediately ran towards the goblins. These ugly creatures only rejoiced in her appearance. But Linda looked incredibly confident and concentrated. It became clear that she had a plan. Kim explained to her that there are many groups of goblins, so there is certainly the one who controls them. In the games constantly so, any gamer knows it. This is shown even in documentary shows. All animals that live in time have a leader. This leader is a boss in this task, and if you do not kill the boss, it will be very difficult to get out of here. That is why Kim said that they should destroy this boss, which is why he needed Linda's help. He assured her that everything would work out in them. So that's why the girl appeared and did everything that the goblins would pay her attention to her. To begin with, she used the smell of temptation. This elixir will attract weak monsters in the area. She used this elixir for all of them, trying to catch it. The plan is simple enough. But the most interesting begins because they will use the elixir of invisibility. It will take about 5 minutes. So Linda plays the role of bait. This is Kim's request. He promised everything else to take care. So far, everything goes according to the plan. All goblins are now trying to catch up with Landa, and now it's time to act. But suddenly John appeared with a young girl. They also tried to escape from the goblins. She saw her friend from the university and realized that he needed to help. It may not be the most important thing to catch the boss, because the key task of this mission is to go beyond the territory of the university. All this is just a game. So the more people remain alive, the more they can receive rewards. A little later, what we saw, Linda came to the rescue and destroyed several monsters and saved John. He could not believe that she was capable of such, but even the girl did not expect such. Her body suddenly became easy and fast. From the very beginning, she was not going to save him, and said that in such a situation he should thank her for the salvation. John looked very frightened. He has never seen Landa in that condition. All this is very strange. At first, the girl realized that it became difficult for her to breathe. She cannot calm down. Such an impression of her blood is boiling now. Of course, she does not understand what is happening to her. But now there is no time for reflection. We need to act. She is obliged to prevent the goblins and do all that he has asked for Kim. It is necessary to block them. Finally, the girl drank this elixir and felt as red energy seized her body. While Linda distracted the attention of all goblins in the area, Kim went to look for a boss of these Gentiles. He hoped that nothing wrong with her would happen, and at that moment he finally found this great mutant. Kim remained calm. He greeted the boss of Goblin and said that they had not seen themselves for a long time. For 10 years. The boss was not very happy about their meetings. He was noticeably angry and prepared to destroy this little scoundrel. That is why he struck the boy's first blow, but Kim is already an experienced wolf, which is why he is ready for such attacks. He smiled and said that it was not expected. But now his turn came. He immediately divided his points into different physical characteristics, and especially added speed and agility. With this, he was able to find the blind zone of the boss goblin and tried to take advantage of it. His experience helped him to quickly come up with the right plan. It remains only to realize his advantage. Kim immediately began to strike powerful blows to his opponent. It is unlikely that the goblin's boss will like it, but now Kim has to think only about himself and Linda. They have to fulfill their plan and go through this mission. Because of this, the boss in the first stage was many casualties, but now everything will be quite different, especially after Kim added 10 points to his strength. He took a huge stone and threw him in the boss. It was a wonderful and powerful hit in the head of the opponent. After that, the guy got his sword and prepared to strike a decisive blow. He jumped high from the blind zone of the boss and demonstrated how sharp his blade is. Thus, the goblin boss was destroyed. For this, Kim will receive a hobgoblin belt and 500 points. A rather good reward for a hidden boss. Hobgoblina's belt adds 10 points to force. Restrictions on the main task do not affect these indicators. As it turned out, there is now a limitation of 100 points, since Kim rank F, all because it is only the first task. These indicators will be able to increase the guy in the future when it will be needed, but now you need to think about another. The gods soon know that he destroyed the boss, so we must run until the observer came here. Kim immediately went to look for his girlfriend. He was surprised that goblins did not come to salvation to his boss. He knows that the time of the invisible elixir is only 5 minutes. Linda was not able to restrain the goblins, or did he finish the task too quickly? Suddenly, the guy saw that goblins were running fast in his direction, but a little strange happened because they did not attack him. They not only walked by but also showed all their appearance that they were scared. Kim immediately was scared and ran to look for his girlfriend. He began to fear that something bad could happen to her. There are various incomprehensible smells around the mixed, but it feels the smell of blood. He left Landa in vain. He cannot leave her to die, which is why he ran so quickly to rescue. And not that he saw very surprised him, Linda was healthy and intact, and there were many dead goblin bodies around her. As it turned out, all these vicious creatures were destroyed by her. Did this girl also turn into a masterful warrior? She demonstrated her best qualities and with the help of a sword sent to hell dozens of demons. That is why there was too much blood around. Even a whole army of goblin could not stop Landa. All of them have repeatedly regretted that they came and angered it. They would better choose another victim. When she felt that Kim came, she was immediately glad, but she was difficult to recognize because she was all in the blood of the goblins. Kim could not understand what happened here, though he chosen and not the strongest creatures. But did she destroy so many monsters on her own? Linda began to try to explain all this. She said that she lured the monsters in a trap and suddenly met the same guy named John. This guy was with an unknown girl. At first, he looked quite normal, but then fell to the floor. She thought he was dead, probably so frightened by the goblins that his heart stopped. But Kim said that all this could happen through her. He asked to look at her window. He immediately sent her a data check, and she accepted this request. At first, he did not see anything strange. The experience was high enough. But then, he saw a Star of Death. Death Star is a rare SS rank skill. This skill can be used at any time. The main thing is to learn it. He has already seen this in the first stage, the world called Jean and a creature called Helma, who came from this world. He met him in the first stage and realized that he was the strongest warrior from another dimension. It was he who had the skill of death. Anyone who knows how to use this can cause horror of their rivals. It is clear why goblins were running away. But such skills have disadvantages. If you do not cope with this technique, you can lose your mind and your personality, but it is not yet visible to Linda. The girl has already seen in her characteristics the skill of the Star of Death, but is it necessary to tell her everything about this technique? Although hiding the truth will be wrong, the best option is to tell her only the most necessary. Kim explained that with the help of this technique, she became stronger. When he sees blood, Linda replied that it was a disgusting technique. Suddenly, the girl looked at his sword and saw blood on him, and her eyes immediately began to shine with red. Kim tried to hide the blood and asked it to stop. It is impossible to use this technique often. It can be dangerous. Getting this skill from the outset is a fairly good indicator, and it may be needed in the future. Judging by the fact that Lind has no scratch, this technique and brooch helped her very much. The incredible strength of recovery. Kim decided to talk immediately about something important and suggested that the girl conclude a contract with him. He explained that there is nothing wrong with this. He only invites her to become part of one team with him. He explained that this is a standard scheme in role, playing games, and for a long time Linda agreed. He immediately bought the right object and began the transfer of skills. If everything works out, he will be able to become stronger than in his past life. He quickly applied for the team, after which Linda confirmed his consent, and the first participant of the team appeared in Kim. The system immediately suggested that he share his skills with Linda. Of course, the guy agreed to it. But the problem is that he has no skills now, although he has to invent something to increase Land's strength. Kim remembered that there is one technique that can fit Linda, but first it needs to be captured on its own, and it takes time. You can forget about it so far. Kim still does not want to hurry and gain the skills of his girlfriend. Meanwhile, observers came to them, which is why Kim decided to finally complete the task and get out of the university. Soon, John returned to consciousness. He lifted his eyes and was surprised when Landa saw with Kim. He always believed that Kim is a local loser. But now everything has changed, and in this game he has many talents. John tried to offend Kim, but after he felt a knife near his throat, he immediately understood how to talk. This knife was substituted by Linda to his throat. She said that he should tell what was doing here and what exactly was here. It seems to be its true character. John realized that he better picking up the words and apologizing to Kim. They are well aware that now people are trying to gather in teams, which is why John was one here. The guy explained that he is on the intelligence with his girlfriend. If something happens to one of them, then the other should report to the team. So there is someone who gave him this order. It is unlikely that John decided to engage in intelligence at his own request. John laughed and said that of course he was not interested in such tasks. He was not lucky, and so he went to this task. It is unclear who stands behind all this, but it turns out that there is a person who controls people to combat goblins. If this person can really manage people during panic, it means that it is a real leader and an experienced warrior. Given that he was killed in the first stage, it will be more correct to get out of here rather than fight with goblins. Kim approached John and asked him to take him to the leader, although John did not understand why to do it. In his ordinary life, John was a cool guy, but now everything has changed, though he has not yet come out of this image. He said that he did not want to obey the orders of losers from the university, and it was at this moment that Goblin attacked him. John was very fortunate that at this moment he was not alone. Next to him was an experienced wizard against the fight against monsters. Kim immediately grabbed Goblin by his hand, knocked on the ground, and brutally scored his fist to death. All this with his own eyes saw John. He was so close that Goblin's blood got on his face. Goblins have one interesting feature. In the battle, they always try to kill the first one who looks the lover. So, if John wants, he can stay alone, or still do what Kim wants. Of course, the guy agreed to show the road, but he had no other choice because he would have died in a few minutes. In his past life, at the same time, Kim also tried to escape from here, so he knows well how to find a safe area. But now John shows the way, because Kim decided to go and talk to his leader. John explained that he is not going to lie to anyone, and leads them to the gym, which is where their team hides. They approach the tall building where this sports room is located. This building has already received some damage. Inside, they saw a lot of goblins affected by the attacks of goblins. Some were injured, and some were close to death. Most of them are victims of Goblin's first attack. These people did not have time to react and escape. The leader was also frightened, but he had the strength to help people and hide in this building. A person who is calm enough and can easily win people's trust in the university is so little. With the help of all his experience in mind, Kim quickly understood who exactly is talking about. A cute and smart guy named James. This time, he again showed that he had all the qualities of a leader, so the gods could not help but be interested in him. He certainly received the status of a rare avatar, although in his past life he was attacked by Hobgoblin, and he died. Apparently, he does not know that if you do not get out of the university, you can die. That is, it has not yet become an avatar. There were too many observers around, had to be a request to the avatar. Maybe he doubts whether it is possible to believe these gods and whether it is profitable to become an avatar. A little later, James finally saw old acquaintances. He immediately came up to make sure that everything is well with them. He did not know only Kim, but all these formalities are not needed now because the main task is to get out of this place. But so far, James does not understand why they are running away from here. It is safe and comfortable here, and there is food and water. Kim, meanwhile, explained that the goblin boss is dead, and now these monsters do not know what to do and where to go. That is why it is necessary to take this opportunity and escape outside the university. Because from the very beginning, the task was about escape, not about survival. Kim also said that if you open the window with a task and time will appear to perform the mission. He also explained that this situation was not like reality, as if they were closed in the game and entertained, watching them. James realized that his interlocutor knew something about this game, but Kim assured that it was only his assumption. But he is convinced of one who puts them in this game and watches them. They are not a friend. Now it became clear that James's knowledge of play and system at the level of a newcomer, so he is not an avatar, and he should be persuaded to run away from here. Haben has died and the victims are getting smaller. The gods will soon become uninteresting, so they can come up with some kind of task. The better the conditions for players, the less curiosity it causes the gods. And in this incredible game, the most important thing is their reaction. Only now, James realized that the most important thing in fulfilling this mission is the escape from the area. He also said that there was no connection with the outside world, but they can use the internet and find out what is happening. Kim was surprised that the leader of this group was so quickly able to understand the situation. In the first stage, he could do nothing and died. So something was wrong here. Previously, there was no opportunity to repel Goblin, or to go beyond the gym. James defended himself from the monsters, and it was then killed. That is why all this time it seemed that the leader is too cowardly and indecisive. But now he doesn't look like that. Suddenly, an unknown guy spoke. He said the best from everything they can do now. It is to wait for help. He said that it is too dangerous on the street, and their team leader works correctly, choosing a safer option. Kim perfectly remembers this guy. His name is Robert, and he is also called a flying bat, but what does he do here? Kim knew this guy very well. In his past life, he has unsuccessfully confused him. But you can only expect help if there is a relationship with the police or savior, and if not, it makes no sense to sit in the gym. Robert was still tuned to the expectation strategy. He said that it is wrong to go at risk and risk people's lives. It was noticeable that James began to be nervous because he could not understand who had to be supported in this situation. Kim was very angry because Robert intervened in their conversation and began to interfere. The flying bat recognized Kim. They study at one university but never communicated close. It is strange that they met in such a strange place at all. At the university, they spoke no more than once a year. Robert said that to flee from here is too meaningless decision, and he wants to understand why Kim is trying to convince others. Half those present in this gym are seriously injured at all. It is unclear how they can escape. The flying bat thinks that Kim and Linda are very lucky. They were able to kill several monsters, and now they believe that nothing is afraid. But there are too many dangerous demons on the street. Get out of the gym with the wounded, without weapons. Suicide. That is why he believes that you need to sit and wait for help in the military or police is the best thing they can do. But Kim knows that Robert's man has been introduced into different groups of people and destroyed them from the middle. This psychopath enjoyed when he was watching people killing, and then he was running away because he was only interested in personal gain. He doesn't matter how many people die because Robert flying bat monster in the form of man. But now Kim understands the strategy of this scoundrel, so he will not give him a treacherous plan to bring to life. Linda was dissatisfied that the destruction of monsters was called luck. Probably they did not see how skillfully they destroyed these goblins. When you kill the goblins, the inscription appears above their head. Linda immediately explained all these nuances. But Robert was not interested in how to destroy the goblins. He still thought that the girl was too lucky. It could not be angry. She said that they could go outside and she would show how it was done. I think that there is no point in salvation, and at the same time to be afraid of goblins. It is impossible to contact the police and the military. It is unknown whether they will come at all. The flying bat still thinks that it is better to wait because you will be too dangerous. That is why Kim suggested that he stay in this gym alone because it makes no sense to persuade all people to flee. If someone wants to stay, it is not a problem, though of course Robert in life will not remain alone in this building. Most likely the purpose of this scoundrel is to kill all these people and reward for their lives. He has a completely different method as opposed to Kim, because our main character tries to save more people to receive the reward. If he is left here with those who are afraid to run and receive a reward for the murder of several people, then the risk of getting under the way will be less. The leader of this group intervened in the conversation and said he decided to go with Kim and try to escape. In this case, the flying bat had no choice. He was forced to agree to these conditions and 5 with all. But now, Kim is absolutely sure that Robert only plays a role. He inevitably knows about all systems of rewarding this game. This guy is too smart and insidious. With him, you must be very careful. And most importantly, this is what Kim realized that Robert flying was already Avalaner of the gods. There were many monsters gathering on the street. They all tried to get inside the building and destroy people. James was preparing for escape. People who conducted intelligence said that the goblins were dead, so other monsters are now weakened. One of the teachers of the university said it was too risky to lead these people outside, and the leader behaves too confidently. He began to argue and shout at James. The teacher even said that in the next semester the guy would be bad. It is unknown how in such a situation the professor can talk about assessments, Maybe he forgot to accept pills? After a while, all young students were ready to try to escape from this room. The leader noted that they should be careful. Linda was noticeably worried. She was unsure that everything would go so easily as she wanted. Kim assured her that nothing wrong, and they would be able to run away quickly. Ordinary goblins without boss would not attack groups of people. There were many observers around. Of course, the gods are wondering what happened to this group of people. Kim constantly tried not to lose sight Robert. He does not like this fool, but risky to kill him now. There are too many people around here, especially this guy can be used in the future. There are quite a few goblins around, but they are not clear whether they are trying to attack because there are many people. The leader assured others that these monsters do not touch groups of people, so it is better not to worry about it. James does everything as he was told. He controls the situation well. It seems to him to trust other people. This group walked confidently, remained a little to reaching outside the university. Some members of the team had already seen the gate. They began to rejoice and said that they would soon be safe. But their joy was too early. Kim saw that the system updated the level of complexity of this task, and it would become more difficult. Suddenly, people felt something like an earthquake. Of course, everyone started panic. A little later, they finally realized that it was not an earthquake, but their panic became even greater. They are faced with a huge minotaur. It seems incredible. Is it possible at the first test? The gods called here a monster, which usually appears at least after 15 tasks. Boss Goblin and similar hidden bosses can still be overcome if ordinary players combine strength. Then it is real. In a lonely game, often arrange measures of 100% loss, if they called a guard here, so they want to kill everyone who is here. Probably a Karthos decided to go the easy way, although the guard should not have limiting the score of experience, because it is the first task. Despite the fact that the Minotaur is a monster rank C, its indicators cannot exaggerate the level F. The people around began to panic noticeably. They did not think that goblins were the worst thing that could happen to them until they saw the Minotaur. It is impossible to run. The Minotaur has the skills of a bull, and if people start running away, he will immediately drive them. But this is exactly what Robert wants to achieve. He does everything to panic, which is why Linda tries to stop him. No one can understand how to escape from this monster. It is so scary and great that it is even scary to look at him. Some women even paralyzed with fear. They could not take a single step and began to cry. Probably the growl of this beast causes the effect of wild horror and exposure, but even better, safer than fleeing. Although, of course, those who began to try to escape from this angry and large bull were found. Of course, the Minotaur will not allow anyone to escape from him, which is why these people were quickly destroyed. Seeing everyone else began to tremble with fear and stand still. And finally they realized that they were running away, a bad option. But among them were stupid. A professor who had previously shouted at the team leader also decided to demonstrate his speed. He probably forgot that he was not 19 years old, and the only thing he can escape is a small turtle. In a few seconds, the Minotaur broke him into small pieces. More, this professor will not put bad grades to students. But if these students do not invent a rescue plan, they can already forget about normal university studies. This Minotaur is just over 5 meters, so he does not need a weapon to break a person for a piece. It is still difficult to understand why the level of complexity of this mission has increased, and it is unclear how to escape from this monster. Kim quickly realized that he should distract this monster and become a bait. The leader replied that this suicide, because the Minotaur would immediately tear the boy's head. But Kim was convinced of his decision. He said that no one except him is ready for it, and they had no other plan. James was pleasantly surprised. Even in this situation, Kim's face is very calm. He seems to think about the most effective rescue plan. James always believed that it is his best weapons to come up with plans, but this guy is at another level. All this time, Linda continued to restrain the flying bat that he would intimidate people and sow panic. A little later, she saw Kim went forward. She realized that he had a plan. Robert, meanwhile, was upset that he could not receive a reward. He was told that I was very dangerous, so he decided to move away. There are many tasks ahead, and since he is an avatar of God, he does not need to rush and take risks once again. It is unknown how long they will be able to win with Kim, but they have no other choice. The guy took a red cloth, prepared for rodeo, and said that as soon as he was signaled, they should all flee. It looks like an interesting performance. Now let's see how this matador will be able to survive and dance with a bull. All this time, Kim looked very confident. It was optimistic in other people's heads. He finally ordered everyone to flee. The group leader also repeated his call and said that everyone should run at full power. There were many wounded around, but other healthy people helped them. It was a pleasure to watch. The team leader said that no one looked back. For this, he gained the skill of the team cry. A little later, he stopped because he understood that Kim had to wait. They could not leave him. The guy still continued his random with a bull, but soon he could not stay away from him. This Minotaur is too angry because of all this performance. Of course, he desires revenge and blood. So far, Kim has time to evade his attacks in time and defend himself, but it will not continue forever. James was surprised by what he saw. He never met the boys with such reflexes and speed. Suddenly, he noticed that too many people were watching this battle and reminded them that it was dangerous and better to run away while possible. To begin with, he must bring everyone outside the gate, and then it will come to think about the future. Soon this difficult mission was fulfilled. The level of this task is golden, so the reward is waiting for everyone. James immediately began to check the health of all people around. He was worried about each of them, as if they were all members of his family. Understanding that everyone was safe, he felt that it was time to help Kim get out of there. But suddenly he saw that an unknown blue energy does not allow him to get back to the past level. This is called a blocking. It looks like neither he nor his team friends will now help Kim defeat this monster. By this point, our main character has lost a lot of energy and no longer has time to evade all the attacks of Minotaur. It was difficult to see how he misses heavy blows. The body of an ordinary person would not withstand such rigidity for a long time. Now everyone has become clear that Kim is in a critical situation, but no one can understand how to help him. The Minotaur continued to destroy the guy. It was so cruel that it went beyond the imagination. All people who were saved with Kim could not believe what they see now. It looks like their rescuer really gave their lives to save them, and they will never forget it. Kim did not show signs of life. It seemed that there was no slice from him. Such a Minotaur was cruel. In his past life, this guy was not in fair character. To be honest, he was a fairly insidious person, and now not much has changed. Perhaps that is why he heard the words of gratitude from James. He became a little unpleasant. But it is not so bad. The main thing is Kim could stand and stay alive despite anything. He used to be a weak guy. There were too many players much more capable than he. But Kim always wanted to survive. And for that, he had to become heartless and treacherous. And we know what it ended. When you are the only surviving, at the very end you stay with nothing, and finally Kim understood it. Returning back, he can make a completely different choice, and now behave quite differently. There are no extra observers around, and this is great. So now they can try a real fight with this bull. The Minotaur was surprised by the guy's behavior. Kim seemed too self-confident and called for a direct clash. At this level of difficulty, it is difficult to understand why Kim still has not died, especially after such powerful strikes of the opponent. Minotaur's indicators are completely different. All key characteristics have the highest rating. Of course, Kim cannot compare him by these indicators. He needs to invent something cunning. The ordinary player has never defeated such a guard in his life. In his past life, Kim has always avoided meeting him. If they still had to meet, Kim did everything he could and did not think about the potential sacrifice of other people, because he only wanted to survive. But this time, he does not want to do the same. His past strategy did not lead him to success, so it was time to change. Kim grabbed his rival for his big horns and used points to increase his strength. The strength has reached the limit. It cannot use points more to increase these characteristics. It may be a balance. Now the Minotaur should finally feel the power of his opponent, because it was too easy for him. Kim realized that it was time to use the Hoboblin belt. It increases the strength by 10 points, and these indicators did not depend on the restrictions. Now the Minotaur must feel the existence of a wall that is such as it will not be able to overcome. It was time to calm down. Kim felt that he had gained enough power to defeat his opponent. It was hard to believe, but now his power was really stronger than the power of the bull. Kim from the past life would not be able to do so in the world. He would not even believe in this story. A single player, a heartless and seeking benefit, inexperienced and mediocre, stupid criminal who has not achieved anything. It would not be impossible for such as it was before, but now it has no drawbacks. He is a second-round player, and it's time to become a true hero of mankind. The main task was accomplished. The category of white gold. Soon for this mission, Kim will receive a reward. The victory over such a rival is the highest reward, but Kim still feels sad. He does not know what we'll get for this mission, perhaps some skill. The main thing is not to score or small items. He went out for the gate and was surprised to see Landa. All this time he thought she had gone with others. Probably she remained because she was very worried about his fate. It is nice. But Linda replied that she was always sure that everything would be fine with him. Last time they organized the team, she was able to see the condition of each participant. She saw that everything was well, even when he lost the battle of the bull, so she realized that he was pretending. Kim received a white gold for this harassment. He became a victim that destroyed the monster of Zaja. As a reward, Kim received an Orihalka, which can change the shape, but that's not all. He also now has an additional 1,000 points, the skill of regeneration and the skill of time of decisive battle. The guy was very pleased with these gifts. It is a good reward, especially the skills that can increase with high even difficulty. This is probably the first time in this game when someone was able to defeat such a powerful guard and complete the main task. The progressive type has high potential in the second part of the game, but unfortunately it is not the skill of S, such as Chongsulsan masks. It is time to read the conditions of the second task. You need to go to the Roman world and destroy the boss of the monster. There are 14 days. The same task as in the past life. Players who have gone together receive the same tasks next time. Probably everyone else also received this mission, but Linda is not satisfied that a flying bat with them will go to the Roman world. The girl explained that he annoys her very much, especially she does not like his unpleasant smell. She looks very quickly realize that he is for a person. It immediately shows how wonderful abilities of Landa have. If she had not died so early in her past life, she certainly got up with a famous player, or heroine, or a thief. They have 2 weeks to complete the task, so you do not need to hurry. Now Kim thinks more about observers who are not around. He began to think that Linda could already become an avatar. But the girl assured that it was wrong. She said that she did not want to contact those whom she does not know, and even the word avatars, and is already bad. Kim could not help but notice how much her character changed. It was hardly a sign of the effect of Chongsulsan's mask. Lind has no signs of madness, although even the same monster helm could not completely get rid of signs of madness after the Chongsulsan mask. The girl said that she did not consider it correct to become an avatar. All this seems to her a waste of time. Kim was very surprised to hear that she received 12 applications for the avatar. That's a lot. But if you analyze her actions, you can understand that she is really worth it, but now she is a member of the Kim team. The guy realized that he was obliged to help her become a warrior who is not worse than any avatar. To begin with, the first skill you need to train is a way of surviving for those who have been influenced by Chongsulsan mask. This technique is called Reagan. Little is known, but Kim knows all the nuances. He could not master this skill in his past life because he did not have a Star of Death. After the Battle of Helm, he was able to master the martial arts, and it helped him a lot. But without the skills of the Star of Death, it was impossible to learn Reagan. Most of these skills can increase, so it is difficult to get and learn. It is because of this in his past life that he did not try to get them, but now it has changed, and Linda shows incredible results and rapid progress. But so far, let's return a few hours ago. There were enough interesting events. Our heroes again had to deal with the insidious and disgusting goblins. Kim decided to activate the time of a decisive battle. All actions are accelerated for some time. It helped him very quickly destroy a whole flock of green goblins. It was spectacular. This skill always enhances the power of your attack, and the skill can increase, so the indicators will increase. But the main thing in such situations does not lose your head, because goblins can even attack from the air. There was no problem with Kim. He reacted in time and struck ahead. He has used the skill of regeneration. Unlike a decisive battle, this technique is passive. Kim immediately began to think about connecting the strength of the Star of Death with VIP with a brooch. Linda also lagged behind and successfully destroyed Goblin with her friend. With the help of VIP brooch, she was able to accumulate enough points and quickly heal her wounds. After they destroyed the monsters, Kim realized that it was time to share Land's skills. They found a good and quiet place for this purpose, rested a little and prepared to turn on the condition. The time of the decisive battle is quite excellent technique, but Linda will now be as effective as possible to use the skills of regeneration. The system reported that if the relationship between team members is weak, then the ability to transmit skills decreases. It seems that the reduction of efficiency disappears in punishment, that is, the madness, and the stronger the relationship, the higher the efficiency of the skill. In any case, the ability to survive is a great way of attack, so regeneration can also be called a technique of attack. Everyone else will have to evade and protect against monsters' attacks, but Linda will no longer need it because she will immediately be able to restore her strength. In this way, she will be able to use all her energy for battle and not waste extra time. Regeneration is not only wound healing, it also increases the endurance and speed of the fighter. That is why Linda will be very difficult to win. No wonder this skill is considered a high-rank technique. In the future, they have a lot of time, which is why Kim wants to learn the technique before the mission begins. The fact that they had not learned enough for the battle with the avatar of the gods, Kim immediately explained it to his girlfriend. He also said that he has another technique he wants to share with her, such an impression as if he was ready to give her everything. It is strange, Linda noticed that he had changed a lot. Before he still had no one in insects about anyone. David explained that this technique is perfect for her. Even the name is already talking about. This is exactly how the Reagan technique learning began. Linda began to progress rapidly from the outset. So it was at the moment when she was completely busy, Kim decided to return to the community. He immediately noticed that this time there became more activity than in the past, so he immediately joined the chat. He saw as God, in the name of a honest life, writes various obscene things. He immediately remembered this God. This God, unlike his name, is very far from honesty, is the god of flying bat. They are very similar to him. Judging by a large number of complaints, Robert began to behave much better. He failed to receive the award in the first round. Kim was going to get out. He said that it was too interesting here, but the user with the nickname Clown invited him to his observer. The system immediately reported that the appearance of anonymous users was hidden. It seems like a guide to a personal observer channel, and it is very strange. The clown could not see Kim's face, but it did not prevent him from showing his avatar. Kim immediately began to watch the observer screen carefully. He became interested in who was the avatar of this clown woman. He immediately saw a girl of low growth. An unknown guy approached her and offered help. He heard she cries, which is why he was able to find her, and suggested finding a safer place. But in response, this girl began to shout, she looks not interested in friendship with him. Kim was very surprised, but he was pleased that he was looking for it. It will help to destroy the monster from the Roman Tower. A little later, Kim and Linda decided to find one interesting place that the guy needed. He explained that for the second task, it is a must. Later, they saw that almost no one was watching them. All this is because there are few players in this place who were able to survive to this level. This street looks very creepy. All this is done by monsters, although some lies on the guilt of people. Kim has been accustomed to this for a long time, but Linda is certainly difficult to look at all this. Monsters do not make sense to touch such objects of civilization. The laws here are no longer power. There are neither police nor the military. This is the manifestation of human weaknesses, but if everything was not bad, not everything was destroyed. The screens show the live news. The gods who manage this system will not be left alone in power. While Kim explained that the leaders of the country had already been destroyed, one of the insidious goblins decided to attack Linda. It was a big mistake because, in a second, this goblin was dead. This girl studied too quickly. Her sword blade is no longer as sharp as before. It has to be changed for a long time, but it still destroyed this monster from one blow. If Kim has 30% of additional strength, then his girlfriend has this percentage much higher. It is very strong, although it was only the first stage. Kim explained that they need to find some, and then they would be able to go in search of new weapons. They came to the central bank branch, but it is unlikely to withdraw a little cash. Now, there is no point in money. They cannot buy anything, so only points in the system are important. The guy explained that they came here in vain. Inside is the person who was needed in the second stage. As soon as the young players rose to the top floor of the bank, they saw that a real party began there. They came to try to rob this bank, but the local guard was against it. He immediately approached these scoundrels and demonstrated them the skills of his melee. In addition to the fact that he acted very cruelly, his excellent technique and flexibility were immediately visible. All this was complemented by incredible speed, which was why it was almost impossible to hide from his blows. These robbers were ordinary players, but it is unclear why they needed money at this difficult time. It was this boy that Kim is looking for this time, he explained Linda, that they came after him. Despite the fact that the robbers were also players, he easily defeated them. He may have some special object, but Kim believes otherwise. Probably there is another explanation for all of this, because this guy can be the avatar of God. This guard immediately saw new visitors and explained to them that this building is now too dangerous. He explained that banking operations are better to do tomorrow because there are too many malefactors now. Kim explained that he did not come for money at all, and surprised that the bank works in such a situation. He also said that they did not even come to hide. They are interested in the guard. Kim said he knew that this guard's name is Michael, but this man replied that he had a completely different name. Linda immediately grabbed his hand to check the pulse. It became clear that his heart was beating too quickly. It means that he is lying. Also, the girl quickly noticed that he had extended pupils of the eye. Such an impression was surprised when Michael heard. It is strange that he was so surprised by hearing the name he hears for the first time. He looks like all this in advance. Not only was the security guard surprised, even Kim appreciated Linda's lies psychology. The guy explained the guard that he knew his true face, and noticed how his intonation changed immediately. Kim also noticed as a guard watched by the observer all this time. Probably he belongs to the same clown. A little later, Michael almost completely stopped trying to hide his real face. Of course, this is good. Kim came here to make it up with him, not to become an enemy. He asked this guard to finally show them his hidden equipment. Michael was even more surprised to hear it. He explained that in the difficult moments he tried all possible techniques. He did everything he could not die, and tried clothes and even objects. He seemed to be the perfect plan. But now he was opened, and he would have to show a real face. A little later, it became clear that he was not a guy, but the little girl who is called Katie. She said that she was searched for in vain. She could not help anything because she had too many things. Kim guessed everything at once. He realized that she was busy with a bank robbery and said that it was a very unworthy business. Linda could not understand at all what was happening, only later began to guess that it was a transformation skill. This is the same technique of this girl. She is able to turn into other people or creatures. Kim believed that Linda would now start asking him where he knew it all, but she was silent. All this is strange. He believes that she tries to rob the bank, but looks like she's on the contrary. She said that she was not going to rob anyone, and explained that people believe not a little girl, but a professional guard. But Kim knows everything about her. He said that she brought the bandits here and tries to create a real performance. He knows that people who fled from the monsters hid this building, so it will be impossible to steal money. That is why she called professional robbers here. But of course, Katie did not agree with these words. Everything is very simple. If the bandits appear here several times, others will consider the bank dangerous and will not come here. So this girl was going to pick up all the money for herself all this time. She looks like a little genius. Only two people, flying Robert and Katie, can manipulate other people. Kim has seen too much their techniques in his past life, so it is easy for him to see the truth. He said that he was not going to give it to the police. Now none of them work. Especially she will easily run away from prison. That is why she should be with him and Linda for a while, at least until they have been given the second task. The girl was surprised that Kim was only on the second level, though he seemed so cool. She explained that she was now on the third level and began to ask him many questions about the game. He explained that he was not going to tell extra information, but if she goes with them, he will share with her points. She started laughing at such proposals because she considers them fools that have not even completed the second task. It is her normal behavior, especially compared to her past life, but something needs to be invented. If she continues to treat Kim and Linda, then nothing will work out, so you need to raise authority in her eyes. That is why Kim approached her and hit his finger on his forehead. It was very strong, and of course Katie did not understand why he did it. This blow was very powerful and Kim felt great, so he asked her to be more polite with him and his girlfriend. But Katie was more angry. She believes that no one has the right to control her, and even more so to beat her on her head. And she tried to strike back and show this guy what a real force is, but Linda stopped her hand immediately. She has not met such a strong girl yet. She's not sure that she will be able to get off her hand. Her weak hand will break in a few seconds if Linda does not release her. It looks like this girl cannot focus and change her shape to something else. Although she tries to turn into something big and ugly, but nothing works. Linda said they all need to be polite to each other. They are people, not animals. Katie was so painful that she had no choice. She agreed to all these conditions and asked her to release her hand. Kim was satisfied with the help of his girlfriend. Linda now plays a much more important role in his team than he thought from the beginning. So it was soon decided that they would go to the Roman Tower in 3. On the way, Kim explained that he and Linda were not avatars, and asked the girl to talk to them on an equal footing, without formalities. Of course, Katie was surprised. Usually only avatars could be so strong, at least that's what she thought. But it is not necessary to be an avatar to become stronger than a regular player. The most important thing is weapons. Tim explained that good indicators and characteristics are not all. It also requires quality equipment. Linda began to worry about whether they could find a normal weapon. The chaos reigned around. No store survived. But Kim assured that everything was possible. In a few minutes, they finally entered the safe zone. They were informed by the system. The guy realized where to go on the look of the store. He says that it is enough to understand that it is safe here. There were noticeable traces of robbers, but there were no traces of monsters. Things are not broken. There are also no bodies of dead people. Especially the monsters would not start looting products. To buy the right weapon, you need to use the only opportunity. Open the ball store. The girls were very surprised. Even the avatar did not know what could be done. Kim believed that the deity tells his avatars about such subtleties, because weapons are a necessary subject in the game. But this is not surprising, because the clown is known for his gardening slopes. He could not send his avatar to go the easy way. Katie is at the initial stage of the avatar, so it may not be tight due to ignorance of such nuances. The system informed the players that they would no longer be able to buy weapons as they complete the second task. That is why they should be responsible for choosing items in this store, so that they do not regret their choice. Kim immediately began to analyze the weapon. He is wondering what this store can offer him. As expected, this store has standard weapons, although all the trick of the game is in unusual items. There are not even elixirs here, although with the help of them, the chances of surviving immediately will grow several times. If you go a little more, there will be a player who can make a weapon, but at the moment they have no other choice. Kim believes that at least some weapons should be grateful. The very beginning should be bought the best of the available. He immediately got a protective shield from the store. He protects his heart, so he should be worn on his body. The girl thanked her friend and promised in the future, be sure to return the points for this purchase. Now you need to choose the right weapon for battle. The sword can be perfect for battle with most monsters. Linda began to analyze available weapons. Except for her sword, she saw a spear, bow, and arrow. But the most interesting for her was a completely different weapon, which is why she chose a mace. This is a good choice. At least with the skill of Reagan, is not very important what weapon you use. Kim knows that the best weapon for everyone is the best weapon, and that you can swing, not cut and do. Katie said that she also hopes to receive something as a gift from Kim. But why did he be spent on her? He has already offered it before, but the girl refused, though now she is noticeably regretted. The cheapest weapon in this store costs 200 points, so it is better to earn points than to loot the banks. A little later, the process of buying new weapons was completed. It was already dark on the street. As soon as the team of young players went outside, she immediately met with dangerous monsters. Kim immediately tested his new sword, and he immediately pierced Goblin through the concrete wall. Besides the fact that the guy checked his new weapon, it was time to look at the platinum level reward. The perfect moment has come to use the orchard shape that changes shape, a universal object that can be used in a metal or liquid form, depending on the wishes of the owner. This coating can be applied to the desired weapon, then it will return to its original shape. It is metal and liquid at the same time. There is still a function of returning back, so it is interesting to see its effectiveness. Soon the use of an oriwalk to a short sword was completed. Weapons became more acute, although there was no strength. In any case, Kim felt that it was higher than his expectations. This thing should be very useful. Soon it became clear that the young team of players finally reached the Roman Tower. It looks very tall and beautiful. The world was just beginning to change, and this tower seems to have already adapted to it. Otherwise, it is impossible to survive. You need to constantly try to adapt to environmental changes. Kim immediately reminded of the task of this mission. They should all focus on catching the boss. Katie first heard the task where you need to find, because the self, I wonder what she had on the second level? The girl told that at the second level, and the task was simple and banal survival. Now it became clear why it was so easily moved to the next level. It was too simple. They must kill or die at the hands of other players until their number reaches the right number. Comparing with them, the escape from the university was a fairly simple level, though if it were not for KI, everyone would have died of a guard or hoboblin. Correct. Kim saw unknown people. He said that he had to hide behind the stones and wait. It will be wrong to go without intelligence to pass this mission with the right strategy. These were two guys. They seemed to guard this building or its boundaries. This is quite strange because no monsters are visible around. So why do these players protect the territory? Kim explained that all this was done not through monsters but through people in the same foreigners as they. If this level offers competition among players, then it is clear why they stand here. Katie was very surprised when she was offered to change her appearance and take advantage of her own benefit. Kim believes that it will be the fastest and effective way to get into this Roman tower. Linda supported his proposal and they started pressing on a little girl together. She did not have the choice except to submit to the will of these two thieves, so she agreed to their proposal. She noticed that these men did not move very quickly, so there should be no extra problems with them. The main thing for her is to choose the right moment when one of them will not see the other. After that, you need to get closer to your husband and make a simple movement with your own hand. Of course, it was not expected to see that this little girl has such a powerful power inside. The only one who was not surprised was Kim, probably because he knew her in his past life. So Katie brought one of the guards behind. So far, the other guy saw nothing. This man turned out to be quite difficult, but Katie successfully hid his body and began the process of transformation. His partner had already begun to worry about. He was about to go to the top floor and tell about the disappearance of a friend to his boss. But the transformation process was completed, and his partner immediately appeared. He was reminded that the security should be changed soon. so they should return to the building. Linda, meanwhile, was surprised by Katie's strange behavior. It seemed to her that something was wrong with the girl. Soon, the guards rose to the highest floor of the tower. Maybe they will now meet with the boss. Soon, Katie finally saw the boss of the second level. Judging by her expression, it did not like it. It was not just a monster, it was a huge titanium of the killer, and she did not see anything like this before. One of his eyes was more than her head, so it is not quite clear how they should win him. Other players said that they need to be very careful and work as a real team, only so they will be able to grab the monster. But the boss began to behave aggressively, and all teamwork was breaking immediately. The players began to flee. Not everyone was lucky this day. Some have never been able to escape from this monster. Everyone has forgotten that they are obliged to go through this mission. Now everyone is only worried about their lives. Some believed that the main task was to go beyond the Roman Tower. The boss cannot go outside, so they will all be saved if they run away from here. But soon they were disappointed. The monster became close very quickly and blocked a single way out. Now a real panic will begin, because it looks like none of them has prepared a plan. One of the team members asked the other boys to take themselves and prepare for the battle. He said that all of them should demonstrate their courage and perseverance, but after how many seconds the boss tore his head. So the exit is blocked, and fighting with this titan is suicide, so it remains only to pray. Because from this level it is on the upper floor. Of course it is huge, but the problem is in the conditions of the dungeon. The starting point is the entrance to the room because the monster itself, that is, the same people who were at the first level, can enter there. Because in the second stage there are only one. There are also two separate teams that try to catch it, but as a result, only one of these teams will be able to accomplish this difficult task. There will be a punishment for failure to comply with the mission, so you cannot retreat and you need to succeed. All this was perfectly understood by Kim, which is why the one who came later is waiting below. Soon, the team of young players finally saw their rivals. They were surprised when they realized that John was. John believed that Kim and his team had long been killed. Of course, Kim thought that John was dead. John did not increase the score of experience, but in some way he was able to survive. It seemed just lucky. John also began to behave more politely with Kim, probably because he saw as a guy fought with a minotaur. Kim asked this guy to take him to the leader. That is, he wanted to talk to James again. Soon they finally came to the base of this group. Most people are already familiar to Kim. Of course, they also all recognize this guy. It is difficult to forget how he fought with the minotaur and saved their lives. Because there are too many players around, the number of observers is also high. Katie was interested in what Kim did in the past round because everyone around him constantly looked at him. The guy explained that while everyone else was running away, he calmly destroyed a huge monster. Whale could not believe that the minotaur could appear at the first level. Especially, it is difficult to believe that this guy could win him. Katie started laughing with the boy and saying that he certainly helped him in the battle against the minotaur. Suddenly, James stopped their conversation. He greeted Kim and was very glad to see him. All this time, he believed that this thin guy died in the battle against the monster, which is why he was so pleased with his appearance. The girls only left quietly to watch strong men's arms. A little later, Kim told the whole battle with the minotaur and their subsequent fate. So now they will have the first to destroy the boss, and do it faster than their rivals on the mountain. But it will be very difficult to do because their rivals also failed to defeat the boss, and their strength is approximately equal. That is why Kim offered one interesting idea. Lure on top of those who want to take away all the glory of themselves. All this will not be easy, but if you prioritize and act as a team, the chances will appear. Young players do not know that in the future they will have to meet another interesting character. Inside the Roman Tower is still a huge boss monster. He is hunted at the same time by two teams of players, but only someone alone can win it. The team that will not be able to accomplish the task will receive punishment, and punishment for the failure is always death. So they will all fight the last drop of blood in order to destroy this monster first. Before passing the mission that he began to ask a million questions about the boss monster. Then he suggested a little incredible. He said that the first team should catch this monster first. He said all this very seriously. If he is really up to the building, then let them catch it first. James started shouting immediately. If they did not catch this monster, they would fail and die. But Kim answered in an interesting way. He said that not sure that the monster from above is the boss of this mission. Of course, after the battle with this monster, you start thinking so, but it is too strong for a regular monster. All this James understood when he saw a video of the monster's battle with another team. He also received alert of the boss stage when he entered the Roman Tower, which means that there is a boss monster. After that, on any of the floors of the tower, he saw any monster stronger than him. But all this still did not like Kim. He said that everyone around forget about the dungeons of the Roman Tower. It seems that little know about this information. James did not even know that there was a dungeon in this tower. Kim also explained to all his friends that the boss monster has one difference from the usual monster. This king of demon is able to collect his own army to protect him. Not far from the room in which the conversation took place, there were very serious and strong players. One of these warriors, Mark, was immediately reported to him that some stupid ones were joined. He was told that in addition to ordinary young players, there are quite interesting characters where he should look. Together with our team, Robert decided to go. It is strange that he generally agreed to trust their plan. Although this guy is a bad person, but his head works well and he knows what he does. Although James agreed to go with everyone, but he wants to be sure that they really work. They will have to fight with other players and most of them are criminals in the past. During the first game in the past life, there was a lot of guild in this country. Among these guilds was always one. It was founded by criminals immediately after the beginning of the changes in the world. It was a guild, which only one reminder could have been terminated in the eyes of others. For their own benefits, they did not feel shame and were ready for everything. These people called themselves the Guild of Sins. And Kim perfectly remembers the leader who created this guild. This guy was called Mark, and here they met again but now in the second game. Seeing this giant, James went forward and said that they came to express their opinion. Mark was very surprised. He said that he was too late to ask for the unification. But James replied that they didn't even think about it. He said they were ready to give them the right to catch the boss monster on the last floor. Mark began to laugh. He did not even think that these clowns would be able to create a true competition. It is not a concession, but an escape. James acknowledged that they still won't be able to win them if they start to fight. So try to find another way out. He said that Mark and his team could go hunting for this boss, and when the time is over, a new boss will appear, and then they will start hunting. Kim appreciated the skills of negotiating his friend. With such a serious face, James tells such a stupid story. But James did not stop, and tried to assure the opponent as much as possible. Mark approached him and warned that if they try to deceive him, then everyone would die with a terrible death. It is better not to joke with this guy, except for his big muscles. He is also able to fight great. He immediately sent dark energy to his rivals. James began to assure him of his honesty. Kim tried to stay away and remained calm, but he also felt an unpleasant feeling of anger. He immediately realized that one of the avatars of the highest gods, Avatar Gates. Mark calmed down a little and said that he liked it all, and asked what his team members thought about it. They answered that they didn't care, and they would not mind to kill their rivals first, but then find a boss monster. Mark agrees with these thoughts. He cannot afford blindly to believe in the words of strangers. James understands his excitement perfectly, so he is ready to stay with them until they fight the boss. Suddenly, a flying bat intervened in the conversation. He said that the leader could not stay here, so he should do it. Even Kim could not be predicted by such a plot, although this guy is always one step ahead of others. But even this proposal was rejected. He said that everyone around had to stay, not just Robert. And it is especially interested in Linda. She must definitely stay with other team members. These words seriously angry Kim. After them, he could no longer stay so calm and prudent. The guy got his weapon and approached Mark, like an exacerbation of the plot. Probably Linda did not like this fool. Even if he did not know about Chongsulson, he certainly felt something. James began to panic. As the team leader, he felt that the situation was out of control. But Mark did not pay attention to him at all. He decided to speak with Kim, because he realized that he was special. The members of the Guild of Sins were very angry with how this guy talks to their boss. So far, Mark was in no hurry to get weapons. He realized that his opponent was not as simple as it seems at first glance. Then Kim surprised him even more when he said that to avoid the victims, they would have to compromise. But then strange things began to happen. Linda activated the technique of cannibal flower. Members of the Guild of Sins were dissatisfied that their boss talks to these fools for too long. Although he wanted to take up weapons for a long time, he was too interested in Linda. Kim approached the girl and reassured her. He said that it is better to stop now because it's not time for the battle. Whatever this guy named Mark is, but he is not worth using Chongsulson's technique against him. Mark felt incredible pressure. He himself did not understand how he agreed to all the conditions of the opponent's team. So it was decided that only one representative will remain from their team here, a flying bat. It is unclear with what magic these negotiations were won, but they have succeeded. Mark barely continued to stand on his feet. He does not understand who it is and how they were able to convince him. In any case, he promised himself that after passing this mission, he would kill them all. James finally relaxed. At the very end, he was not sure that it would all work. Kim assured that they could not worry about Robert. He wanted to stay, so it was his desire. Now they have to start preparation, most importantly ahead. All this was only the initial stage. In a safe area, it was possible to buy items that were needed for the battle with a boss. James did not know that there were such opportunities in this game. His progress is not very fast compared to Linda and Kim. Everyone did not waste time and chose the battle tools. Not all of these people are martyrs, but when you got into the game, you should either learn quickly or die. James said that these people will not be limited to only one boss monster. Kim asked him to calm down and not worry. He assured that everything would be fine. The Guild of Sins was also preparing for the battle with Titan. So angry Mark had given no one long ago. Soon Kim had short negotiations with someone on the phone. He asked his interlocutor to do everything possible. Linda did not expect it and frightened the guy. She always asked him some questions. The guy said that the battle would use a sharp spear and quite interesting rings. These are training bracelets. With the help of crystal color, you can adjust the weight of the bracelets. The levels are distributed from red to purple, but all this is not necessary for Kim, but for another person. After that, he started asking Linda, did she finish her preparation? The girl told her that she would be rather standard protection with the help of a mace. Kim has a lot to learn in his past life. Now he is curious about what his teacher is doing. Linda tried to find out which weapon was best used by her friend. But Kim replied that there was nothing special. He learned to own all types of weapons at the basic level. He has no favorite subject. But for the survival or victory in the battle, abilities are not the most important, at least for him. Because the strongest of all the people who won all and the only one who was able to stay alive and see the end of the human race is Kim. Maybe this time, he will be able to get the title of the strongest warrior and player. Yes, a lot of effort will have to be made for this, but this young player is ready for everything for the sake of victory. A little later, it became clear that James also found a weapon. The group leader explained that for the first task he received many points of remuneration, so he was able to buy quite decent items. Kim also noticed that James became Avatar. Judging by his character, it is not an evil god, although it would be known over time. James also said that other team members also completed the training, so he came to say that everything was ready for starting. But Kim warned that he and Linda would have to go separately, because they have some things. He also passed his spear James. When they find the boss monster, the leader should put the spear inside his room. If you put this spear, it should be deep, but the blade should look up. If they are not able to kill the monster's boss, then they should turn this phone near the spear and say Kim. Sleep and the boss monster are somehow connected to each other, but they will find out all this later. Robert was still with the Guild of Sins. He was angry because no one started hunting for a monster for several days. All this time, he also thought about Kim. Now it became obvious that this guy is quite a special person. There is something in it. And the flying bat got advice from his god, be careful with Kim. He decided to talk to the guard and said that he had quite interesting information about the task. He ordered him to be taken to the leader of the guild, and this information will help them to get the task. Kim does not like the flying ledge too much, which is why he conceived something. He knows how strong Mark, so if you need to choose the side, it will be together with the strongest. Soon the guard agreed to carry him to the leader of the guild, but warned that if the information was false, then he would regret it. Of course, Robert understands how seriously everything is. This cunning fox thought of his every step. The dungeons were still quite quiet. There were a large number of large monsters of rats. Soon, James and his team appeared there. They had to destroy several dozen of these little scoundrels. If they did not take the light with them, they could not even see each other, so it was dark in some places. It also became known that there are too many monsters living in the dark in this dungeon. They do not like light. These little nasty creatures also do not like when unknown guests come, so they are very angry with seeing these players. But they are too small and awkward to defeat armed people, so it was a light battle. Kim continued to lead the team forward. Although formally the leader is James, but after a battle with a bull, everyone understands who is a real leader. Rats became more and more every minute, but Kim just liked it. He killed them incredibly easily. James was amazed at this guy's technique. He and other players were much more difficult with these creatures. They have already passed a long road. There are 6 underground floors in this building. Now they are somewhere in the middle. Kim soon received a message from Katie. She wrote that they were also going down. Judging by the smile of this guy, everything goes exactly according to his plan. In the other part of the Roman tower, on the last top floor, everything was not so good. The Guild of Sins continued to try to catch the boss of the monster by all on their own. But so far their business was not the best. Even Mark realized that an ordinary person would not be able to catch this titan. This is an unusual monster, and Basilisk, his gaze turns everything into a stone, so it's not just a snake. Mark tried to reassure his people and assured that they would be able to catch him, but all past attempts were still fail. During the rest, one of his guards came into his room with Robert. He said that this guy wanted to tell Mark something very important and strategically useful. He led that his team was now beating with monsters in the dungeon. He explained that Basilisk was not a real boss on the last floor. Robert said that the real boss monster is in the dungeon, which is why his team was so easily refused to attack Basilisk. Of course, the whole Guild of Sins was dissatisfied with this information, especially their leader, who promised to take revenge for it. Robert, meanwhile, was satisfied with his work. He made two teams to fight each other, and he will remain in winning. If something goes wrong, Robert will certainly be able to avoid punishment, with the help of the technique he received from God. A little later, he led the Guild of Sins to the entrance to the dungeon, and will soon begin the most interesting. But the flying bat could not understand why no one was here. He expected to see James and everyone else. Mar became angry and ordered all his assistants to seek these scoundrels. His guard believes that they deliberately fled. In the dungeon, they want to destroy the boss and easily avoid punishment. Hearing this, other members of the guild suggested that these thieves quickly catch up with and destroy them quickly. Analyzing the situation, Mark realized that this was the right idea, which is why he said that they were going to the dungeon. When they finally got there, they realized that they had to take the lanterns with them because it was too dark around. A little later, they saw the silhouettes of several people and prepared for cruel and ruthless revenge. Mark has been concentrated. He has long dreamed of destroying Landa and Kim personally, but his rivals expected their arrival, greeted them with them, and said that they could not go down and they should return. Mark was shocked. Is this guy really so bold that he wants to die right now? Kim greeted Robert and said that he expected such an act. This guy was too predictable and uninteresting. Of course, this was angered by the infamous flying bat, and he also hopes Kim will soon go to hell. Further, the most interesting began. It turned out that the guard of the leader of guild was Katie all this time. It was she who warned her friends that the rivals are approaching. Her skill is very useful in such conditions. Now Robert realized why his plans were so easy to realize. All of it was like a chess party in which he lost. Kim and his friends have made the perfect plan to finally destroy the Guild of Sins with a flying bat. Subsequently, it became clear that this bandit team began to worry. They could not predict something. Linda took a few steps forward and said Kim should go to other team members. She would be able to detain the Guild of Sins here. Of course, Kim began to worry about her, but he is sure that everything would be fine with her. So he agreed to the proposal. Katie did not want to leave her new girlfriend, so this little girl had to take her hands to take her. Finally, Kim asked not to kill this nasty rat. He meant Robert. It was noticeable that Linda was not delighted with this proposal, but she would try to leave this fool alive. At the moment when Kim was almost gone, Mark took his next step and tried to desperately go to the attack. Its purpose was Kim, because he understood that he needed to kill a leader, and the whole team would be destroyed. But a young player who lives a second life is ready for all the insidious attacks of his enemies. The members of the Guild of Sins were amazed that this guy was able to repel the attack of their legendary leader. After that, Kim asked Linda to be very careful, and if something went wrong to return to them. He felt something changed, but this time he decided to trust his friend again. Soon he and Katie disappeared. Linda remained alone with the Guild of Sins, but this girl is better to underestimate. Meanwhile, Mark felt severe pain after his unsuccessful attack. His assistants immediately raised him from the floor. He did not want to look like a wounded beast. Mark began to shout and ordered immediately to grab it. His people immediately accepted the order and looked for the same guy who offended their leader. It seems to be too dark in this dungeon and they have not realized that Kim had been gone long ago. But Linda remained with them instead, and she is not going to let anyone out. Mark was surprised to see this girl's gaze. She looks at them like some smallness. He ordered her to kill her immediately and show what the true cruelty of the Guild of Sins was. Linda was dissatisfied. She does not like when a lot of blood gets on her clothes. But these are the nuances of the profession. She was prepared to defend from the attacks of these thieves. All of them were sure that they would easily overcome the girl. There is no underestimation in this game, because the underestimation of the opponent and the loss of concentration can cost life. In less than a second, she developed the first thief in 2 parts. His friend did not even understand what happened. While he tried to approach her, Linda had already made him a powerful blow to his jaw. Finally, her star time is now. She will be able to show her power with fairly strong rivals. Of course, these are ordinary players, but it is at least more interesting than killing green goblins as before. There is too much blood in this dungeon today. yet it does not feel the normal level of resistance at all. Although the girl is beating one against this guild of professional mercenaries, it does not prevent her from winning. Most of these moments surprise her peace. Even when several opponents attack at the same time, she does not lose the clarity of the mind. Her coolness can fall in love with anyone, and I am not even talking about martial arts. The power is not its most important quality. Usually it kills due to its speed and accuracy. It is also possible to note her protection, not jealous of these guys, because it is difficult to kill an opponent who cannot hit. All these armed boys could not oppose this miracle woman, like her soon calling a new movie Marvel. Mark watched it and could not understand who she was, and how she could fight at the same time against 30 armed men. It is immediately visible that she is stronger than all of them combined. And during this time, she did not even get tired. Mark watched her technique and could not understand what prevents him from interfering and destroying it. It should be stronger in speed and physical strength, so at least you have to try. Of course, all his people are waiting for decisive action from his leader, so sooner or later, he must stop Linda. Mark also showed all his confidence. He immediately prepared to use his strongest weapon, the technique of death. If this technique falls on the target, then in 1 minute the opponent will die. But it does not work on creatures with higher levels than the owner of the technology. All this can be used only once a day. Such Mark prepared for a fatal blow to Landa. He activated his technique, but the girl was able to evade. This deadly attack did not work on her. He did not believe that it really happened. Is he just the same as everyone else? And no better than she? There is nothing special in the leader of the Guild of Sins. Soon his head was detached from his neck. There are too many interesting events in the Roman Tower this evening. It is not surprising. So the second mission in the game should look like. Katie was still unable to calm down. She believed that leaving Landa was too risky. There was no guarantee that she would withstand the attack of the guild. But Kim believes that Mark and his boys are not too strong opponents for her, so he is sure that everything will be fine. Although Katie thinks that Mark is a rather powerful warrior, Kim disagrees with these words. Now is only the beginning of the game. Mark has only recently become an avatar. He can only give death, but it takes a lot of energy. That is why Kim is convinced that the head of this villain will fall from his shoulders faster than he activates this skill. Only now it became clear that all this was planned in advance, and now Kim goes to the top floor to catch a monster. All this was just a performance for the Death Guild. Kim was able to anticipate everything a few steps. That is why he took Katie with him, though she does not consider herself strong, but her skill is really very important for the team. Eventually, they reach the last floor. It is necessary to do a little more to pass the second mission. Kim assured that for all this help, he would certainly give Katie a great reward and buy her items for 2,000 points at least. He also promised her a bonus, depending on the reward for the second level. But for this, she must fulfill all his orders, that is, to begin with, to turn into ferrets. Of course, it is incredibly strange, and of course Katie understands nothing, but Kim assured that everything would be in place. They went inside and prepared for the finals. The girl decided to trust this strange player. In this space, I was waiting for them a little unusual. There were many brick statues around. Kim quickly guessed that all these guys were victims of Monster Basilisk. Now he asked Katie to go forward and find out where the boss was. He assured that everything would be fine. The main thing is to move quickly. It is unlikely that this guy acts recklessly. Every step is always thought out in advance, so there is definitely meaningful. He soon heard Katie's sounds and realized that she finally found a monster. Now it became clear that this is a guard of this level, and it is unlikely to be very simple. Noticing the guy, Vasilisk greeted him. His name is Orga, and if Kim starts to run now, he will leave him alive. But Kim is not ready for escape. He came here not to be afraid and flee. Unlike the Minotaur, whom Kim won the first level, this monster even has his own name. At this level, there is a monster with a name that players are unable to destroy. It is a true guard, and he has a wonderful skill. This long guy knows how to turn everything living into a stone. For this, he only needs to look into the opponent's eyes. Kim looked at Katie and reminded her of their conversation. He had already told what she should do. And now this moment has come. Of course, this little animal began to be nervous, but the guy assured her that everything would go according to plan. He threw her up so that she could jump to this mighty titan. Its purpose looks like his eyes, the most powerful weapon of the second-level boss. As soon as he saw Katie attacked the eyes of the monster, he immediately got a knife and moved forward. This skill has a rollback. When it is not able to use the technique, he needs to break his eyes. It was not immediately clear whether Kim hit the purpose. The mistake of the mistake is now very high. It looks like a common knife here. Orga was able to dodge, but noted the boy's abilities. In this case, there is only one option, but you cannot worry because Kim is ready for it. According to ancient legends, one of the enemies of the basilisk is ferret. It is its weak place. But this monster replied that this is not enough to win him, because the ferret would not be able to withstand him if it did not look absurd. But now we see our own eyes the battle of a huge titan monster against little ferret. Basilisk tried to use his crown technique and turn this little criminal into a stone. But it did not work. And only now the monster realized that it was not an ordinary animal before him. Kim did not waste his time and approached Titan. He does not lose concentration and action according to the plan. Basilisk replied that all this has no sense because they would still die today. Seeing this dangerous look, Kima ordered Katie to bite this long lizard immediately. That's the time of truth. Now everything must be resolved or they will win or die. That is why Kim so much wanted Katie to participate in this operation. Her skills are too important for teamwork, although at first glance seems simple enough. Finally, you can no longer be afraid of the view of Basilisk. Now the battle with him will be completely different. Without his main weapon, he loses a lot of power. Now he is not as threatening as before. Only now, Orga is clear that he was attacked by an unusual ferret, but already late to think. It was necessary to be cautious from the very beginning. Now the chances of winning are about equal. The basilisk is very large. Sometimes it can be an advantage, but because of this, its attacks are too predictable. That is why Kim tries to avoid meeting him in every possible way and tries to act on ahead, using his speed. Orga is still convinced that they will not let these little thieves go. They wounded it severely, so he dreams of revenge. In some strange way, Kim still managed to get his phone and watch different information. This guy is a real psych. He spoke to Katie and reminded her of the plan they made the day before, after which they ran in different directions. Of course, Vasilisk realizes that all this is not just so, but this guy is too confident to feel a true threat to his life. It looks like some elements of the plan to kill this great monster. Basilisk considers it a rather funny situation. Kim can use any techniques, but he cannot win in this battle. Even left without its basic power, Basilisk is still an incredibly strong and powerful beast. This is what is called the difference in levels, which is why Orga still feels safe and comfortable. He approaches his enemy, prepares a decisive blow. Can Kim be evading this time? It looks like this brazen guy thought again. He said he didn't like to talk a lot, but likes to act. At this point, Basilisk saw that a huge cock appeared near him. Taking advantage of Kim immediately began to approach the monster and took his sharp knife. It looks like the same difference in the levels of which Basilisk said, but now it plays against it. It became immediately noticeable that the monster was very angry. Everything was not going to his plan, and Kim took the initiative. Orga is sure that he will be able to withstand all the beats of the guy, though Kim has learned his weaknesses, but he is not so strong to kill him. This battle has been going on for a long time, but no one is eligible for rest because the price is too high. Kim successfully protects against all the attacks of Basilisk. So far, his reaction is excellent. But the monster is that way. He tries to do everything that the guy is tired and becomes easy. Some of them certainly lose, but Kim has one great advantage, his experience from past life. He noticed that Basilisk began to move much slower, so it was necessary to use and destroy it. The organs acknowledged that the guy was really well prepared for their meeting, but the difference between them is too big. He believes that the guy has only one chance of salvation. It is an immediate escape from the battlefield. But Kim remains calm. He probably searched for something and finally got what he needed. He recognizes that he would not be able to kill this monster, but he knew it from the beginning. That is why he planned for a long time how to defeat Basilisk, but still found a way out. He is already accustomed to this, to meet with rivals that he cannot kill, rivals who prevail in all characteristics. What does he need to win over them? The choice of God, high points, useful skills, or unique abilities. All this is of course important and useful, but does not play a key role in battles with these rivals. In the first round, he was not enough. He was not the strongest of all players in the game. No one told him about his genius, but this guy was able to remain the last player in the world. It was from this lesson that he understood something, experience, and patience with these qualities. Basilisk said that all these meaningless conversations that would not lead to anything. Kim would die of cruel death. In response, Kim only smiled, after which explosions began on different floors of the Roman tower. Monster Titan did not understand what the guy did. It looks like some huge bombs. Throughout the week, some clung to the sticky bombs on different floors of the tower. They can be blown away remotely. Tim understands that this bomb will not be able to kill the basilisk, but all this is not done for him, and these efforts will not be in vain. Only now did the huge monster begin to panic. He felt that he was losing control of the situation. It looks like his family feature, not to notice anything around him during aggressive emotions. This is called a training bracelet. With this crystal, the weight of the bracelet can be increased to 10 tons. So it's time for the basilisk to feel the difference in weight. After that, Kim approached his enemy and told him that now the difference is in the levels of him. Now Basilisk has become so heavy that even the floor could not stand his body. He still was sure that he would not die even if he falls from such height. He believed that when the bracelet falls, he would break, and he would become free again and be able to take revenge. But from below he saw a golden spear that protrudes from the floor. This is the last puzzle in terms of Kim. Orga did not understand where this list came from. There can be nothing at the second level that can punch his skin. He believed that this spear would not be able to cause him a problem, but Titan has never been so wrong. Here's what to see. The overall picture is what it means to plan for many steps forward. There was also an interesting situation on the lower floors. James, along with other people, came and inserted into the ground as they ordered them to do. But there they met the great monster of the Observer and realized that they would not be able to overcome it. They could not come up with a new plan, but realized that their strength was not enough to win. Suddenly, they all heard some strange explosions and realized that something was approaching them. A little later, the ceiling was destroyed and they saw that they were falling a huge titan. They were fortunate enough to take a few steps back and avoid breaded bones. All of them were amazed that this monster fell exactly on the place where Kim ordered the landing to be put into the ground. James said that the monster is inevitably destroyed, so now you need to find other team members and evaluate the situation. This is how the second task was completed. Now they are at the silver level and are rewarded. Starting with the third task, the main quest will be activated automatically after time, or fulfilling the conditions. Soon the players saw Kim's return. They realized that it was all this, but there was no scratch on it. Without this guy, they would not be able to go through this task and lose, so James immediately thanked him for his next help. James was well aware that the Guild of Sins, Kim and his girlfriends are much more powerful than he. They all players of another caliber. He needs to improve his skills so that in the following missions he can survive without outside support. James did everything as Kim told him, which was why the mission was successful. Kim took his golden spear and said that while there was time before the beginning of the third task, he needs to solve some of the cases. He wants to take a small walk, but where he will go, it is unknown. He said that they can always call him if something bad happens. If he is not busy, then he will help immediately. So it's time to temporarily disperse in different directions, but they will still see. It was at this point that James also realized that he lacked abilities. He would have to survive on his own, at least to the 7th level. But there is a confidence that he can do it because he became an avatar, at least forgot to ask him who is his god. Now it doesn't matter in the future. Kim knows everything he needs. Now there is a time to relax and take a breath. You may be doing some quiet deeds. Of course, he will not do it alone, where without the support of beautiful girls. Looking at Linda, Kim quickly guessed that she was very cruel to the Guild of Sins. He was sitting in front of him as if nothing had happened, although recently with his eyes burned with his opponents like a sausage. But she did not forget about the request of her friend, and no matter how difficult it was, but left Robert alive. Of course, a flying bat was angry because he was wearing an unknown object on his neck. Kim asked him to calm down and said that it was just an interesting insect bracelet, though it would be more correct to say an interesting choker. Within a second, this item forced Robert to fall on the ground face down. It was really rigid, probably now this disgusting guy is completely in Kim. This choker can become incredibly difficult at Kim, and this thing is too difficult to remove. Robert began shouting and said that he did not deserve such a cruel attitude to himself. But Kim reminded him that during the first task, he collected people in the gym to kill everyone. This time he certainly also tried to do something very bad, so all these actions were completely deserved. He recalled that all this time, Ketty was near him. She looked like a security guard and watched his actions. Although his treacherous plan failed, but all this is only thanks to Kim and his friends. Otherwise, everything would have ended with a disaster. This is Karma, the bracelet that is on the neck of Robert. His physical arrest and psychological punishment. Kim also bought an absolute contract in the DLC bench. As soon as Robert has signed here, he will no longer be able to violate this treaty. Under this agreement, Robert should become a reliable and honest person. Otherwise, the choker will start pressing on his neck and will make him die. If Robert refuses to sign this agreement, he will have to deal with Landa. Within a few seconds, the contract has finally been signed, but now it will always know where Robert is and what he is doing. It's time to say goodbye. Let's hope that this disgusting guy will do nothing wrong. Although his face looks obedient, it is clear that Robert will never change. Now he has no choice. If he does not act correctly, then he will die. So for a while he cannot worry about him. Of course, after that, the The task of Linda has also increased sufficiently. She already reads the golden level. After a brief conversation, they agreed for a while and do their own business. Now they are a team, so they will be able to find out each other's location at any time. After that, Kim called to Ketty. He will give the word a circle, so he would give her a promised reward. The girl was very happy and said that if the reward was bad, then he immediately feels her anger. Soon, she received a hidden ring. He makes her owner completely invisible for 1 hour, can be used twice a day. The girl looked very happily. She couldn't believe Kim really gave her such a cool gift. This is a rank B, so her feeling is quite clear, but Linda also wants to receive her gift. Kim promised to do it next time when he had something special for her. After that, they agreed to disperse for a while. It would be interesting to watch them separately. Kim did not tell anyone where he wanted to go, but he had already dreamed of harvesting so that it did not mean it. All the time, a large number of observers are constantly watching him, which interferes with his plans. Katie was following him all this time. He did not understand why she did it, but the girl wanted to stay close. Her observers began to be nervous, but in the end, he stopped paying attention to them. Katie believes that he has incredible skills. If she spends more time with him, he will also learn something. She assured that she follows him not just if something bad happens, she is ready to help. A little later, they were stopped by armed people. They said they were their dungeons and ordered to get away immediately. Kim agreed and suggested that Katie leave, but the girl did not like them that they were forcibly forced to do something. She wanted to provoke them and do something, but Kim's main task was to find out the place, everything else. These guards are not stupid. They will not stand quietly and look as you go inside. Everything around is too guarded. If there is no way to get inside, you need to think a little and invent a plan. The god of the right life has been too excited lately. His avatar is too disturbed. God the clown, on the contrary, mocked everything and said that his avatar was worthless. By monitoring the chat of the gods, Kim regularly learned quite important information from the game. Caddy did not like that he did not explain anything, but it is not in the style of this guy. He explained that there is a dungeon near them. They do not need another entrance because it can make a separate entrance. He touched the earth and activated the search skill that takes place within the radius of 50 meters. He received this skill after victory over Basilisk. It is a bit useful, because this technique is at the level of white gold. This is a skill that needs to be continued, and after a while they found the right place. Kim explained that at a depth of 20 meters there is a boss room, as is the dungeon that was guarded by other people. But Katie still does not understand how he is about to get to a depth of 20 meters. Maybe he wants to dig a pit? From this guy you can expect anything. He can again activate explosives, as in the Roman Tower. If it were the territory of the task, it would be possible to do something similar, but the dungeon is protected by special magic. It cannot be destroyed or entered by physical strength, although Kim has one idea. This item is called a dungeon. The main thing is to choose the right model for a particular dungeon. Kim received this thanks to the missions, and that's how he plans to move to the boss room. Katie was shocked by her friend's actions. She had never met such hungry guys before. With this object, you can dig a pit to the dungeon in about a few hours. This work took a lot more time, but after 5 hours of hard work, the first results were visible. Kim was able to make a huge pit to a depth of 20 meters, and it impresses. Soon they were on the spot. Katie was surprised by the perseverance and mind of this guy. Now they are in the deepest part of this dungeon, and their path immediately appeared. It looks like the largest of these monsters and is the same boss of this dungeon. It will not be easy with it. Young players were immediately surrounded by other mantis. They all protect their boss. Katie hates insects, but now the critical situation and Kim asks her to destroy all little mantis. This is necessary in order for him to be able to concentrate all his attention and energy on the battle against the boss. In this way, these two started working as a team. Let's see what will come of it. There are too many monsters around. It will be difficult for them to defeat them all at the same time. Kim got his golden spear and went on attack as a real leader. He should show the result. The first monster was destroyed in a few seconds. He showed excellent speed and power. It was easy enough to, but Kim felt that he had to stay careful and not forget about protection. In this battle, the main thing is to click on the weak place of their rivals. Everyone has weaknesses. So far, our player has no problems, but his energy can end faster than the monster's end. Even Ketty was surprised by the speed of destruction of these monsters, and it seemed that they were about rank E. Soon, Kim came close to their boss. It is a great red mantis with large cliches. Other mantis were easy to destroy, but it is unlikely that everything would be just as simple with their boss. Of course, it has more powerful protection and sharper paws, but the larger its size, the slower it moves. Such monsters are easier to win by the opportunity to predict their future movements. They do not even understand when they are attacked. And this is what Kim is going to use. His stroke came with a golden purpose, so the boss was destroyed and the dungeon was completely cleaned. Kim became the first of all players to clean this place, and for this he will receive an additional 1,000 points. The level of remuneration is constantly increasing depending on the achievements. It cannot but please. For this, Kim received a crystal of rank F and a sharp blow of the rank E. Quite good prey, but nothing special. This was obtained for the victory over the boss, but they should also count on the reward for clearing the dungeon. There should be something much more interesting for this. Katie was glad to see such a big catch. It took 4 days, and the local players finally got to this dungeon. They walked a long road and finally approached the main gate. They all wanted only one: the total destruction of the boss of the fault and the clearing of the dungeon. Their path was too long to fail, and of course they all want treasures and rewards. Their gods promised them a great reward for cleaning this dungeon, so the expectations are very high. But what they saw shocked them all when they came inside. They realized that no one was here. All the treasures disappeared, the monsters were destroyed, and an unknown hole was visible on the mountain. Meanwhile, the Anonymous, under number 48, again made the entrance to the general chat of the gods of the system. Kim saw that the gods could not understand who cleared the dungeon they left for their players. Each of them began to suspect each other, felt that a conflict would soon begin between the gods. So far, Kim quietly watched it, but then decided to intervene and make something interesting. His face was unknown, so he confidently used it once again. The guy greeted the gods and said that he had information about one interesting dungeon. He explained the approximate location of this place and said that there could be reached the rank of C. He did not explain how he learned about this dungeon, but he assured that he made no reason to lie. In the conversation, the god of the right life intervened. He reminded everyone that it is impossible to ask about sources of information and approached Kim. This god began to ask the boy about his place of residence, but the other gods intervened again. Soon they all decided to stop their conflict and finally send their people in the dungeons, which said Anonymous 48. Now the avatars will certainly go to the right side, and it cannot make the guy happy. Even Katie has already received information from her god about this dungeon, but Kim said he would not go there. In the past life, there were no normal objects in that dungeon, which is why it used this place as a bait. The guy said he did not want to spend time and will go to perform the main task, although the time of performance is unlimited. He explained that if the fourth task appears, then everything is confused, which is why we need to hurry. But for starters, he wants to gain one important skill that little is known. Looking at the sky, he felt strange feelings. Despite the fact that the world is collapsing, the sky remains as beautiful. That is why he needs a constellation right now, but he is not going to say anything. Katie did not like that this guy was constantly hiding the whole truth, but there was no choice, and she followed him. This time it is unlikely that it will dig the earth again, here too deeply, so it is impossible to understand the exact location of the boss room. Until they came in, Kim got something and ordered the girl to wear it on her neck. It would protect her from near attacks. Although the appearance is not very. Katie was dissatisfied and said that this clothes stinking, but Kim did not listen to her. It seems not quite dungeons, but the subway station. The players immediately began to regret that the lanterns did not bring with them. But Kim explained that there was a reason why he did not bring a lantern with him. He asked the girl not to ask unnecessary questions and follow him silently. Soon the most interesting. Their road took for a long time. Katie even began to think that they were walking. He asked her to say nothing and listen, because he was approaching them. Of course, the girl did not understand who he was and why he was approaching them. But they immediately felt a strong wind. The moment of her scarf immediately began to move independently and beat the arrow flying into her head. It is a protective fabric of level D, up to 5 times capable of blocking attacks from close distance. After use, the item is automatically destroyed. Kim warned that she had only 4 protection, so Katie should be careful. She suggested turning into something small so that she could not be hit. But the guy replied that it would not work. Now they must be very careful because now even Kim has been saved with a protective fabric. You cannot worry yet, but the guy wants to see the face of his enemy. He got a fairly interesting object called the chase thread. If you tie the thread to the object, then it will bring to the place of its owner. This thing can be used one time, which is why Kim tied it to the arrow that hit him. He finally saw his opponent soon, until this arc was going to show his face. It is called a night arrow, a monster who uses dark places where there is no light to attack his victims. This guy is able to move very quickly, so Kim will be difficult to catch up with him. The player is well aware that he cannot lose this monster, but his protective fabric saved him 3 more times, and only 1 protection remained. After this scarf worked again, it automatically destroyed and left Kim alone with a monster. The nighttime was not going to join the melee and continued to flee. Soon Kim saw an unknown creature with an ugly face. In the dungeon, you can often see different monsters during the mission. This is normal. The main thing is not to be distracted by these animals and continue to catch up with the arc. Usually in the game settings from the outset, it is found that no one can touch them. No players or monsters. The Dark Archer decided to use the flash. This skill shines with a bright light within a 2-meter radius. If the monster or player who is within the action radius will look at this outbreak for a few seconds, they may be blinded for a while. Probably flying bats can only exist in this dungeon through this technique. So if you turn into something to avoid an attack, then only a flying bat and did Katie. The nighttime was unable to guess this. That's the difference in strategies. This difference cost him too much. He was completely destroyed in the melee. There is no separate room with a reward, as in the situation with the dungeons of the Mantis. There is nothing in this dungeon except for the objects that defended the archer, which is why there are no other monsters other than the boss in such dungeons. In most cases, the reward is not given separately, but for the murder of the boss gives great things. Of course, the highest level is that the indicators immediately turn into the eyes, but it is impossible to underestimate its ability. Although all these items are weaker than those used by the boss, the appearance of mobile motion is good luck. Kim took some important items for himself and said Katie could pick up everything else. He was pleased that he received a rather rare and necessary item and several skills. Katie also liked this coat. Now the preparation of the guy for the 3rd task is almost complete. His key characteristics are increased. Now he has a lot of different skills in his arsenal. Now there is no one more in Kim in the world. But this is still not enough to kill the same opponent, although the main task should not have problems. In any case, the goal of the guy is to accomplish all the tasks. Everything else is not important. When performing the 3rd task, it will be able to get the 1st level set. This will help him kill the same guy from the 3rd task. He is also called a cursed crow. It's time to go and try to pass this difficult test at last. We completely forgot about Linda. This girl is also worth attention because of her special abilities. Its potential has not yet been fully disclosed, so that is why it is twice as interesting to watch. She has already destroyed more than 10 monsters but continues to look hard. A little later, it became clear that all this time she was looking for her father and mother and went into her apartment. Inside, she saw a lot of blood, oddly enough, but that was to be expected. This game is too cruel. As soon as she opened the door of the house, flying monsters began to attack her immediately. They have long died, so the girl has no choice but to send them to hell. Of course, this did not get her big problems. This girl has already reached a fairly high level of skill. She is no longer new. There were quite a lot of flying monsters, but Linda did not panic, but always remained calm. But any peace ends at the moment when you are bitten by the back. Of course, this was not a big problem for her, but in any case, she lost his vigilance, and if the opponent was stronger, it could be expensive. The apartment had an incredible mess. A large amount of blood and bodies of mutilated monsters. But not only the monsters were at the end of the room. A little later, the girl saw her father. He was dead. She immediately began to cry and lost control of the situation. She seems to her all this stupid sleep. Yesterday, she had everything well. She enjoyed the life of a young girl, studied at the university, and spent her free time with her parents. But today, she has lost everything. And the worst in this situation is that her father will not return her. She saw that her home phone started calling. Linda immediately thought that it could be a mom. She took the phone, heard a voice on the other side, and her eyes immediately changed their color to red. Meanwhile, Kim and Katie was walking in the city after the next task in the dungeon. They saw a well-dressed woman. She greeted them and said that she greets them in the Roman Tower. It looks like they arranged a business in this large building, perhaps because all monsters now bypass this tower. Katie could not understand anything, but Kim asked her to look around, and then everything would be clear. Although it all looks strange, but everything that happens to them since the beginning of this game is a solid wonder. This woman stood here and was not afraid of monsters on the streets. She said that Kim and his girlfriend could enter the Roman Tower for free. Katie was against this idea. She said that this place is too strange and scary, and it is better to find something else. But Kim explained that they should go inside to complete the task, so they have no other choice. They were explained that they need to be very careful. The entrance and exit are in different places. It was very clean and workers were ordinary people, not players. Such strange nuances, maybe even more. It looks like this because of the stupid slopes of the same guy who controls everyone here. There were many ordinary people around. It is quite strange because Kim was used to seeing only players or monsters. These are ordinary people who have not killed, now they cannot die from monsters' attacks. Katie thinks that this is one of the best options in the game. In any case, it is better than death. These people physically cannot die, which is why they do not have a choice. And the attraction park works not only at the expense of the attractions themselves. And suddenly the system announced the guy that information about a new task appeared. At first it seemed that it was a fairly easy mission, which they would quickly pass. But then the players saw something. Kim immediately sweated and lost a smile. It seemed to see what he did not like. The problem is that this is not the task at all. It was in the past life. But the most interesting thing is that Katie has received an easy task, the same as Kim has been in the past life. In addition to the fact that it has received a completely different task, the complexity of this mission is much higher than it should be. Only real masters of game or system can pass this task. If it were the intervention of the master's master, he would have appeared in front of Kim, so it is a system intervention. Of course, Kim destroyed 2 guards but would not think that there would be such a cruel reaction. Katie could not understand why her friend was so upset. He asked her to remain silent and give him the opportunity to think. If there are changes, then the good parties of this should certainly be, at least, it indicates that the future is gradually changing. Kim remembered the name of the American slides in the group, which is a game in which you need to manage the entertainment park. This place is the same game and the manager can do whatever he pleases, so even incredible actions are possible. For example, a manager can break the ring so that the trolleys come down with the rails, or force the hellish wheel to ride on the ground. Such managers do not need sales and money, they just want to see how other people suffer. The little girl was not ready for such stories, though she's already able to fight the monsters, but her psyche is still too weak. So this is the same place. Kim immediately realized that it did accretion from the constellation of the Crow. Katie looks quite concerned. She realizes that there is some psycho behind all this, and this is the worst. Since ordinary people work on the territory of this complex, not players, it becomes clear that all this was a hunted man. There's no point in telling Katie about Karis. It will look quite strange that Kim knows about him. There is no one who knows about the constellation among the players now, so it is better to remain silent about something. There were so many strong monsters in the last world, but the guards were the strongest of them. But the constellation is a completely different level. In this place was managed by Karas, the constellation of the Crow. Karas was below the other constellations, but had some divinity that gave him extra power. In fact, for the sake of the appearance of constellations, but this guy became an exception, and this is a problem. He reduced the level of divinity that could be existed in this world and used it for its own purposes. So now it is here. It looks like this scoundrel is going to spend some time on entertainment until there is no one who can harm him here. Although if it is Frank, he entertained the same way in his past life and then disappeared. He is a constellation with a low level of divinity. But the amount of harm he has caused humanity does not even compare with the constellation of very high rank. Finally, Katie guessed that a very powerful guy was sitting in this place who arranged it all, and now you need to be careful. Kim noted her guessing, saying that she was progressing rapidly, but should not relax. The girl also noticed that there is a completely different planning here, unlike the Roman world, where she was before. It seemed like a local master, but now not about it, because an unknown guy approached them. He suggested that they go to one interesting place where they could truly enjoy the amusement park. Kim immediately felt that this boy's voice was very tired, because of the constant fear of death, and he noticed a strange object on his neck. This guy said that they must visit their local ghost home. They will surely like it. Katie was against visiting the ghost house. She said she was trying to avoid such places, but not because she is scared. Suddenly, the object on the neck of this guy began to shine in a bright red color. He immediately began to shout and be pleased to wait. This guy said that he still had time and constantly asked to wait. Of course it scared Katie. Kim remained calm as usual. Such an impression as if he was perfectly understanding what is happening right now. The system has updated the data. It must save people in this park of attractions. It is necessary to do so before the mission number 4. The level of complexity of this task is quite average, but when the explosion happened, it became clear that everything would be very difficult. It exploded on the neck of this guy. Of course he died. He had no chance. Katie was incredibly frightened. It was at such moments that she is just a child, although she has passed a lot of difficult trials. Probably these employees have limited time to visitors' calls, as well as players have limited time to perform the task. Kim predicted what would happen. People in the park got into a terrible situation. Among them are the killer and monsters and who hunt for their lives. We need to solve all these problems and get out of this terrible place. The more people can save Kim, the higher the award he will receive, although in his past life they could only be saved, and only a few people. In any case, the one who needs is here, so you need to collect all the seals. Kim approached one of the workers and asked him to tell about this place. He looks like he wants to go inside. The employee immediately warned that he is unlikely to like it there, but Kim cannot give up the task, otherwise he is waiting for death. The employee said that all the players who came here could not last long and died or hid. But if Kim wants to get into the ghost house so much, he must go through and thus complete the task. Everything looks quite simple on paper, but in real life everything is always much more difficult. The simpler the task, the harder it is to pass them, so you need to be very careful, and then it may be possible. The employee wished the players good luck and closed the door. Katie was too scary, although they were just entering. She explains that she is very afraid of darkness, which is why she holds on to Kim so that he does not lose each other, as it is romantic. Kim asked her to be careful, not to lose concentration and always follow him. Suddenly, he saw that they were approaching them. He had time to react and saved Katie's life. The girl began to shout and was very frightened. Now a very dangerous situation, one blow and they are a corpse. Behind them began to run real zombies. It is the most terrible house with ghosts I saw. Kim got a weapon and began to reflect from these monsters. They are not too fast and smart, so there should be no extra problems. While the guy was fighting, Katie lay on the floor and started crying. This girl was too frightened. He realized that he would have to take her in his arms and calm her. Otherwise, the problems would be even more. New monsters were waiting for them. They all look creepy. Although it is enough to frighten a little girl, it will not stop an experienced player at all. An equal fight against the monsters began. Kim was quite difficult to fight them, and at the same time keep Katie's neck. So far, Kim successfully copes with these difficult tests. He skillfully destroys monsters with the help of martial arts. He assured Katie that she can also easily destroy them. They are too weak, and they should not be afraid. But the girl continued to cry and could not calm down. It was better to leave her outside and make everything alone. The attacks of these monsters are built on the template of the Room of Fear. On all sides, as if not from where, traps appear and monsters attack. But the difference is that they really try to kill visitors. There is a problem. Tim successfully destroys these creepy creatures, but their number is increasingly more. Soon Katie began to laugh nervously. Such an impression as if she had lost her mind, although it could be because of her nerves. Although Kim was the best then now. But to fight and at the same time to protect someone is very difficult. He asked the girl to hold him firmly and ran forward. You can call all this training and attack at the same time. In his past life, he did nothing like this, so it can be called a wonderful experience. The attractions were surprised. These players were the first to leave this house in 15 minutes. Kim replied that it was not very difficult, the monsters were not very strong, so nothing complicated. Katie fell to the floor, wiped her tears from her eyes, and said that she was also quite simple. Kim was pleased that everything was successful, but now he had some questions for the employee. Of course, he is interested in a bracelet on the neck of this guy. Kim asked him where to buy such a bracelet. This guy has a surprising desire, but in the end he got what he wanted. This bracelet can be blown away remotely, or set some conditions. The guy got an ore chalk and tried to cover the bracelet with this item, because of which he would become stronger. After that, Kim threw him on the floor. Katie did not understand at all what he wants to do. Kim began to count up to 3, and then this strange bracelet rose into the air as if he were for a harass. Kim said he had blown up this bracelet, but he remained unharmed. The fact is that the internal explosion is impossible to break the coating from ore chalk, although everything was broken inside this bracelet. That's what Kim wanted to reach. Everything is very simple. Now he wants to share this knowledge with other attractions in order to save life. The person who has turned away from others at least once is easy to repeat it in the following times, which is why Kim never passes by other people. In his past life, he could not do as the same person, although he was one of those who he helped. But then Kim said that they would not return to the territory of the attractions. There can be dangerous and better obeying the system. Of course, Katie was surprised, just that this guy said that he wanted to help people and now changed his mind. Initially, he plans to collect all the seals and the necessary information. He suggested that the girl go and ride on American slides. She said that she was her favorite business. Katie believes that attractions are the best in the world. Only the ghost house is weak for her. But when they returned to the attractions, it turned out that everything was different here, not as she imagined. The girl said that she could not be here anymore. Kim only laughed. Although not, he would have died 4 times, because at first they rode on American slides and it was very dangerous. Things with human faces flew there everywhere, but it was not enough, because then it was even more fun. When the trolley reached the top of the slide, a huge monster's mouth appeared from nowhere. After that, they sat on the free fall attraction, but there were broken brakes. That is why they flew to the ground without the opportunity to stop and were close to break to death. After all that they survived together on this day, the ghost house seems like a regular kindergarten. But there is still one attraction. It is necessary to finish everything faster and finally leave this swollen place. But Kim said they would not be able to ride at the last attraction because the work of the park is over. Soon, the evening came. The lanterns began to burn everywhere and was quite beautiful and atmospheric. Katie began to hear a pleasant tune. Probably began some evening event, but for starters, it is better to hide. After they found a safe place, they began to analyze the situation. The evening parade may have begun. From afar, it was not very well visible, but it became clear that many monsters came out. They all entertained and enjoyed the evening. Of course, their purpose was to destroy people. Kim immediately closed his friend's face. He does not want the child to see such horror. These monsters mock ordinary people. They arrange torture and enjoy their suffering. Katie suggested that she return to a safer place immediately, but Kim replied that it was dangerous, not just so many human corpses around. After Kim said that it was dangerous, he went somewhere forward, probably forgot about his own words. He explained that they could not be found and called the girl behind him. There are too many monsters in this park, and workers were in front of homes and attractions. That is why players have almost no place where they could hide. In his past life, he was one who told everything. He also said that there was a great safari in this park. If you believe in his words, those who are there are players who stuck between the first and third task. In the usual situation, this is almost impossible, but the Crucian looks like changing the rules of the game. He was probably interested in this game of the gods. The constellation has divinity, but is not God, so Karis and cannot participate in the game. It is quite possible that he signed an agreement with the master of the game or found some gap in the system. Now is the time when Kim wants to know how he made it all. To begin with, you need to go and look at the same safari, which he learned from his past life. As it was told, there are really many people there. Katie approached these guys and asked to enter inside. Everyone immediately noticed that there were 4 seals on her hand, after which Kim and Katie were granted permission to enter the safari. It is about these seals constantly and told them that this is probably a very important nuance in this park of attractions. They were told that even the leader of players in this park of attractions is only 3 seals, so Kim is now considered a fairly cool player here. Katie also showed her seals and said they were the best in this city. She did not even have a drop of modesty. A little later, they met other players and were asked to wait for the leader to come. The player who started them inside is the name of Patrick. He has already told some laws of this place. Everyone who is around is players along with ordinary people, in total about 200. Of course, not everyone is here at this point, but Kim is sure that the same guy he is looking for is here. This guy cannot be elsewhere, and after how many minutes Kim was convinced of it personally when he found him. In the higher Divine Best, which is the 12th Olympus, there is a single avatar. This boy is called Donald. It is strange that such a powerful and strong god has only one avatar, and even more so, such a calm and quiet guy. In his past life, he was one of the most famous players, and Kim remembers it perfectly. The tools he created always sold at incredible prices at auctions, which is how he became famous. There would be no player who would not dream of getting at least one of Donald created. It will not be an exaggeration to say that players who lasted in this game for too long did it only thanks to his objects. Although looking at him now, Kim realizes that it is not the same Donald he knew before. Earlier, this guy was shining as the sun and did not lose the hope of even the hardest situations in life. But now everything has changed. Such an impression as if he had already lost all his talents. Looking at him can be depressed. His older brother sits next to him. Rumors, in his past life, he died at the end of the 3rd task. Kim and Katie approached them, greeted them, and asked the opportunity to sit next to them. They explained that they are new in this place and looking for new friends and a place to rest. The older brother was called Mark. He immediately greeted the brand new and said he would be glad to talk to them. Everyone around these brothers, so they are very sad for a regular human conversation. Kim noticed that the older brother seems blind. In the past life, everything was completely different, but now it doesn't matter. They began to get acquainted with each other. Looking at Katie, Kim realized that she only behaved quite relaxed with him, because now she is only silent. Kim said they wanted to become friends with brothers and make every effort to go through this task. But then, Kim thought for a while, his intuition began to tell him that something was wrong here. It looks like a regular player. Even his sword is quite ordinary. Although then this sword attracted the boy's attention, Mark explained that from the moment he lost his eyes, he uses this sword as a staff. Suddenly, the conversation intervened Donald and asked his older brother to silence and stop talking about it, because the memories were too painful. After that, the younger brother said goodbye to everyone and said that he would lie down and sleep a little. Mark apologized for the behavior of his younger brother. He said that Donald has recently become too sensitive. Analyzing the situation, Kim realized that there was nothing surprising here. Everyone around the foreigners. Then Mark was upset and explained that he had only recently escaped from him. Does he mean Karis? Before bed, he planned the next day. Now his goal is to collect the maximum amount of information, and of course, you cannot forget about caution. He looked at Katie and could not understand whether she really was so brave when he was needed, or just her. Suddenly, he saw Mark in the middle of the night. I wonder where he was going to go at that time. He approached other players and said he needed to go to the toilet. They were dissatisfied with his request. Now it is too dangerous to walk alone. But with him, they are afraid. Mark replied that he was about understanding the surrounding area, so he cannot worry about him and he would go alone. They agreed to open the door to him, but if he did not return, they would not look for him. All this time, observers have been observed. It is difficult to break away from these creatures. Kim could not understand why observers follow him to the toilet. Something is wrong here. All this situation is too strange. Kim immediately decided to enter the community under the mask of anonymous number 48 and start a conversation with God the Clown. This woman began to laugh and said that he started to appear too often and said that he was loved here. In the past, he already gave them great information about the dungeons, and God Friday was satisfied with the raid in that place. He approached the clown and asked to look at the observer. He explained that he had no personal avatar, so there was no observer. He also said that one player constantly refuses to become his avatar, which is why he wants to watch him. The clown considered it all strange. Players like to become an avatar, but probably this anonymous is too weak, God. The clown said that many are trying to get this player now and make it their avatar. She said that she would also like to make him if she didn't have Ketty. Her avatar is now resting, so she can easily access her observer. Instead, she asked if he saw something very interesting. She would first tell her. Now Kim has access to the observer and will be able to safely watch the desired character of the game. It is unclear why Mark has decided to go to the woods without help at night. He is unlikely to only want to the toilet. Soon, a wonderful creature, a white bird with an interesting blue aura, appeared near him. Although Mark cannot see anything, it became clear that he did not feel the presence of this bird. He leaned and bowed to her, so now it is obvious that he came to her. Kim was very surprised when Mark was trying to tell this bird information. He said there was nothing extraordinary today, but two new players appeared. Kim very quickly realized that the voice of this bird did not look like a Crucian, so it is Vung. This deity ordered Mark to watch new players. If they cling something interesting, he should immediately tell all this. This bird said that the Karis Master needs to find more people. Now the whole story is getting clearer. So there is a great and powerful man who manages in this place, I mean the same Vung, but that this great guard does in Karis. All this situation is very strange and confusing. Inside this city, the only guard was Vasilisk, but you can forget about it because Kim killed him. But we are talking about another guard which is also near this place. Maybe all this is because the task has changed. Maybe the deities have learned about Kim. It has long become clear, and that this world is a game, and its main server is managed by the master of the game. But he is by no means the highest being in this world, although many do not know about it. There is one who is above the master of the game, who interferes with the rules leading and managing the game as a system. It seems that all this is related to the system, since the guard is a hidden monster, which is determined by the system. Of course, Kim knew what could happen soon, especially if he behaved too noticeably, but it turned into a problem. In his past life, he saw many people whose thoughts were different with their behavior, so he knows that Mark did not pretend. Even the clown was surprised that this blind guy was a real spy. It is still unclear that in his past life, Donald said that his brother was a good man, and even sacrificed himself for the sake of Donald. Did he really change so much? We will find out the answer to all these questions a little later. In the morning, sunlight woke up all players in Sappher. Kim woke up one of the first. He immediately greeted others and met those who did not meet yesterday. He was tired very quickly. It turned out that even the information is not as easy to collect as it seemed. But if we fold everything together, then all this coincides with the past life, all but Vung, because this sea star is a rare type among monsters. It is slightly slow, but has strong armor and powerful energy. The more it eats the metal, the greater its protection of the attack. With the current Kim's skills will not even be able to injure this monster. Now this rival is too heavy for him. Katie has also tried to understand the whole situation all this time, though she understands little, but hopes Kim will not start hunting. Last time, they all almost died, so it is completely against this idea and considers it suicide. Kim explained that he realized that fear is too strong for him, but in the future they would meet. If the conditions of future battle are favorable, and Kim will make significant progress, he will be able to defeat this monster. So that they do not do now, Donald will not get better. So when the time comes, everything will be resolved by itself. Kim decided to leave the brothers for a while. He said that he had an important thing outside the safari and promised to return. He asked his girlfriend to constantly look at these two brothers. Later, he would explain everything, but as long as she must trust him. He asked her to tell everything that would seem strange. The task is simple enough, so Katie agreed. Kim said goodbye to her and went to an important meeting. Now it's time to try a monster under the name of Wung. Yes. 5 minutes ago, he told the girl that he would not meet him. But all this was just that she would not worry about him. There was a huge fortress in the other part of the city. There were many monsters inside. There was no light. All evil creatures adore darkness. They enjoy the human horror and the smell of fear. Some people have visited this cave. He has been living in this place for a long time and he really likes it. But today he has an important meeting. An old acquaintance came to him, Titan Church named Wung. Wung came to talk about the problem that is related to the third task of the game. He considers it very important. Karis is known that the strongest player has only 3 seals now. He likes to look at frightened people who cannot get a second seal. Wung replied that this information was outdated. So it was before yesterday, but now it has changed. There was a player who was able to get 4 seals, and most importantly, this is that there are 2 such players. It is difficult to believe what is possible at all. One of them did it without the support of the deity. Now he immediately watched the information and saw how the 2 were able to go through American slides and water attraction. He also saw that they were on a free fall and even in the ghost house. All this is strange because it was the hardest test from the outset, and the level of this mission increased even more. If nothing changes, they will be able to get the 5th seal today and go through this task. If the carp intervenes in the main task, they can read problems, although this method could simplify everything. It would be perfect if Kim's alone came here, but it all looks unrealistic. Karis asked his assistant to leave these players alone. He believes that if they fulfill the task, then there will also be advantages. Recently, fewer players ride on rides, all of which have lost their motivation because of their high level of complexity. So if Kim and his girlfriend are able to go through this task and get out of the park, then other players get an incentive, which is good. Hearing this wonderful plan, Wung said that it was time to leave. The time of patrol had already passed. Karis noted that he was a faithful ally, although when they saw for the first time, it seemed that he was too stupid. It was Karis who added to Group Wung. Almost no one does such actions, and of course he does not know Akarthos. Wung said goodbye and went away. Today he wants to meet several insects and destroy them. There was a wonderful weather near the safari. The sun was shining and there were many trees and flowers around. The birds were constantly singing songs. Kim already knows that Wung patrols this road. If it really was, he had to go here. He finally saw this giant soon, and finally their long-awaited meeting happened. The terrible approached the boy and smiled. He said that he was not interested in killing the hunters. Now there is no doubt that he serves the carp. These guys think equally. Everything is still. The guy is sure that the guard wants to see how he escapes from him in horror in his eyes. But his hands are not trembling at all, which means that today this guard will have serious problems. The experience of a past life is too much. The guy becomes more confident and feels the right moments to start the attack. But sometimes it seems that he has lost his mind at all. Wung is too big and mighty. His armor is so easy not to punch. The guy can't hurt him even with a sword covered by ore chalk. Does this monster eat metal even during patrol? Kim did not expect him to be such a powerful rival. But if he was not like that, it would not be interesting. Wung also noticed that the guy was not beating in power. He did not know that there were such interesting players in the game. Both fighters are confident in their victory, but as always, there is only one place in Olympus. Wung said that he was not interested in fighting with this insect. He suggested not to wave his fists, but to talk quietly. Kim replied that guards say too much instead of working to the tongue. Let him get better. Of course, it was a lot of angry. He does not know where such an intricate guy came from, but from his corpse will not remain a wet place. So now we will see the true strength of Kim. All this time, he has not fully revealed his potential, but now he will need it. From the first powerful blow of the monster, the guy managed to dodge, though he is inferior to power, but his speed is at a different level. Although Wung and very large, but there are many problems in its protection, and this has to be used. Due to the fact that he constantly eats metal, his protection became incredibly strong, like titanium. Kim immediately noticed that his weapon did not break and did not change its shape. All this means that the body of a guard is not stronger than orichalc. These are good news that allows counter-arguments. So everything is needed by Kim is the power of impact. He lacks the strength to protect the guard, so you need to find its weaknesses. All about the intellectual game is a significant advantage of Kim. It is almost always smarter than rivals. It is also one of the important moments in the martial arts. Sometimes not one who is stronger, but the one who is smarter. We are now seeing the classic battle of David against Goliath, but the result is still covered with fog. Kim attacked different parts of the body of a guard. He tried to injure even his eyes, but did not find weaknesses. If he does not have time to see the opportunities to win, then it can cost him. The only reason why he is still alive is his speed and advantage in this aspect. For the sake of the battle with this Titan, he raised all his characteristics in advance to the maximum. Now they are all at level E, that is, higher than any other player. And even though all these characteristics, the guy cannot even squeeze this giant. Of course, Kim guessed that with his current level, he would be incredibly difficult with this monster. Now it is clear why, when you remember the name of this monster, other people begin to shake their arms and legs. If the Wung Wung is so strong, it is likely that the ability and characteristics of the carp is much higher. Kim tried to destroy this monster, but nothing left but to use the first round set. Kim began to turn on the speed and break the distance. The guard, it did not like it, and he called the guy a little rat. After that, Church promised to destroy him and make him so painful that it would even be difficult to imagine. But for starters, the monster must find a guy. Now Kim hid and is at a long distance. Of course, it looks ridiculous, but there is no other choice. With the current characteristics of Kim will not be able to win the guard. This requires a strong and powerful stroke of a strong attack, and there is only the only way. While Kim tried to escape from the huge Titan, other players in Safar were resting in sunlight. Mark began to think that Katie and Kim brother and sister, and began to ask extra questions to the girl. Of course, she answered that it was not true. Their names are completely different, so they cannot be a brother and a sister. Mark said he seems so, because they feel very good at each other, so he thought they were from one family. Then the conversation came that they both were able to get 4 seals, although now it is a rarity. Katie began to brag and tell how hard she worked to reach this level. Because of this, she did not see her close friends approach at all. Kim was very scared. She asked him to warn him in the future when he was trying to approach so quietly behind. Mark greeted and said that at this moment they were talking about Kim. Katie told that the brothers were very interesting how they got acquainted with her. Kim loves this story, he told Katie when she tried to rob the bank. While the girl was angry with her friend through this story, Kim approached Mark and asked to talk to him. Kim has to tell him something very important, but he does not like this situation, so it is better to move aside. Mark agreed, and in a few minutes they were far from the resting place. Kim looked carefully at his opponent and asked him if he was telling the information about this place of guard. In response, Mark was not only surprised, but he immediately got his sword and sent him to the blade to his neck. There were still some questions that Kim wanted to ask about, but now and so difficult, so it is better to forget about it for a while. These words seemed very strange. He does not understand what it means and what kind of game plans to Kim. The guy smiled and said he hopes that Mark would attack him now and use all his strength. Kim wants to look at what this blind guy is capable of. Mark immediately agreed to this proposal. His sharp blade was close to cut off his head in a second, but he was rescued by an incredible reaction. This is the case, you think that before you a bad blind man, and it turns out that it is a true master of martial arts. Kim immediately noted that his opponent is quite good at the sword. This really causes great respect, especially given that Mark sees nothing. It seems that he uses the spiritual eye. Kim has heard of such in his past life. Mark noted that Kim said a lot, but now he does what he is constantly evading. That is why Mark has no choice but to kill this self-confident fool. He felt Kim moved away from him, and that is why he decided to get closer to quickly and strike. Mark was very surprised when his best blow Kim not just repelled, but caught his bare hands. It seemed impossible as a common person can catch a sharp sword with his hands. Mark immediately felt the approximate characteristics of his opponent. It is amazing, given that he was not even an avatar. It became clear that Kim's flexibility and speed make him such a heavy rival. He skillfully evades all Mark attacks and remains unharmed. This battle could take a long time, but Kim decided to use his secret weapon. Mark immediately felt that he would not be able to do anything with these guys with a sharp tongue. All this is because Kim uses gloves. They are very strong, help to defend and resist magic. Kim acknowledged that he was surprised by the abilities of a blind guy, but comparing with Kim, he was too weak. Now the guy finally wants to hear the answers to his questions. Why Mark is trying to spy for a guard. This blind guy has enough skills to play this game on his own and achieve great achievements. Mark silenced. And it was at this point that Kim finally realized that Wong promised to leave him alive with his brother in exchange for help. Mark acknowledged that it was true when they first collided with a guard. He fought with him on his own. Although Mark cannot even call it a full battle, it was no more than a regular children's toy for him. As a result, to fight this monster without support, it turned out to be the wrong decision on his part. In the same battle, he lost his eyesight, and his younger brother plunged into a serious depression. He had no other choice but to agree to all the conditions of the guard. At that moment, he felt his strength and was in a hopeless state. But he tried to save his younger brother, even if he got to hell. So now he tells all the information from the moment he got to the safari. Basically, this information is happening between ordinary people and players. Nothing serious. Kim decided not to do anything now. By this point, it did not interfere with him all this. Perhaps on the contrary, he would be able to take advantage of this situation. If sufferers collect information, but he does nothing, so he is only curious to watch how players feel fear. Soon, Mark guessed that Kim wanted to fight against Wong. He knew that this guy was strong, but warned that the monster is completely different. If you do not have a normal plan and idea, then Tim will quickly turn into a torn calf. But Kim told that he was already fighting for a guard and realized that he was different from all the monsters he had ever met. But he acknowledged that he could not destroy the monster immediately, although this does not mean that he would not be able to defeat him in the future. Finally, he asked Mark to continue to execute Wong, but he should tell this information as well. He will tell all the details when all this makes sense, too early. And of course, he ordered all this to tell his younger brother Mark, immediately upset. Kim explained that all this is important because his younger brother Donald is one of the main figures in this case. When Donald learned of it all, this was very angry and surprised. He said that he had to know all this from the very beginning. Mark apologized to his younger brother and explained that he did not want to be constantly worried. But now Donald is worried even more and is afraid that something bad will happen to his older brother. Mark had no other choice but to apologize and recognize her mistake. Finally, Katie realized why Kim ordered her to follow these brothers. Kim explained that now it was time to finally destroy this guard, and it was going on. Katie tried to go and try to accomplish the task of the game, but Kim forbade her to do it. He said that it is better not to leave the territory of Safari because the guard could be somewhere nearby. Soon, everyone knew that Kim would be preparing to destroy Vung. Kim is not surprised if this monster now comes here and start killing other people. According to Mark, they have about a week, and then you will need to destroy the monster. There is no other way to get out of this territory, although this task is too heavy even for the owner of 4 seals. Kim is well aware that he will not be able to win, which is why he is ready to ask Donald. He sat down in front of this young boy and asked him to make a weapon that could kill the guard. For a while, the guy fell silent, then squeezed his fist and promised to try to do it. Soon the preparation process began. Now everyone is focused on achieving the result. For Donald, a basic set for weapons and equipment was prepared. The guy had never seen such a professional set, though he was surprised. But it was visible that he was satisfied. All this was bought by points that have been obtained for past achievements and mission. Donald said that this should be enough to design the right weapon. He liked it so much that he already wanted to get started faster. Katie said that all this is very strange that these items appeared in such a place, and hinted that Donald agreed too easily. The guy replied that he was very glad that he could help in an important business, and it is not difficult for him. Katie said he now realizes that Kim has planned all this from the very beginning. She knew what a man he was, but did not expect him to behave in this way with a little guy. Kim answered her that Donald and her difference is only 3 years, so she was better silent. Donald told that he was already studying in the 3rd year of high school, although it looks much younger. Kim asked to stop talking about all these stupid things and try to install a dome here. The protective dome is needed to prevent others from getting here. Kim knows that Katie is wonderful. The girl did not understand how he learned about it, but still went to do it. Sometimes it seems that her main ability is the nervousness of other people. But now the 3rd task is, so she has already gained the skill of installing a dome. To do this, you need to split the space and make a little effort. After a while, everything was successfully done and Donald was safe. And now, no one will even be able to understand what he is doing there. Kim was very pleased with Katie's work. He did not expect that this girl had already learned to separate space. Still, we must admit that the support of high-class deities is a completely different level. That is why in the first round, no one could find this girl when she fled. No wonder they say that if you want to become an avatar, you need to choose a high-class god. However, he bought something for Donald. He must make weapons from this metal. Initially, Donald could not understand what it was better to do. There are too many weapons, perhaps a spear or a sword. But Kim asked him to stop and got something out of his pocket. He painted himself what he needed. The paper was painted unusual weapons. It is it that it should destroy this huge guard named Vung. So far, this giant was quietly walking around the earth and did not even know that a real hunt would soon begin. He always believed that with such abilities they would look for and collect seals, but did not find them, and realized that they came out of the safari. Suddenly, a little toy bear ran to him. He greeted the guard and said that he had an urgent message. Wong very quickly guessed that he personally causes the owner of the crucian. Titan was happy and said that a real party would start soon, and everyone would be very fun. When the guard said that he would go to the carp immediately, the bear was upset and said that it was the wrong choice. He explained that it took time to prepare other monsters and did not understand that all this is important. Because he dared to talk to his boss so, he immediately felt that the power of guard was. Wong began to suffocate him with his trunk and said that one monster would be enough in this situation. Soon, strange things began to happen in the safari. Patrick and Katie sat on the mountain and expected a monster. Kim warned all the players in Safar that strong monsters can soon appear here. At first, they ignored the tips on evacuation, but then their attitude changed when Katie showed them their seals. If she did not have to be burned on her hand, then they would probably not have listened to her advice. They heard something in the forest, and the girl immediately turned into a large bird and went to check the situation. Her skills are very important in different critical situations. It is always great to have such a person in a team. She approached the loud sound and realized that they finally came to the Wad Wung. So far, she does not understand how they should catch him. All of this looks like a continuous absurdity. She soon reported Patrick that the guard was approaching them. He is already close and should be prepared. Everyone else has not yet escaped, although they were warned in advance because the monster came faster than expected. Katie began to think about fleeing immediately, but she could not leave Kim. He helped her too often and saved her life. The girl began to think about different variants of the plan. She suggested luring the monster into a trap. Suddenly, she saw Mark approaching her and said that no one had to be trapped. Does he really want to fight the monster? Mark explained that he had no right to flee as a coward, although of course his strength would not have enough to fight the monster. But his main task in this confrontation will be the detention of time. He must do everything possible to give extra time to other players for salvation. This guy is ready to sacrifice himself. Katie again began to smile nervously and laugh. Like this always happens to her in a critical situation. She began to think that they immediately needed Kim's help because the monster was too close and people are still not evacuated. Meanwhile, Mark was approaching this guard. He looked calm and ready for any events. In this long time, he followed these people, was the eyes and ears of the guard, which is why now it was time to answer for his actions. Mark is obliged to detain the monster in any way. He became close to him and greeted him. Mark said that he could help the monster catch these people. They try to escape, but Mark is ready to show a short way. Suddenly, the conversation turned the wrong side. Wong said that he did not want any help and did not want to listen to Mark because he tries to win time. He is well aware that Mark was not one of those people who came to him immediately and began to help in such a situation. The guy realized that he has no right so easy to release this monster, because all other players will be destroyed today. That is why he got his sword and said it was time to revenge. The monster began to laugh and said that they have not fought with him for a long time. He hopes that Mark's abilities have increased since then. The guy tried not to think about the past battle between them. He made progress and wanted to show him. And no matter how big and strong his rival, but today, the result of the battle should be completely different. The blind guy immediately showed his speed. In this aspect of martial art, he progressed most. But in response, Wong just laughed. He said that speed would not help anyone if there is no weapon that would break the opponent's armor. At such a speed, it is impossible to scratch the entire monster. Mark immediately felt that everything is not going to plan. Titan said that Mark worked very well on him, learning the information you need, but it was time to complete the cooperation. He struck this guy. In the last seconds, Mark hoped that his younger brother would forgive him. But suddenly, the guard felt that an attack with an unknown weapon began. Another guy appeared, who was ready to challenge him. Of course, we all understand who the language is talking about. Finally, Kim appeared and intervened in this situation. He believes that there is no point in the great power of the guard. It will not help him today. Titana ate quality metal too little. Because of this, after a shot of weapons, he almost lost his hand. Kim is glad to see this monster again, but this time he brought his friend with him. Kim said that his friend would certainly tear his head to this monster. He is ready to introduce them. His friend named the Pile Bunker. Katie was still in the form of a bird. She's looking for something in the forest. Kim constantly gives her a stupid task. She finally found what she was looking for. It was Donald, and it looks very frightened. The girl immediately ran to him to make sure all was well. She was scared that he could be injured. The guy greeted and told her to hide with him. He was sure that it was the safest place in the forest. Although she agrees with these words, but then they will be able to kill the monster if they hide here? Meanwhile, Kim has already begun his battle with a giant called Wung. These guys are no longer the first battle with each other, but now Kim has a joker in the form of a new weapon. Wung is trying to destroy this guy, and once and forever, he is already too bored. In order to make this one accurate stroke, no player in the world will withstand it. But for the time being, Kim is successfully protected from all attacks. Its plasticity is quite high, and this allows you to evade strokes. Kim also started psychological attacking his rival. He said that Wung became even more stupid after their last meeting. This is exactly what should be done with a guard when it is too angry. It becomes very predictable in its actions. Aggression completely dazzles him and he forgets to fight wisely. Kim also noticed that the monster began to move slower, all because he lost his hand and became less stable. The guy is also not very pleased with his actions. He wanted to destroy the monster in one blow, but so far it could not be done. He decided to break the distance a little and move back. All this is part of the strategy. Everything is normal with him. Kim is not injured and healthy, but after the first shot, weapons should be recharged. It takes another minute that this new toy starts to work again and be able to finally finish this scoundrel. A minute later, Kim hopes to send a guard to hell. Just there is a place for such fools. Of course, Wung disagrees with this plan. He is a real guard, and cannot be so that he is killed in the third task. He was very angry and began to approach the guy quickly to crush him and drink his juice. It should be remembered that the monster is too big as he tried to get closer to Kim. A minute had already passed. That is why the weapon was fully recharged and Kim can send Wung to hell at any time. The monster immediately was frightened and began to reassure the guy. He asked him to stop and said that he had a proposal. The item promised to never kill people again and do whatever he would like to him. But this plan did not like the guy. He said that he was a fairly battle with this elephant Dambo and activated his weapon. Within a few seconds, Mark felt that the presence of Aura's aura had disappeared. The monster was destroyed, and of course, Kim will receive a quality reward for winning such a strong guard. Soon, Mark personally became convinced that Wung finally died. It was time to sigh with relief. Kim completely destroyed his head. Even the starfish dies from such a shot. As it turned out, such a large and powerful monster is also mortal, and that's good. Mark wanted to find out where Kim found this weapon, but there are too many observers around, so Kim promised to tell about it later. Other players from Safari began to appear around. They could not believe that this monster really died, and they were finally free. Mark, like all the other players, immediately began to thank their rescuer. Without it, it would not happen. Suddenly, Katie appeared with Donald and said that Wung's intermediate boss and another. Of course, everyone around the surprise began to look at her. No one understands what it means. The girl tried to explain something, but Kim intervened and closed her mouth when not needed. She speaks too much. Kim assured that they will be ready to tell all the details later. Now not time. Of course, he implies that now it is time to destroy the Crucian. It is he who is behind it. When Kim destroyed a huge and powerful guard, many watched with the help of observers. For example, the Greek general, he was surprised by the power of this guy, although he does not know who it is. Anonymous 97 greeted the general and said that this guy has long been arranged in the game. No one can believe that the ordinary guy can win the guard, especially if he is not someone's avatar. Then the gods turned to the clown. They reminded him that Kim walked together with his avatar. The clown replied that she was not going to talk anything about this guy, but he works in her style. It ended. Katie immediately began to ask Kim about the reward for the destruction of the monster. The guy told that he got an item called Himmermur, although it looks like a regular stone. But Gruer is the subject of rank A, that this subject is little known because almost no one received it. It allows its owner to eat metal and turn it into parts of the body. It is possible to use the skills of a starfish. Katie was surprised that Kim got an item rank A. If you eat Orich, can the body be partially stronger? This is how it is if you use this skill, so if Katie is also able to destroy the guard, then he will certainly get something similar. Kim said he was very lucky. He was also surprised that he had fallen such a cool object. But Katie still envied him. Seeing her despair, the guy immediately threw her hand in her hand and said that she could leave him. Of course, it was a surprise for the girl. She believed that such items could not be broken down. She reminded that she could change his appearance and now be able to make weapons from her hands and turn it into metal. This thing is very valuable, and all its features of the girl should be verified personally. Katie can consider it a reward for help, She will be able to reveal more the potential of this skill, so he has to accept this gift. The girl hopes that he will not give up her words. She takes this gift and will never give it. Of course, she could not stay because she had an incredible desire to test the skills of this stone. She immediately activated him and saw that she had opened the technique of the starfish rank A. If she were not an avatar, she would be able to share this skill, though if she could not reincarnate, she did not last so long. Kim immediately sees people with incredible future potential. It is one of its features. After that, their whole team realized that it was necessary to return to the central park of attractions. Their goal was simple enough to help people get rid of and finally become free. They were able to save many ordinary people from monsters, and also began the process of liberating workers from bracelets with explosives. Attractions park workers were very afraid that something could go wrong and they would explode. But Kim assured them that he found the right method of unlocking their problem. I think everyone remembers how he was able to neutralize the bracelet with the help of the Orihitch object. Suddenly, the guy saw Ketty near him. He became angry because he asked her to oversee the crow. But the girl is interested in another question. If they escape, what happens to their seals? Do they really forget about them so easy? If they release everyone, no one will seal them. And how then to accomplish this task? Kim immediately sought help from one of the workers. He should also have a seal. He immediately asked this man to put the seal in Katie's hand. It should work. The girl immediately felt the result, although at first there were strange feelings and fear. She could not believe that all this time they risked their lives in vain when they could get these seals so easy. Kim reminded her that it was he risked most of all, and therefore she was silent. So you only need to get a seal from an employee in the park. With the tasks of other players, everything has been decided. Meanwhile, in his tower, Karis began to be truly nervous. He realized that something was wrong. Wad Wung had to return for a long time, but he was still gone, which is why he called his assistants. He was immediately told that there were rumors that Vung died this morning. Judging by the size of this monster, he had to destroy a lot of people before death, at least half of the park. A similar Crucian did not realize that Wung was really dead, and it was not killed by others, but he was killed. He immediately began to ask who was able to defeat this mighty and great monster. Karis was very angry because his assistants had admitted it, but he was explained that at that moment other players began to attack them. All this was a planned escape from Safari and a park of attractions. Karis could not believe that the players dared to challenge him. He ordered his assistant to immediately collect all the monsters and send them to the Safari. They must destroy everything that moves there. But his assistant also explained that he did not say because there is another problem. Some monsters ran from the beginning in the Safari after learning what happened to Vung. They said that no one left in the Safari, there was quite empty. The flying crow began to shout from anger. He did not understand that the player could do it. Soon all deities will find out that this game has a special guy with special skills. It is at this point that the most interesting will begin, but now it is too early to talk about it. Meanwhile, all ordinary people and players tried to leave the attractions park. Mark has already learned that too many wounded boys and girls were around, so we need to hurry until the monsters came. Even strange that everything is so easy to decide if it goes out of the park. Kim said that everything is really good now, but until they are threatened to move faster. He meant a crow. Soon he would definitely come here and the real chaos will begin. Suddenly, these guys felt somewhat strange emotions. Something horrible is approaching them. Kim looked up and saw that a lot of dark fabric became around. It looks like it all started. Everything they were so afraid will happen now, and they will not be able to do anything. The big black crow is approaching. People and players have not had time to evacuate completely, and this is a problem. Panic may soon begin, though few people know something, but its appearance is enough to inspire horror in the eyes of people. Even Kim has acknowledged that all this looks terrible. It is necessary to get ready for a collision with darkness quickly. Of course, the constellation is a constellation. It is not a regular monster or green goblin. It is something completely different. The carp soon landed near Kim and Mark, as if they were the main culprits of this situation. He acknowledged that they really deserve the applause because he did not think that someone would be able to force him to act. Kim immediately realized that his experience was a difficult rival. He had not worried so long ago. At the moment of the battle with Org, he was also a little afraid, but mainly because of the restriction of the second stage. He knew about what techniques this monster would use, so all this was not critical. In the battle with Vung Kim, he was a little worried about the unique transformations, but there was no fear in his eyes. But this time he truly began to get nervous, but it is not a fear, it is an excitement for all the people for whom he beats. In his past life, he would undoubtedly leave them to save himself, but now everything will be quite different. He said Mark that detained the crow and ordered everyone around immediately to run away. Katie immediately realized that she had to act and listen to her friend's orders. She told everyone that they should move and not look at the crow. Karis was surprised because Kim behaved so, as if the enemy would quietly stand and look silently. Of course, this will not be. The constellation came to take revenge and show its true power, so it became clear that it was time for a decisive battle. Kim should protect people, otherwise all this did not make sense. Karis was surprised to see that the guy easily evaded all his initial blows. Raven believed that it would be enough for him to strain a little to smear this fool on the ground. But Kim does not show signs of fear at all. He said that today will make the crow shut down forever. This is the case. On the one hand, you are a strong and powerful monster, but some unknown guy talks to you without signs of respect. Kim is convinced that the enemy deserves such an attitude to himself. It was he who made these people suffer. Karis replied that Kim is saying too much and now he would make this small snail suffer. This is what Kim tried to achieve. He became angry with his opponent. And now it is only necessary to take time. Even half of people have not been able to go beyond the park, so Kim should fight for at least half an hour. All he did all this time was for this point, so he is obliged to succeed. Karis immediately activated his shadow running skill. It is a rather unpleasant technique that can cause serious problems. The guy should remain decisive and focused, because the flexibility, strength, and other indicators of the carp is better than him. But Kim also has its strengths. He has a magical equipment that will allow him to survive and attack the opponent exactly. Karis immediately noticed the strengths of his enemy. He believed that this battle would be much easier than it really was. Kim constantly analyzes potential battles and his rivals. He understands how to act on favorable conditions. Now he has activated the skills of tooling gloves, the opportunity to throw or shoot objects in the selected place with accurate hit. Finally, we saw the carp begins to worry. He will understand that the guy wants to catch up with his speed. Of course, he does not like it. Small people have no right to challenge him, and even do so confidently. That is why the enemy stopped all the attacks and prepared to strike. He wants to show the guy the difference in their levels because he is a constellation, and Kim is only an ordinary player. Stones on different sides began to attack the guy. It will have to do too much to leave alive. In addition to the constant evasion of stones, you should also not forget that the crow is always nearby and ready to strike a fatal blow. Kim had to activate all his abilities and characteristics to survive. He has never been so close to death. Raven was even able to squeeze his face. Next time, everything can end much worse, so Kim is obliged to invent another plan. Karis did not want to fight at full capacity from the beginning, but Kim became too much angry. Kim tries not to lose optimism, but it can be seen that he will not be able to withstand several more such opponent attacks. Raven called the guy a fool and promised to give him a lesson that he would never forget. He raised his hand up and began to activate some skill. It is something like energy. Judging by Kim's face, already knows about this technique from his past life. He did not expect it. Raven asked him to look more closely with his little eyes and memorize everything he sees. In his opinion, this is the constellation power. And now Kim feels on himself in his true rage. Kim should not think that if he comes out in this territory, then everything will end. The crow is ready to kill them all in a few seconds. It will not take much effort, because it is not currently the rules of level. Kim forces are now limited, and it is angry because the crow plays against the rules and uses the energy transfer skill. Karis is too fast and powerful. Kim immediately realized that it would be difficult for him to evade his new attacks. That is why he decided to start hiding from all this and then try to do something. Karis respects his opponent. They have been fighting for 10 minutes, and Kim is still breathing, so it says a lot. He realized that there was an unusual guy in front of him who got into this game. Kim can be called a special player with great potential for the future, but today he should die. This unusual guy also has his strengths, but he was still unable to make progress at the constellation level. At first, Karis began to get too angry with this guy, but now he finally felt respect for him. Kim should be happy that hears such words from such a powerful rival. The guy himself must understand that he is not compared to the strength with the crow. From the very beginning, he was nothing more than a bait, to delay time and allow his friends to escape. But the crow can no longer wait. They must finish this battle, because he needs to kill other people in the territory. That is why he asked him to accept his death and die with dignity. And because of this, he would not cause him severe suffering before his death. But now we see the proof of Kim's transcendence. All people have gone beyond the park, so the main task has been successful. With this, Kim was able to get a set of the first round, as a sign of reward for a successful mission. He can now get all the skills or objects he earned in the first round. Depending on the level of the main task, It can only get one skill or subject without restriction. Proof of Transcendence of level S helps to increase all characteristics in the battle against the constellation monster. All this will happen within 30 minutes. And now they will be able to apply the opponent in a deadly Euron. This technique can be used once a month, but now it doesn't matter because the crow realized that it has come to an end. He cannot understand why this guy has how many skills and strength, though he is not even Avatar. He could not even believe that because of some small snail, he would have to endure such pain. It was very angry with the carp, and he tried to attack the guy with his sharp feathers. It all looks like a real wave of death, but Kim is sure that it can evade it. He will not only be able to evade, but also try to strike a powerful and acute stroke. Of course, Karis is not afraid of any human attacks. He believes that he cannot get any spear, but he completely forgets about the special skills of this player, one of whom is a good fit. Now, Raven will understand that this guy can no longer be underestimated. He is a really equal opponent. However, he activated the spear and put on him the skill of Proof of Transcendence and getting into the target. But even this did not help him break through the heart of this monster. Karis is already too Ostguide. The angry crow began to try to strike back. These guys are really worth each other and can fight until the next morning. If Kim had no additional protection, he would have long been turned into a stake. It is very difficult for him, but it is necessary not to stop and continue the fight. He is obliged to win today. Karis still cannot believe it. It seems impossible because Kim is only an ordinary player. Usually the crow destroyed ordinary players in a few seconds. They could not answer him. But now a completely different situation. There is a player in the world who can challenge the constellation. Kim seemed ridiculous enough that the constellation crow screams so loud after an attack by a regular player. Now he finally feels how dangerous this guy is and will respect him forever. Karis believes that it is a bug in the game. It simply cannot be. Probably for this boy is played by some god. Kim does not notice at all, and so his opponent and goes directly to the character of Neo from The Matrix. He now understands what he takes the initiative of the battle, but relax too early. The sharp feathers of the crow are able to break any creature into a piece, so you need to be careful and have time to evade. Some of these attacks will, of course, come to the target, but you can reduce the harm. Kim does not feel fear at the opponent. All his excitement seemed to be weathered during this time. Raven again activated the shadow running skill and did everything that this little snail finally died. But even this was not enough. He soon feels what weapons from Donald are. Let's not forget that in the past life, this guy by the famous manufacturer of weapons, now his skills have not gone anywhere. Karis tried to defend himself from the last forces and created a wall from his pines. But will it help him? The explosion was so powerful that he broke Kim's weapon, but even without it, he was still confident in victory. He believes that he will be able to defeat the constellation enemy with his bare hands. It is too self-confident for him. Karis was able to easily evade his attack and took the initiative in his melee. He started laughing from this guy and said that his self-confidence led him to the grave. But Kim still controls the situation. He reminded his past words that the Crucian should not lose concentration. Is it all a tricky plan for a guy again? Did he really predict everything around a few steps forward? It happened because all this time he held his spear in his hands and finally was able to punch his opponent's belly. Karis began to spit blood and say various bad things about the guy, but soon he finally fell silent, forever. In the second dimension, this guy was watching closely. He attracted his attention by many deities and constellations. Some even began to think that there was a real bug in the system. But it is scary to even talk about such gods. A Karthos master watched Kim's actions closely. He was dissatisfied with the crow's act and considered him stupid. A Karthos began to pity that he believed the carp. It seemed to him that everything was under control, so he received 50,000 points and closed all his eyes. Although Karis was rather weak, but he belonged to the constellation, and Akarthos believed that everything would pass. He also saw that there was a problem with the player's balance. Kim has been able to use the technician transfer skill. Maybe all this is due to the system. Raven is too young constellation. Probably few people know about it, so it is better not to tell anyone about it. It is unclear how this player was able to defeat the Crucian, but now they will be watching carefully. Meanwhile, the system reported that the first large-scale update begins. There is a lot of interesting things, as well as information about the fourth task. Players now receive the open world and have to join the new community. And the next task will be a big raid. In each area, it will have a raid boss. Of course, it will need to win and receive a valuable reward. All this will only start in 2 weeks because there are some people who have not yet completed the third task. That is why they will have enough time to rest and restore strength. Donald will be able to complete the repair of the tools. Kim can already walk and get out of bed quietly. His wound almost healed because he used magical objects. Although this wound was really deep, the regeneration skill helps to heal it 60% faster. Kim said he had important things, and he wants to go to a neighboring city. This girl will never be able to understand him. It is already necessary to get used to it, but she will not go with him. The clown is now watching them openly. It is constantly annoying and knocking out of the panther. Kim believes that he was very lucky that Karis used the technique of blocking vision. The black curtain covers everything around the darkness and blocks the visibility, because of which observers did not see the spear that gave the heart of the crow. Judging by the behavior of the observers, the clown wants Katie to go with Kim, but she still does not want to do it. That is why it is time to offer her something. And this girl loves suggestions. After the update, it is possible to create guilds. And of course, Kim certainly wants to use it. Katie replied that she is not very fond of working in teams and Mark is not sure that he could be useful. Only Donald began to support this idea openly and said that he always dreamed of being in a team with Kim. Kim assured that they can all speak directly, and they are all very needed for the success of the guild. To begin with, Donald will become the best master of weapons, and Mark is a strong enough player as not inferior to the avatars of the gods. He also has important skills, such as the spiritual eye, so it has a lot of potential. So the boys quickly decided that they were all ready to form a new guild. After this conversation, Kim said he had come time to go to the neighboring city and do everything he wants. Soon, the high-speed train went to the same city from the city station. The staff of the station assured that they will do their best for a comfortable trip. But after updating the system, new guilds, such as in the Eastern month, have emerged very quickly. They burst into the train and said that they now belong to their guild and will be fully captured. But these self-confident guys have forgotten somewhat, because the train can be very powerful and strong players. Of course, I talk about Linda. This girl has made incredible progress, and she is unlikely to enjoy the capture of the train on which she is located. The most interesting thing is that not only it is on this train, Kim was also there. He heard that something loud was happening in the back of the car and thought there was a monster there, but did not interfere. This time he did not like the reward. Before that, he received items of white gold, and this time he received a regular reward. This item is called a hunter feeling. Allows you to find the location of the object with the help of objects or traces of the monster. In any case, the guy did not like it. He lacked the rewards for the crow and passing this task. But a little later, the system reported that it became the owner of the constellation of the crow and will receive the eye of the crow and black Xanvis. As soon as he can raise his divinity, he will immediately begin to use all these skills, but so far he has the status of a lower deity. The crow's eye creates a black crow which can be sent for intelligence, and with the help of a black curtain can be broken in the dark. Karas successfully used all these techniques in the battle against Kim. So these are quite good skills. But now the skills are not the most important thing. The most interesting thing is that the destruction of the constellation gives divinity, although only lower level. In any case, it is profitable to get it. If everything turns out, then Kim will soon see the witch observer. The witch who wanted the death of all humanity despite their love for people, and at the same time wanted to leave them alive. Even funny to say, but this woman was the most kind to people among everyone else. The guy decided to sleep a little and relax for the road to the city faster. Meanwhile, the members of the guild continued to try to capture the train, but so far, their main problem was an incredibly aggressive and strong woman. As soon as her red aura appears, it means that everyone around will soon die, and this story turned out to be true. Rumors and legends spread very quickly to players in this game, so they have heard about Linda, but have not believed in her ability. In vain, these guys were angry, would better sit in their places and not move to the end of the trip. Now they are trying to apologize and ask for salvation, but they are too late to do it. Linda is not going to believe in the words of these guys, although they promise to correct and help people and be volunteers. Perhaps in a normal state, the girl believed them. But now her eyes shine in red, so we all understand what it means. Soon the train successfully arrived at the station, similar to the warriors of Guild, and could not stop him. Rumors began to spread around what happened inside one of the wagons. Kim heard about it, but did not pay attention. Now he was surprised because he saw behind Landa. He did not know that she would also come to this place at the same time. They did not agree to go together. Although, of course, Kim told her that he had completed all his affairs and went to this city. But they did not agree where exactly and how they would meet, which is why it all looks strange. The girl has already heard about what was happening in the park and safari. With the help of the system, she also knows about the battle of the boy with the constellation Raven. If she were near this difficult moment, then everything would be much easier. But all this time she was prevented by the third task. It was not too difficult for her, but it took a long time, and she did not have time to help a friend. Kim explained that he came to this city to catch a local boss raid. It was quite expected. Linda has already been accustomed that this guy constantly behaves and changes his plans, which is why she does not ask him unnecessary questions. Kim can't understand what she thinks about him, that he is a strong and classy guy or a common fool. It is time to go to the central district of the city. All the details of this Kim will tell later. In another city in this country, many observers simultaneously watched Katie. The girl was looking for something, but she couldn't find it because Kim told her everything. He drew her a little like a map to take advantage of it for searching, but it will be difficult for her to find her father and daughter with light hair in the area of foreigners. Instead of photography, she just got a picture. In addition, this drawing is quite poor quality. There was a bad atmosphere around. A similar monster staged all this and did not survive anyone. Whale believed that she got an easy task, but later, she would understand how difficult she would be. She noticed the approach of the monster of a diatrope in time. If this animal is not destroyed immediately, then it will be difficult due to rebirth. This monster looks like a real werewolf from a movie about Van Helsing, a rather terrible creature. As soon as all this began, Katie did not notice that she was watched from height. It was a pretty young player. He greeted with a little girl and said that he was very dangerous from below. It seems that he is the same foreigner who searches, and his daughter should be next to him. The girl greeted and thanked him for the help. The guy replied that only so and could survive in this game. It was he who hit the wolf with the help of the fall of the rock, so Katie should thank him to his life. Next to him was his fair-haired daughter. She did not want Katie to be saved, and because of this, she became angry with her father. This is because of Katie's observers. It indicates that she is an avatar and much stronger than others. A little later, they all met. This great boy's name is Taylor, and his daughter called Lynn. It was exactly what Katie was looking for, so she immediately asked to walk with those two. This man is definitely a beautiful player, because only a real profile could throw a large piece of concrete at this monster. There is nothing known about his daughter, but it is unlikely to be a serious problem. Taylor immediately agreed to the suggestion of a little girl, but his daughter was against it. Because why to help anyone who is stronger than them? If Kim advised to join these two, then there is something in this. The girl immediately told her friend that she found these two players. He called them the keys that would lead humanity to victory, but now, not about it. Let's return to Kim and Linda. They noticed that humanity comes to order. If the game becomes in the form of an open world, the task cannot be anything. One of the soldiers approached them and asked if they were players of this game. The fact is that he should find out their names and registration numbers because they were ordered to check the players' personal data. Kim believes that it is foolish to try to control players in this world. He suggested Linda not to waste all this time and try to jump to the building opposite. Although this military tried to stop them because it could not be so easy to let go, but no one listened to it. Linda and her friend immediately showed him what a real professional players are. From the height of this building, you can see almost the whole city. A truly wonderful look. Linda guessed that they got here to find the boss's raid. Kim was activating the skill of the Raven's Eye. This is the technique that he received for the last battle with the constellation. Linda was amazed at Kim's skills. She said that he was special, but the guy believes that he had to learn a lot. While the crows are looking for a boss of this city, they can check their characteristics. Kim was surprised how rapidly Linda progresses. All its parameters increase several times. She has mastered the technique of defeat of vital organs and raised the regeneration to the rank of C, as well as her skill Reagan already has 3 stars. It means that it has taken over the evil aura. Or is it close to it? Will it really happen to her? Because of this, Kim was upset, and Linda immediately approached him to understand the cause of his sadness. But he immediately transferred the conversation to another channel and said that the crows sent him a signal. Judging by the size, it can be a powerful monster, so you need to be prepared for everything. There is a long time in the timer, but the raid boss has already appeared. Probably this timer is an ambush for inexperienced players. They immediately notice traces of large wings and claws. There may be a fight between the winged monster and the beast. But Kim assured that all these are the signs of the same monster, and suddenly they heard strange sounds. The land under their feet seemed to explode. It became clear that the party began. Now Linda acknowledged that it was really the same monster. It is difficult not to believe when you see it with your own eyes. Black tiger with huge white wings, one of the 4 most fierce creatures in Chinese mythology, is called Gung. This tiger is really huge, with Linda and Kim look like ants. The guy did not expect this tiger to start attacking in the open style. He was worried that he could not find this monster, but he found it on his own. If a huge tiger was able to hide here, then his cave is in this place, so now the players have to unite and destroy it. Suddenly, Linda began to feel a strong smell of blood, and we all know what it could lead to. Gung jumped very high with his wings. It seems that this smell of blood comes from it, because in his body a particular object sticks out. Kim began to guess that this monster had already met and fought with someone very powerful. They were preparing for a heavy and long-term fight, but the tiger disappeared instantly in an unknown direction. Kim realized that on his body there was a wound from the horn, and the information he heard was later. There was too much inaccuracies in the past life, and the guy cannot remember everything. To begin with, you need to analyze the terrain, which can be understood that it is not a tiger logo. Soon they found Kirin, a sacred unicorn. It looks dead. Probably this is its territory. Linda has already seen something similar in Chinese mythology. She heard that this creature has white wool. Probably these two beasts fought each other, and Kirin was able to injure the tiger with his horn. After that, the unicorn became weaker and lost this battle, but his opponent was too powerful. The problem is that Kim was all this time to find the traces of the tiger, to then find Kirin and pick up his horn, so it's a failure. Kim was very upset because he will not be able to get there without a horn where the item is needed for him. It is also quite dangerous if Gung can get energy from this horn, so it is better to look at everything around and analyze the situation. It is a dungeon, so it may be a reward, but judging by all the level of this dungeon is low, so it is hardly interesting to be interesting. A little later, Linda reported that she found a mithril. It is a rather strong metal, and she found a large egg. And this is interesting. Kim immediately began to shout at surprise. The girl explained that she found this egg near the body of a unicorn. She began to dig and found it. Kim immediately ran to the insect girl, began to hug her and thank her for what she did. He was so happy for the first time. Karina's egg is very important. The female siren has been carrying it for a long time, and a new unicorn will hatch from there soon. If it is a female, if the male is the ring, and the common name is Kirin, so everything is quite simple. It turns out that it is an egg of a monster, and to be more accurate, it is a sacred animal. And because they have received it, there will be a lot of rewards. But now you will have to carry this egg with you. Of course, it will not be easy, but it is worth it. The system reported that the player should pour his blood into the catalyst, and this will have an impact on the abilities and statistics of the beast. Kim did not want to pour his own blood there. He thought that Linda's blood would be better for this, because she has a star death skill. But then he realized that the opposite would only be worse. In order to find the right blood is 48 hours. Katie's blood may be suitable. It will be difficult to find another correct player for this. All the key characteristics of Katie is perfect. In the meantime, he saw a message from this girl. She told that she had already found the people she told her. They finally met soon. But so far, Katie does not understand anything how the unicorn egg is related to the people she found. She wanted to find out everything in the world. But Kim, as always, said that he would tell you about it later. She should now stay next to Taylor and Lena. That is, her father and daughter she recently met. The girl immediately hinted that she will not do it for free. This is how the times change. Young people are ready to do something only for reward. Kim believed that he would be able to do everything alone when he started a second round with all the knowledge gained. But when he met the highly altered Minotaur and Karis, he understood one thing. The system intervention should be taken into account, and that is what he needs. A player who has the strongest characteristics that even gods are afraid. The top of mankind. The one who can change the whole scenario of the game and rewrite the story. The girl named Lin. Meanwhile, this little blonde was already looking at the unicorn egg, before it did not see anything like this. She began to communicate with Kim like a very old man. Does he really look as bad? But it is quite logical, between them is 10 years of age. So Lin cannot talk to Kim without signs of respect. These conversations began to rage Linda very much, as soon as Katie realized that she was standing with a real devil, then immediately fell silent. Kim cannot return to his past location, because he still won't have time to catch the raid of the boss, although they have already seen it. Kim began to ask Katie's information about the local boss. He was interested in all the nuances. The girl said that the raid of the boss of this city is very large, about the same as the other things. If you judge the battle force, the guard will be stronger, but the difference is that the boss has higher protective characteristics and more health. That is why you will not kill it so easily. It also has less restrictions and actions, so it can cause very serious problems to others. Katie suggested that he quickly kill this boss, but all this is too early. Other players are not ready for it. The raid boss has changed. Kim does not remember that in his past life, he was injured by a unicorn horn. In his past life, Kim was not even in this city. But the monster's attack was so unpredictable as he was waiting for Kim. There were many traces, as if he wanted to lure the guy into a trap. The battle of the unicorn with the tiger quickly ended. Although 3 days after information about the raid of the boss, in this situation there are too many inaccuracies. Of course, all this can be a banal intervention of the system, but there may be another reason. Akarthos all this time watched the actions of this player. He acknowledged that Kim is unusual and has a fairly great potential. He also learned that Kim was able to find Karina's egg in the dungeon, and this is interesting. So far, the master of the game looks quite calm. He realizes that even if an animal hatched from the egg, it will not solve all the problems of the guy. Also, Akarthos, I cannot understand why the beast is so weak. He was only a little wounded and is already groaning with pain. It was the master's master who did everything so that this tiger could absorb the energy of Rog Kirin. But in order for the guy to notice nothing, it was necessary to increase the skill of wound healing and adaptation a little. If you make a little effort, this big tiger can really make a legendary monster. So far, let's get back to the real world and see what happened to Kim and his team in 2 weeks. The guy walked around the city with Linda. They were calm enough until they met. It was a flying bat, Robert. This guy wore a black cloak and changed his combat equipment. As soon as he saw Kim and Linda, he immediately showed all his hatred of these two. There were also too many military and police. Probably want to show that last time. Because of an unexpected attack, they fought not in full power, but against the monsters their weapons work poorly. They could entrust all this business to ordinary players, but in this case, the players will have more power. Military and police do not want they received in the open world. But now it is not very important. There were many more players around than in Kim's past life. They all gathered to hunt a boss. There were many players who were looking for new friends and teams. Kim and Linda were also invited to join one of the teams. Of course, they immediately abandoned this proposal. The captain of another team was surprised. He believes that the two of them will not be able to survive. He also thought Kim was trying to brag about his girlfriend. All these people began to nervous Linda. She suggested destroying them all, but Kim reassured her and said they had to hurry. It was then that they saw Robert. Kim immediately approached him and began to ask what happened to James. Robert said James went to his native village because he was worried about his relatives. It became clear that Robert succeeded in the third task, judging by his equipment and skills. The transmission skill cannot be mastered in the usual way. Everyone is well known. Avatars can only do this with the help of their deity, which is why they have such a destructive effect. But the problem is that the deity does not give this skill just so. Kim decided to go into the chat of the deities to explore the situation. He is constantly talking about Kim there. Also, all these gods have already learned about Karina's egg, so observers do their work well. The clown has such a character. It will not tell anyone about it, so it is not a problem. Kim turned to Robert. He is sure that this guy has already learned the skill of incentives and asks him to use it now. The flying bat immediately began to assure that he did not know this technique at all and did not study it. He seemed to forget that if he started lying, Kim immediately hinted at serious problems for the guy. Robert immediately asked him to wait and told what he knew this technique and studied her nuances. In the sky above them, there was a large black crow. He began to approach the boys. Because of this, the asphalt began to tremble. The stones began to break from it and fly in different directions. Kim quickly approached Robert and ordered him to use this technique immediately. The guy explained that if you do not do it, then everyone will die now. It looks like a monster sits and watches people to attack at the last moment. The situation is quite ambiguous. If he really wants to kill the players, then it was not necessary to observe. Especially, there is still a long time before its appearance. The answer is quite simple. This beast wants to eat a little before the final battle. Kim immediately began to shout loudly and ordered everyone around immediately to hide in a safe place, because Raid Boss was approaching here. In response, everyone started laughing. The system indicates that the bot will only appear in 10 minutes, which is why everyone started calling Kim stupid. He warned that if they did not listen to it, they would soon die, so they are obliged to find a safe place and run away. The result was quite obvious in such a situation. Only words would not help. We need to act. He looked at Robert, ordered him to activate this technique faster. But Kajan replied that it was not so easy to do. There are clear conditions for activation. You need to understand the way of thinking of the object. If you start manipulating people without warning, it will no longer be an incentive but hypnosis. So you need to prepare weapons and change your plan. Kim asked his girlfriend to hit the fire crane with all his strength and not ask about it unnecessary questions. When Raid Boss Robert appears to use the skill of stimulating when people start panic, it should take them to a safe place because a real rock and roll will soon begin, and this requires a tested weapon. Kim began to feel that the boss's raid remained only 5 seconds, so we need to get ready. Soon people began to panic. The earth around began to tremble as if an earthquake began. Everyone was surprised because they believed that it was not time for the monster to appear. Only Kim remained calm. It was noticeable that he was waiting for this. That's what he was preparing, and now he was ready to act. As soon as Boss Kim appeared, immediately prepared his favorite weapon to send this guy to hell. Of course, he was not alone in this difficult battle. Linda was also ready to help. They immediately began to attack the boss raid from different sides, act as a real team, and it is a pleasure to watch. Of course, all this looks quite strange because the dungeons rarely get monsters with wings. People could not understand at all what was happening. The system indicated that the monster would appear later. The situation was joined by the military and police. It was ordered to open fire without warning. For this purpose, those guys were preparing their whole lives. They just let them start fighting with someone, and then it will be difficult to stop it. They were so excited that they even activated and used the tank. This is really powerful. It was ordered not to stop until it was confirmed that the boss is completely destroyed. The military was convinced that after such an attack, the monster should be torn into a million pieces. Probably they were too underestimated by this guy, because their attacks did not impress him at all. They immediately began to flee and try to save their lives, but they are already late. The most interesting thing is that the tiger has changed very much from its last appearance. It seems to have decided to start the process of evolution into an adult. If it really is, it is a problem. Adult Gung is the same as a full-fledged career. He has an increase in the scope of action, and it will be very difficult to stop it. Judging by that, he receives all his strength from his horns. It was not without the help of the master of the game. It was certainly a Karthos. Kim quickly guessed that this master helped the monster to become so powerful. People, military, and players immediately began to try to save their lives, but they would better find a safe place. Now it may be too late, although the military is ordered to stop this monster, and he is too close to them. Thanks to the help of the master of the game, this tiger has passed a very fast and lightweight process of evolution. Kim realized that it was necessary to ask the flying bat immediately for help earlier, and such an idea would not even have come to his head. Robert also realized that he should act, so he began to activate the skill. This should help save most people and allow the military to do their work. Although this monster does not have modern weapons at all, so the military also needs to report it. Not all players were ready to flee. They only got the fourth task now and decided to try to overcome the monster. They had a stupid logic. They believed that because the monster is large, he had many weaknesses. That is why they decided to attack him. But these fools forgot that the real Gung. Kim intervened in the situation and rescued one young player. He warned that a mighty monster was in front of them, so it was necessary to fight for real. Its weapon called Pile Banker is too slow for the battle with this tiger. I wonder if the spear is enough. The players were still understood that this monster is difficult to get closer because of his prickly wool. It does not work from afar, his skin is too thick, so even magical arrows cannot break it. Now no one understands what to do with this tiger. Fight it on an equal footing? Is it better to escape? Right now, there is an opportunity to fight him without loss. But Kim does not know when he will turn into an adult monster, so it's little time. Only now, some players have realized that this tiger also knows how to fly, like a real super war. Some of them began to guess that they would be better sitting in a warm room and knocking out a delicious cocoa. This task was a mistake for them, because if the tiger now falls to the ground, it will destroy half of the city. There is almost no point in running away. This city can still be destroyed. But standing and waiting for death is also not an option. Kim cannot allow a fatal catastrophe before the monster goes down to the ground. It must be killed. Of course, Kim is well aware of the fact that compared to the Crucian, it is not a moving target. If done correctly, you can easily hit him and cause him serious problems. Kim has to understand the moment for his attack correctly. Timing is now very important. If you hurry up or be slow, you can lose the perfect moment to hit. The people around were shocked. This guy in the black cloak really wants to throw a spear and try to hit this monster? None of them know who is Kim. They do not understand as its characteristics and capabilities. The guy asked his friends for help. He ordered to immediately pull the chains on himself to press the monster to the ground. A rather interesting plan because it will make it easier to hit it and will not allow the monster to destroy the city with its fall. Seeing that even a girl helps in this difficult business, other players also accepted to pull chains. They still do not understand what Kim has conceived, but they only need simple help, so there should be no problem. Of course, you did not like the game. He had his own personal plan for destruction of the city, and all these chains limit his movement. That is why he did everything to escape, but the strength of the players was greater, so he did not work. The tiger fell to the ground and the players immediately began to shout that it should be extracted while there was such an opportunity. Kim began to notice that this tiger began to turn into an adult. If nothing is changed or intervened, it will completely transform, and it cannot be allowed. It is necessary to immediately finish this beast while there is such an opportunity. And this is what Kim is engaged. The guy jumped and shot the tiger's head from his weapon, but this monster is too strong, so it didn't help. Kim had a feeling like it would work, but for some reason, his skin was found too strong. Linda intervened. She felt that her starry time came and said that she would try to help. The girl thinks that she is better for this task. Is she really doing what Kim thinks about? She wants to put a sword in her heart to cause the maximum effect of the Death Star, but it's madness. The deeper the sword enters the heart, the more the intensification will grow, so there is only one movement. In order not to die, Linda will use the regeneration skill, which is why she will quickly recover from injury. As soon as her eyes began the wards with red flames, the commander immediately realized that it was his final station. This blow was really powerful. Now we can see what the strength of the Death Star is. It's time to order everyone around you to run away from this monster. Now it is too dangerous to be too dangerous because there is a last blow. With this, Linda has no problems. She got a monster and he immediately fell to the ground. This girl has an incredible potential for progress. It is very interesting to watch her evolution. And it turned out to be not enough, and she decided to add a few more strokes with her corporate weapons. But then terrible things began to happen. The tiger opened his mouth and tried to swallow the girl. Kim immediately began to shout because he realized that it could end fatal. All this happens too fast. Kim could not help her friend because she was inside the tiger. But now an important question is whether she needs to help at all. Maybe Gung made an incredible mistake when he tried to eat this juicy girl. Within a few seconds of incredible suffering, he fell to the ground and did not show signs of life. People began to gather around to see his terrible body, and suddenly something began to climb out of his head. It was Linda. It was she who did it with an incredibly large tiger, so she deserved thanks. The girl wiped the monster's blood from her body and began to wave her hand in Kim, as if nothing had happened. Even the raid of the boss seems to die quickly if it is torn the brain. From this, you feel ants on the skin. The deities immediately began to talk about what happened. Even they were surprised by the battle of these two players. They also noticed that the boss raid turned out to be too strong, and it had high rates of experience and strength. Someone even noticed that the tiger had a level of guard, so everyone began to guess that the master of the game had intervened. Without his help, the tiger would not be so strong. But why he did it? Maybe because of that guy in a black cloak? Suddenly, they joined the anonymous number 48. We all understand well what Kim is. The deities were quite excited by this event. They do not like the intervention of the master of the game. They are afraid of their avatars. This should be stopped immediately. Instead of speaking a lot, you need to invent a plan for counteraction. They do not like that the master of the game, Akarthos, does not cope with their work. This cannot be forgiven. After that, a real conflict began. It seemed that Kim only enjoyed this process. After that, Akarthos master could not go to this server for a long time. He made too many enemies. With this victory, Kim received the skin of Gung's rank A, a rare type of adult skin, very rigid and durable. It will be possible to make very high-quality objects, so the tiger has managed to evolve before Linda destroyed it. Linda also received a reward, the Dark Jade of the Unhappy Star rank S. It is the crystal of the forces of Kiran and the dead tiger. He has an unusual power. If you make weapons, it will be a top-class weapon, but now there are no right materials, so you have to wait for a better time. Suddenly, the girl approached Kim and asked him to pick up this gift because she just got a wounded monster. Kim assured the girl that she deserved this achievement and should leave the object with herself. Then she would find the opportunity to use it. It turned out that Robert also got achievements and deserved a silver level for helping people to avoid danger. He said that only thanks to him everyone was saved, but no one paid attention to his words. After they finally dealt with the awards, Kim decided to ask for Robert what he would do next. Linda asked not to touch this guy and to give him the opportunity to change under James. They reminded him that there is still a bracelet on his neck, so he should be careful and do not do anything wrong. Linda has no special tasks now, but she really wants her to have her mother. They only talked once, but the girl could not find out where her mother was. In this world, no one knows when she dies. Her mother learned that her daughter lived, but did not try to meet, so there are serious reasons for it. The stronger Linda becomes, the more often Kim thinks that if he had not left her in his past life. In the past, it has not even managed to develop its abilities and died, and now it is constantly progressing and helps Kim. Although in her past life she has died, but now she is alive and plays an important role, it proves that fate can be changed. Finally, the task was completed, and it's time to relax. They deserved it. But all this time, the observer was constantly looking behind them. It is almost impossible to hide from these eyes. Not far from there, strange events took place. Unknown men tied the children and forced them to follow them. The children were constantly crying and calling for the help of their mother and father, but they were ordered to be silent, or they were cut. These men were satisfied with today's prey. They found a place where ordinary people were hidden. It was there that there was a school with children. They do not even know where the children are being conducted, because they are just ordering, probably these children will die soon. But suddenly these men saw the approach of an unknown man. From afar it was not clear who just came to them. But a little later they saw that the leader Thomas was. They immediately asked him why he came to them. Thomas explained that there was a rat among them, and he came to find him. All of them began to worry immediately. No one wanted to admit that it was draining the information. So Thomas decided to kill them all. Of course, these men were not left choosing. They decided to start running immediately and trying to save their lives. It may have turned out if they had another rival, but it would be difficult to escape from Thomas. Soon they all died in a cruel death. It happened because they considered the black sky a joke. So far, let's return to our old acquaintances and see what young talents are doing. Lynn and Katie spent time together, but they often quarreled because of various problems. Lynn believed that they could score more if they used a different strategy, and Katie said that she had a golden level, and it was better to know what to do. The young blonde said they should be more careful because she could not survive if something happens to Katie or her father. Of course, her girlfriend said that she should not worry and everything would be well. She was too self-confident, and with her skills you cannot worry about. It was at this point that an unknown man was shot from her back and tried to hit her. Fortunately, the lines had time to prevent her. If it weren't for help, Katie's head has already turned into a pancake. But this girl responded very quickly and realized that the attacker had to be punished. With the help of her new skills, she turned her hand into iron and struck it in the face. Only now did these guys realize that they did not attack ordinary girls, because ordinary students are not able to knock out men. The girls immediately saw that unknown people were trying to surround them. These were not simple players. By looking at their face can understand what a zombie is. Katie began to think that they were attacked by monsters in the form of people. Probably they did not perceive them seriously because of their young age. But a little later, they finally realized that this girl was an avatar. She turned her hands into weapons and said that it was a special braid with mineral coating. Soon these boys quickly realized that they were angry with the girl. She showed them that she was able to and what she was capable, and began to cut everyone around for a piece. The rocket completely forgot about her girlfriend, who remained completely one in front of a large number of Gentiles. Katie immediately began to try to approach her girlfriend quickly and save her life. Soon, these men realized that they would not be able to get the desired and began to flee quickly. The girl was very lucky that nothing wrong with them. He assured that they did not harm her. The last moment she was able to dodge, though it seemed that she was about to seize. The girl could not even understand how she did it. She just tried to repeat Ketty technique. Now this is not very important. The main thing is that they remain whole and healthy. But later they saw something. It immediately rushed to them, because the blood that remained after these men was black. As soon as they saw Kim, they immediately began to ask him about this black blood. Katie told that she cut one of these men's hand, and instead of red blood she saw a dark liquid. The guy realized very quickly that the girls were hunted by the servants of the devil, or a black gang. All this seemed strange because they should not have the strength and should behave quietly enough. All this may have happened because Mark was killed. If everything goes as in his past life, the black gang should not appear. But without it, their influence could only increase. So Kim only helped these demons become stronger. Kim said that he understood who attacked them, and the girls immediately began to ask a bunch of questions. The horse has not seen such an expression for Taylor for a long time. It can be understood because these demons tried to kill his daughter. Kim said that these people were quite likely to be related to the devil. When Taylor heard the word devil, he almost fell to the ground. About the same face expressions were in both girls. They were all shocked by these statements. The problem is that the guy cannot understand where these demons try to get. In the past life, they were destroyed by completely different people, so there are almost no ideas now. The conversation intervened. Linda mentioned the third task. It was not too difficult, but there were many rivals. It was then that she had to fight with her husband with black blood. At first she thought it was such a technique, but he probably signed a contract with the devil. Really, the groups that are related to the devil appeared in this world. Last time Linda destroyed them. But there were other gangs. Kim said that they should start for this place and look around. He noticed that many new stores had opened there. Probably in the corresponding world business is thriving. He believes that it is very dangerous, but understands that ordinary people have nowhere to go and do something. One of the store workers quickly realized that Kim player, but warned that his goods were not available. Kim assured that he did not want to buy anything, but only asked if there were no kidnapping cases. The man began to behave strange. He said that he knew nothing and did not want to hear strange questions. Of course, the guy noticed his strange behavior. All this only confirms the fact of abduction of children nearby. He decided to approach him and try again to persuade him to have a calm dialogue. Kim also showed him a picture of Linda on the phone. Maybe he saw it before, but the seller still did not want to go to the dialogue. He began to sweat and said that he did not want to talk about. Probably Linda really staged a real pogrom here, so Kim decided to say that she was his girlfriend. It finally worked. The seller said that too many unnecessary eyes and invited to talk inside the store. There was no visitor in the store. The seller immediately said that he remembers this cruel woman. He also said that some men were interested in children. They were part of a guild. These men did not appear here from the beginning, but then this woman appeared and destroyed them all in the area. That is why it is hard to meet them now. And now it is difficult for this man to look at Linda's photograph. It is unclear how it found them, but it seemed to destroy all the organizations existing here, and the Black Gang used it and seized the area. It was the Black Gang that began to abduct the children and forced everyone around death. Thanks to experience from past life, Kim quickly guessed that if these people try to abduct children, so their goal is a mask of sorrow. In this world, not only deities play games, there are other creatures of which are called demons. Divine is chosen by no more than 2 avatars because they must be monitored constantly. They focus all their attention on the avatars and give them incredible support, but also intervene in orders. With demons, the situation is completely different. One such can sign a contract with a large number of people and share their power. In addition, it can give its power to its slaves and create many guilds. Demons, unlike the gods, did not look at the capabilities, ability, and character of man. They are only interested in the thirst for strength and weakness of temptations. They are only interested in whether a person will go and blindly believe in their words. Everything else does not matter to them. This game was not entertaining. They perceive it as a reality that leads to the destruction of humanity. The Mask of Sorrow has a fairly strong demon 27. It is called Nephiros. Chorus is not a rival at all because this demon absorbs human sorrow and vitality, and with this it becomes stronger. The vitality turns into points, which is how the power of the mask becomes stronger. It can be a force that is equal to constellations. And now this situation has become clearer. The group in black is the servant of the demon. They are related to Neobiros. And now Kim knows what to do next. We need to destroy the group in black. That seller constantly talked about white buildings. Kim took advantage of his technique to start an analysis of the surrounding situation. But the problem is that almost all homes are white, and most people have dark hair and dark clothes. It will be very difficult to look for a black bathtub among them. But the participants are not the main goal of Kim. He wants them to help him find their boss, and then destroy him. For this, Kim had to destroy many members of this gang, and hunting began. Everyone believed that he was a member of the Guild of the Eastern Month. It was a new guild that is engaged in bad cases. Kim got his weapon and said who he was. This was secret information that you do not need to know others. He is sure that they all die today, so it makes no sense to talk to them once again. When he felt dangerous and saw that he was preparing to attack, he immediately activated the technique of the crow's eye. Not where black crows came from and began to attack these people, quite well to distract their rivals. This opportunity can be perfectly used to start your own attack. This is what Kim was expecting, that he did that as soon as they were distracted. After that, it was time to show them what the shadow running skill means. This technique was taken after the victory over the carp. These Gigras lost Kim and could not find it and see it for a while. The guy all this time was looking for missing children. They probably hid them in the basement. Then Kim decided that all these Gentiles need to be destroyed. They work on a demon, so they are not worth living in this world. After that, he successfully found the basement of this building and found a large number of abandoned children there. They were all crying and afraid, because they did not know whether he was good or bad. The children were getting ready to go to the same terrible place about which so much heard. Kim guessed him for one of these people from the gang. The children were very frightened and wept constantly. They were told that they would make players from them. Kim was surprised that the children really tell these nonsense, which is why they were lured here. He explained to the child that the player could not be as desired, especially more impossible for an ordinary person to make someone a player. The child continued to cry and call Kim a liar. They too want to make players. The guy tried to reassure the children and explained that he came here to make them free. He released them and asked them to go home immediately and promised to resolve the issue with the men who stole them. The world has changed too much. Even children already want to become players. In any case, they are now saved, so it's time to look at this building. Kim remembers that the 7th floor has looked badly. There should be their leader and need to find it. Thomas, meanwhile, was dissatisfied with the vowels of others. His assistant approached him and said they had a problem, and he wanted to tell something. One of their branches in the central district of the city is completely destroyed, and the most interesting thing was that one person did. According to the video records, it became clear that it was a man in black clothes, but black crows closed the cameras, so the video quality was bad. Looking at more closely, Thomas began to think that it could be a servant of another demon. But where did these crows come from? That is why Thomas realized that it was time to go to his older brother. This man with dark hair was called Paul. He is the same boss in a group in black and almost always spends time in his office on the 5th floor. He began to tell Thomas that some fool decided to destroy their people from another branch. After Thomas told that he already knew this information, Paul ordered him to deal with this issue. He said that they could not allow them to neglect their gang, which is why this thing is very important. Paul warned that this guy in black looks strong enough, so Thomas should be careful. There were at least 50 people in the branch, and they were all destroyed by one only player. But Thomas is convinced of his own forces. Neperius said that of those who concluded the contract, there was no one more stronger than him. That is why he immediately goes in search of that guy in black and promises to take revenge on him. Meanwhile, Kim surveyed the branch building and found the accurate location of the main headquarters of the apartment. It will be easy to find this building, but now there are too many observers. They would better look at their own avatars than behind it. He should try to do everything that he has not found, because if the opponent sees observers, then there will be no point in the attack. In addition, the attention of the gods is also nervous of the boy, especially if it is the attention of some powerful deities. One of the observers was quite strange. Kim began to mention that it could be a witch observer. At first, he thought it could not be. If everything is like in her past life, then she certainly has her avatar. In any case, the most important thing is to decide how to destroy the gang in black. The number of their fighters in the main headquarters of the apartment is too high. It will be much more difficult than last time. The guy decided to start releasing the children from the basement, because it is clear that children are used to wake a mask of sorrow. Soon, Kim was inside and found a place where the children were kept. It was difficult to look at it because most children died very quickly. The gang members expect children to stay for at least a few days, but they die much earlier. From the conversations of these guys, Kim heard about Captain Thomas. In his past life, he was also a member of this gang. After that, Kim immediately came out and showed his face. The boys thought he was one of them, new in this post. They ordered him to immediately help to remove the dead children, but immediately paid for it. Soon they both died due to severe internal bleeding. Kim immediately approached the child who was lying on the floor and almost did not show signs of life. All this seemed surprising to him. The mask of sorrow is an artifact that eats sadness. So, and who suffered these emotions? He lives in sadness until the end and then dies. Such people have no rest even after death on his face. This mask has less power than he believed. Judging by these bandits, in 2 weeks, suffered a large number of children. After a while, gas is released from the bead and kills what is nearby. Kim found this item, but who uses it? Did the servant of a demon or one of the contractors try to save the children? It is clear what he tried to achieve, but now you need to bring children outside. Meanwhile, Paul sat in his office and was incredibly angry. He still has not received information about who attacked their branch. The searches continue, but there are no traces. So you will have to ask the Master Neo here to wait a little more, and it takes extra time to collect new children. He was told that a man in black clothing that controls the crows may be a servant of another demon. His assistant began to worry about Thomas's strength and power. If this guy chose the other side, then problems will begin. Paul explained that all this is only nonsense. Thomas treats him as his older brother and will not betray him. But the assistant still asked his boss to think about it in his spare time, because it could cause a catastrophe. The gang boss went to his window and started panic. All this because he saw a bunch of crows flying at him. Soon the window crashed and all these in black crows flew into the middle of the room. Soon it became clear that the paws of these birds hold a bomb, and this is really fun. Soon, the headquarters began to explode from the inside. These terrible people deserved such death. Very quickly, this information reached Thomas. He was told that unknown people were attacked. The guy immediately began to worry about the gang boss and the mask, which was in the basement. He was explained that after the explosion, the mask was under the debris. The attacker took the children, but did not touch this mask. If it has a divine power or related to demons, then it must be known that it cannot be destroyed. So its target was children. All this looks very strange, and Thomas is in a hurry to return to himself to understand what happened. Recently, the Raven sign has changed, which means that the constellation was killed and his power was taken by someone else. Thomas reported that this was done by one of the most famous players, though they are demons and cannot get into the community of gods. But there are too many rumors around. Thomas also learned that this guy with the power of the crow is still in the main headquarters. He probably checks whether the people who have been able to survive after the explosion remain. There is little known about this guy. He is not one of those who show his face, and even in the battle does not show true himself. Thomas wants to make him fight so that he cannot hide anywhere. Now the captain plans to go to the place where Kim's teammates are because there is his base, and it will be easy to find it. Anyone who talks to him through a system communication is worried that Thomas can die in this battle. The mask is still not completely ready, but if you wear it, it will be easy to defeat a black crow. Although this idea does not like Thomas, it is not in that position now to choose. That is why he agreed to put on this mask, and now the demon will bring him a victory. Soon he was in the city where Kim's assistants and friends are located. He immediately saw a great man named Taylor and two little girls. They could not understand who exactly came to them and immediately began to worry. Before that, everything was calm. All the boys' friends hid from the rain and enjoyed warm tea. They talked about different topics and did not worry about the weather. Linda has not yet returned. She probably is engaged in observation on the street, although in such weather it is a rather strange activity. Katie began to tell her that she was scared to even think about Landa's skills, so they look awful. Suddenly, everyone heard a loud sound. This line dropped a plate on the floor and broke it. Katie started worrying about the girl and asking her, did she not hurt her hands? But Lynn replied that she began to feel a little strange. Something bad was approaching them. She could not understand what exactly, but felt that she had to prepare for the worst. That's how a tall man named Thomas came in their door. He quickly found their house. Katie began to think that it could be a comrade Kim. Maybe everything is not as bad as it seems at first sight. But very quickly it became clear that he came here not to sit quietly and drink delicious tea. He probably did not have been in the school lessons of ethics, and does not know that young girls cannot be beaten. Katie felt a very severe pain. It is surprisingly because her mithril had to protect her. Thomas warned her that if she behaved quietly, he would quickly kill her and will not make it suffer. He also made a mistake and underestimated this little girl too much because she could surprise. She is not going to be afraid of anyone in this world, which is why she activated her weapon and has been attacking. But today, a truly mastered opponent, his skills of very high level, is fighting. With the help of speed and reaction, he was able to stop her attack in the first seconds. After that, Thomas tried to take the opportunity and strike. But at the last moment, he was stopped by Taylor. This great man does not like when his friends are offended. Thomas is sure that Taylor was not the easiest rival before the game, but now he has no time to talk. He asked Taylor to go aside and die quietly. But this man has a daughter, so he would fight until the last drop of blood. It looks like a real battle with Mortal Kombat. Thomas has higher characteristics, but we do not know Taylor's abilities. No one has ever seen this man with white hair shows his combat skills, so it will be interesting to look at it. Meanwhile, in the headquarters, gangs in black also took place very important and interesting events. The head began to ache in Kim because he caused more than 100 crows to help. But with this, it will be easy to destroy the gang in black. And Kim also realizes that they have certainly hid the mask. While the guy tried to understand whether he could destroy the mask or not, the observer told him that Avatar Katie was in danger. At first, Kim believed that all this was a bad draw, but in fact, the situation was really critical. In just 10 minutes, Thomas was able to easily win the battle against Taylor and Katie. He looked at how Lynn was crying and immediately remembered his childhood and a very similar situation. The demon turned to Thomas and asked not to kill this child. He explained that a huge force was hidden in it. He also said that he feels a high and pure magic in this child, which he will definitely need in the future. The demon allowed to kill all other members of their team and take this girl with him. Thomas approached a little girl and said that if she wants and dad and girlfriend to remain alive, he should follow him. He promised that everything would be well and he would surely save their lives if she behaved well. She did not have any other choice but to submit to this hacking her husband and accept his conditions. But this evening, Thomas will not be so perfect. It is time to feel what real problems are. Linda returned after the survey of the surrounding area and immediately began to operate with an axe. She did not expect Thomas would be able to evade her first blow, but did not stop and continued to attack. The guy immediately felt that his rival was moving even faster than him, but so far it is too early to panic. Linda was very decisive. She saw her friends in danger and therefore prepared for a serious battle. The girl quickly realized that her opponent is strong enough. After her several blows, he was still alive. It shows his professional training. She was convinced that one accurate blow would be enough to win, but he is incredibly flexible like a snake. The experience of a professional boxer is immediately felt, so you need to apply a completely different tactic to win. This is not a problem for such a skillful player as Linda, and progress has achieved high rates and she is no longer afraid of anyone. Thomas quickly realized that he would not be able to get out of this house so easily and take with him a line. To do this first, you will need to deal with this annoying girl, and it will not just do it. Linda decided not to waste time and immediately continued to attack the attacker with the help of strokes. And speed is at a completely different level, and it helps to cause a lot of attacks. However, Thomas did not panic at all. He saw that his rival was only kissing and attacking without using tactics. There is nothing difficult about this. Its technique is quite ordinary, so he is sure that he will be able to win with the help of one accurate blow. He managed to enter the distance of melee and strike with his right hand. It was really powerful. Although the fight ended fairly quickly, it was still impressed with the speed of this girl. She almost had time to break his hand with her re-attack. Although it did not succeed, this battle was quite dangerous, which is why the guy quickly gathered his things and realized that it was time to run. He was already sitting on his motorcycle and prepared for a quick trip in the rain, but what he saw in front of him shocked him. Linda did not die at all, and did not even lose consciousness, though blood in her hands, but she is ready for revenge. She began to try to catch up with the speed of her feet, although it seemed absurd. At first, Thomas believed that all this is only a dream. She really believes that he could catch up with a high-speed motorcycle? What should be the speed of this girl if she can really catch up? Is she a daughter of Sonic? With every second, Linda was getting closer and closer to her target. There were only a few centimeters. But at the last moment, Thomas used his demonic mask to save his life. This insidious strategy worked, and he was able to break away from his pursuer again. Of course, it was not without the help of a demon. He could not allow him to ruin the main dish. Very quickly, Thomas was able to get to his destination. This is the main city pier for boats. Everything seemed quiet enough, but the demon informed the guy that the same crow would soon come here because he wanted to save Lynn. Thomas became very interesting who was hidden behind the crow mask, because he had quite interesting friends. It is not only a foreigner with powerful melee skills, but also a high school student with interesting techniques, and of course a little girl with blonde hair that was so interested in the demon. This crow must certainly be a serious rival and a difficult test for Thomas. He also mentioned that the girl in black is also part of their large team. Maybe she is one of the most dangerous of them. If the crow is so powerful players, it is also a talented character. The demon reported that if Thomas does not wear a mask in this battle, he would fail. The demon also warned that if Thomas loses, it will be terminated with a contract, which will have serious consequences. It was not necessary to wait a long time. The Black Raven Kim was in place in a few minutes and prepared for a fierce confrontation. Finally, these guys met each other, so we will see what happens to those who are hurting Kim's friends. Raven recognized his opponent. He had already seen him in the fighting of mixed martial arts. Seeing that the line was still alive, he asked Thomas, why did he decide to take this girl with him? The guy replied that it was the best way to get Kim to come to him personally, and as it became clear now, this plan worked. So everything is simple enough. This meeting had to happen because Kim destroyed the gang in black. Thomas felt the power of his opponent very quickly. He realizes that his internal energy at a very high level. Raven explained that he decided to destroy the gang in black because they behaved too badly and attacked his friends. But Thomas came here to take revenge on this gang and said that he would take his head with him. Seeing that Thomas changed Kim's hands, that his opponent was trying to use the technique of strengthening his body. All this looks strange. Kim has not been fighting without weapons, but ready to demonstrate Thomas a master class. Both boys only wanted victories and at the same time began to attack each other. We are waiting for a battle encounter. Courses. Always interesting to watch, because you never know who will turn out the winner. With the help of Boxer's experience, Thomas tried to get closer to Kim and strike. Of course, he wants to take advantage of his strong sides, but Kim always beats smart, so it is unlikely that it will work. The Black Raven feels great when you need to defend themselves, and when you go into a decisive counter, offensive. With the right technique, he tries to break through the strong protection of his boxing opponent. Quickly, Thomas began to realize that his opponent was very strong. He underestimated him from the beginning. The demon warned of the power of the crow, and now the guy has no choice but to use the help of a mask. The demon also spoke about the difference between the contract with God and the contract with the demon. He explained that demons can force their people to do what they need, so Thomas has no other choice. Kim was not going to stop and continued to use the techniques he received after the victory over the Black Crow. But all this may not help after Thomas puts on this demonic mask. He did not want to do it from the beginning, but because of a contract with a demon, He has no other choice. If Thomas were stronger, he could overcome his own. But the difference in levels is now too big. Soon the mask was finally dressed. All it looked quite spectacular, but at the same time creepy. Kim realized that he could now start serious problems if he did not come up with the right plan. With the help of memories of past life, he tried to predict what would happen after Thomas puts a mask. Perhaps their scores will be equal and then they will be approximately at the same level. But all this is just a guess. The demon enjoyed the fact that Thomas could control the body. He felt that he would now be able to take the situation under his control. And to begin with, he needs to get acquainted with Kim personally, to say hello, and then totally destroy it. Kim is now 27th in the rank of demon, the same majestic and horrible Nebiros. He still remained calm about it. He said that he did not want to hear unnecessary conversations because it is bad to constantly be in the rain. Nebiros was interested in this, guys, all this because he heard Kim could destroy the Crucian. And this was already respectful. However, the demon thinks that all this is impossible. The usual player could not really defeat the real constellation. The mask is still not fully formed. This is what gives the opportunity to win, because otherwise it would have long been dead. The Battle of Titans began. It is no longer a fight against the ordinary Green Goblin or another player. Now Kim is fighting against a very strong opponent, which is fueled by a demonic force, even nothing to add here. But the guy still remains calm and confident in his own power, though his opponent is strong, but his movements are too predictable. That is why Kim is sure that he can easily win, even though he is beating with a demon. In this battle, there was something to look at. Everyone tried to take advantage of their strengths and avoid dangerous moments. So far, it was noticeable that the initiative on Kim's side, it even seems like a normal beating of a boxer bag. When he thought about the battle with a demon in a mask, he expected much more resistance and danger. Even if Kim is not able to cut it in half because of magical power, the demon should still feel pain through the body of Thomas. Oddly enough, even in such a difficult situation, the demon continued to laugh and stay calm. He acknowledged that Kim really has excellent martial arts skills and also uses his strengths well. But he still remains only an ordinary person and you should not forget about it. Due to severe injuries in this battle, Thomas returned to consciousness, although his brain is still controlled by the demon. Until the guy removes this mask, he will not be able to avoid control over his mind. That is why he found strength and began to try in strange ways to break this demonic mask. Kim began to guess that this guy was trying to regain his consciousness. It is quite unusual to watch. Thomas not only wants to break the mask, but also resists the manipulation of the demon on its own. Nebiros called Thomas a fool and said that this mask was not as easy to break as he thinks. Only the one who is at least at the same level with him can break the demon artifact. So Thomas was able to finally do it, and Nebiros was very dissatisfied with his behavior. He said it was a very stupid act. Thomas replied that he has long wanted to terminate a contract with demonic force. Especially Nebiros would have to get rid of Thomas in the future. That is why the guy decided to leave his past master first and finally become a free man. Now it can be 100% free and do all that he pleases. Kim is ready to continue this fight, but the question arises whether Thomas wants to fight with him after breaking the contract with a demon. Thomas explained that he did not fight him through a demon. He probably wants to take revenge on the boss of the gang in black. The contract is completely terminated, and the scores of experience remained at the same level, so it is capable of only one single attack. That is why he suggested that he continue this battle in the Black Crow and finally find the winner. He was amazed at how quickly Kim agreed to these conditions, approached him, and prepared to strike a powerful blow to the jaw. But now Thomas has begun to feel that he could see the movements he had not seen before. Did this guy start adapting to Kim's technique very quickly? Were there any experience from the mask still left? Now Kim began to feel that the initiative was beginning to slip out of his hands, and this is an unpleasant feeling. The guy realized that we needed to quickly invent something and take advantage of all the possibilities of his body. That is why it is time to show their flexibility and medium-distance battle. Kim was able to find an opportunity for a well struck on the opponent, and did it truly effectively. It became clear that Thomas would not be, but his opponent at the moment outweigh him in all key characteristics. It was such a powerful blow that Thomas thought for a while he learned to fly. But it is better to learn how to swim, because otherwise he will find himself at the very bottom of the sea. This battle was over very quickly. No doubt about the winner could stay here. Kim acknowledged that his opponent really deserved respect. But all this is no longer any significance. But as it turned out, everything was so simple because in some way Thomas was able to survive and opened his eyes. When he lifted his head, he saw a little girl with an umbrella in a white dress. She smiled and greeted with him. It was noticeable that he did not understand how he could survive, and so this girl explained that she saved him. Thomas is not a fool at all. He quickly guessed that an unusual person stands in front of him. But who is she? She said that he asks too many questions as a pathetic warrior, but she's ready to answer some of them. This girl, oddly enough, is one of the 7 demons that govern the devil's world. Her name is Azazel. It was noticeable that this answer was completely shocked by the guy. He realized that he was faced with a legendary demon laziness. Interesting events began to take place in the eastern part of the city, which will soon affect the storyline. There were several people in the spacious room who talked about potential association. It looks like a master of ascending guild named Edward against this idea. He suspects that all this can be a trap. One of the important masters of guild, Genesis, Master Brian replied that he could not predict what it would lead to. All these empty chats are already very tired of another member of the guild. Sharon said she would leave from here if they continue it. That is why the boys tensed and began to look for a solution to their common problem. Brian called them all today not to talk about unification. He said that he had a question about the main task, and this immediately caused surprise to others. The renewal of the guild has taken a little time, but the main task still has not started, and some signs appeared. Brian recalled that everyone has known so long ago. Different dungeons began to appear around. He believes that all these are signs. This time too many dungeons have appeared. And because of this, there are more and more problems between the guilds. That is why he thinks something that the next task will probably be aimed at competition between the guilds in the fight for the dungeon. This is a bold statement by the guy, but it should be acknowledged that she has a solid basis. Therefore, it does not offer mandatory association. The main thing is that they do not quarrel with each other during this period. There is nothing unusual about this, only the classic proposal of a peaceful solution to this problem. As it became known recently, after the 4th task it became possible to form guilds, and this changed the rules of the game. You can now buy any territory in the city center, make it a guild office, and it will become a safe area for players. Kim believed that all this would happen much later. At least that was in his past life. But the attention of the gods is too much challenge to special players in this game. That is why he planned to become a member of another guild all this time. But after meeting with some players, he changed his mind. All this time, he needed a safe area so that no bandit or even an observer could get there. He wanted to do it later, but the circumstances were otherwise. That is why he had to hurry. In the guild building, you can feel much more free because there is no constant observation of the gods. Kim invited everyone inside and said that he would later tell all the details of this safe zone. He could not help but notice that Linda had become quite upset lately. He had not seen her laughing for a long time. The girl explained that she was upset because she could not protect her friends, but it was in the past, and life goes only forward. Still, she is worried about some aspects of her progress. She realized that she was missing a lot. It does not only mean raising the scope of experience and combat skills, it seems to the girl that she must learn some specific technique. All this seems strange because Linda is even incredibly strong now, so in the future she wants to become even stronger. Kim immediately remembered Thomas. He constantly thinks that this guy could survive after that strange explosion. He felt that his last attack had interfered with something. Only demons could interfere with this situation. Moreover, considering that this force has been able to reject Kim's blow, it is enough for 7 demons. All this constantly does not allow Kim to calm down and enjoy the moment. This tension is very annoying. Only Katie behaves quite relaxed. Now she has started to think about the beginning of the next task. There is no information about this mission now, but Kim said that all the nuances will tell when everyone comes. Soon their large and friendly team finally gathered together. There were everyone, Taylor with her daughter, Donald with his older brother, and a girl. All of them have already heard that lately, and more dungeons have become more and more. But this does not guarantee occupation. Kim said they had to treat it more closely and said something about the seal of the dungeon. It is unclear what it is in mind, but everyone immediately began to look at him. Simply put, only those groups where people are marked will be able to fully go into the dungeon and work there. Until now, there were no restrictions on the entrances of the dungeon, but after updating the system can be installed. Mark immediately suggested a rather interesting idea. He said that it would be more profitable to seize a large number of dungeons. And this is what Kim thought. Stable delivery of resources, buying points, growth of players. All this is a chance to get into the leaders of this game. Of course, everyone understands that real competition will begin. Big players have long begun preparations until this moment. There are already several large guilds in their city, and those who are not a member of the guild cannot participate in the main tasks. That is why Kim has gathered all his friends together on this beautiful day. He wants them all to join his guild. The brothers immediately agreed to these conditions. The thought did not change at all from their last meeting. They are many obliged to Kim, so they agree to everything. Katie replied that she did not have a difference with Kim at all, so she also agrees, as well as Linda. Taylor and his daughter are believed that they will not be able to help this guild. Last time they could not stop Thomas. But Kim assured that they needed his guilds and he insists that they join his team. He is well aware that Lin has the best abilities of all players who have been alive at the moment. Taylor, in turn, has a very strong compatibility with the gods as an avatar, so it is not inferior to other players. In his past life, he was even one of the best players for a while, and Kim remembers it perfectly. The family of foreigners finally decided to join the team of heroes and become part of their new guild. Now it's time to talk about really important points. Katie is very interested in what the guild will be called. The girl said she was even ready to offer her name, but Kim assured her that this question was already resolved. Of course, she was dissatisfied with this answer and feared that the guild would not be called as she would like. But Kim assured the girl that the name was quite cool, and said that their new guild is called the Killer of the Gods. Of course, nothing cooler. None of the participants of this new team has never heard in life. They all looked at Kim and said that they were fully satisfied with this name. The captain was satisfied with himself. After the question with the name was resolved, it was time to see the headquarters of the guild. Donald was amazed at this house. He did not understand how Kim was able to find an affordable place and even in such a wonderful area. This house even has a dungeon with weapons for raids. Such conditions cannot boast even some of the best guilds. There is also a training platform to improve their physical abilities and to refine combat skills. Of course, Linda spends almost all her free time. After losing the battle against Thomas, she trains almost all day. But we must admit that Kim is not far behind her and also constantly improves his combat skills. He already realized that this girl is too much anger. Even now, she's trying to hold back not to destroy him. But sometimes it becomes noticeable that her eyes are again filled with red blood, and then it is very difficult to stop. Linda successfully learned to control her aggression for all these workouts, which is why Kim is still alive. All this happened so fast that the horse did not even understand how Linda had time to press him against the wall. It's time to stop training and relax. Otherwise, Kim will have to spend the night in the hospital, in the surgical ward. Even though Linda was so successful, the girl was still dissatisfied that she could never hit Kim. She began to ask where he learned how to fight so much, because he also wanted to borrow some techniques. All this looks strange. He has only played computer games all his life, and now he has become one of the best masters of martial arts in the world. While they were talking about how to move during their attack and protection, a hunted girl with ice cream ran into the room. Katie said that in this room it stinks too much, now it is impossible to train here. Earlier, this young lady said that she would never come to this hall, but now she is here. The girl reported that some strange sounds came from the incubator, which is why she came to tell about it. As soon as Kim realized that it was fanfare sounds, he immediately began to think that it could be a sign. All his intuition told him that the little unicorn Kieran was ready to hatch from the egg. No wonder these sounds began to get from this place. So, the unicorn is almost ready to be born. The system began to report that it was really true. Kim received an achievement for helping to be born. Now he can officially call himself a person who tamed the sacred animal. Few people. Watching the birth of a unicorn is always exciting and very exciting. It can be understood by Katie and Kim's face. Soon they saw this baby in their own eyes. It is really impressive. Katie immediately took him in her arms and began to take care of him. And Kim, meanwhile, could not get away from shock. The catalyst proved to be so effective that the unicorn turned into a real child. Yet it was not clear at all how it happened. This creature combines human blood, which has unusual abilities, with the blood of a sacred animal. Now the child must have magic and various techniques. In about a month, he will become a teenager, though he will be good. But it can always change because it flows in human blood. The development of this child will depend on the method of education. And as it turned out, it is a girl. It turns out that this child belongs to Kim if it did not look strange, and she needs to be named, such as Mary. This name was offered to Katie. She always wanted to be called this way. It's time to show this child to all other members of the new guild. And Katie immediately ran. Kim decided to allow the girl to raise this child for a while. It will be right and will not distract the boy. A little later, it was time to talk about work. This building has an important point. Depending on the dungeons, there will be different points. The fifth task is called the ratio in the dungeon. Its key task is to clean up as a more dungeon. Linda said that there are too few people in their guild, and they may be you're competing with others. Maybe there's another way. Katie said that the dungeons that give the most points should be attacked, but it will be difficult to find out this information. The dungeon has a clear principle of appearance, but it is necessary to decipher this code. This requires a map with the last dungeons in the city. With the help of ravens, Kim was able to obtain this information. Only Guild Genesis conducted an analysis regarding the principle of the appearance of these dungeons. But looking only at this card is almost nothing clear. This is not enough. But a little later, it became noticeable that these dungeons seem to form constellations, but they give little points. As the constellation can be associated with dungeons and raids, it all looks pointless. The team leader said that they have some tips. It is a hint that the tasks will be related to constellations. Therefore, the purpose of their guild is the dungeon for which they give high points, and they need to focus on. They are divided into insect groups depending on the category of constellations. And for the dungeon, which is located in the city of the brightest star, you can get 10 points. After that, the guy explained that all this is not even the most important because the most important thing is Katie. Although it sounds completely unclear, but the guy promised a little later to tell everything about it. There is nothing new about this. Kim always tells something interesting, and it leaves all the most important. Now it's time to talk to Linda. Kim warned that she could no longer fight players. This is a competition, not a fight to death. The girl was a little upset and said that she wanted to kill only bad guys. Who is bad and who is good she has to decide, but in any case she should try to be calmer. Excessive attention will lead to the problems of the whole guild, so how cruel it is necessary to calm down a little. Kim understands that he talks not with a baby, but an adult woman, so he is sure that she will be able to deal with it. Suddenly the guy saw what made him really worry. He came to a letter from the Witch of Dreams. This is strange because Kim was her avatar in the first round of the past life, which is why he was so surprised. Meanwhile, interesting discussions took place in the chat because the king said that the war was calling him. He was waiting for these competitions. The Hammer King was dissatisfied that there is another king in this chat except him. All deities under different nicknames were constantly talking about future competitions and boasting their avatars. Suddenly, an anonymous number 48 joined them. He said that he had information about the dungeons, for which they gave high points. All around them immediately recognized him. Before that, his information was constantly at the highest level. He immediately showed a high-rank dungeon on the map. Many began to offer his avatar to his guild, but Kim immediately refused. The guy was in no hurry and calmly talked about everything he knew. His plan is simple enough. He wants to provide unnecessary information about small dungeons and a few large ones to win trust. One of the deities understood his plan, probably only interested in the place and time of the appearance of 12 constellations. Probably the leader of Guild Genesis is already aware of this, so Kim finished the distribution of free information. Now he has a message from the deity, in which he was an avatar in the first round, and is called a Witch of Dreams. Divine can send a message to players up to 10 times a month, so they save this opportunity, and they rarely write even to their avatars. It is very strange that God sent a message to an ordinary player to whom, in his past life, he has never received such a message. The Witch of Dreams wrote that she likes Kim, and she is not worried about restrictions on messages. Everyone around her tells her that someone's avatar, but she does not believe in it and wants him to become her player. She will be able to make him the winner of this game. Probably this woman does not remember what happened in the first round. Kim cannot repeat this story, so she refuses to offer. He respects her proposal and understands that she is not guilty of past failures, but now they are going different roads. The Goddess of Dreams said he could always turn to her if he needed help. She also said that she would always watch his future achievements. In the meantime, Katie constantly thought about the words that they told them at the general team assembly. He believes that now she will be the main one in the future battle, first to ambush and then act. The girl was dissatisfied. It seemed to her that Kim was constantly trying to give her the hardest job. A new dungeon began to emerge next to them. Everyone was informed that they needed to prepare for it. Katie did not understand why there are so many different people around. Maybe the dungeon would really be 10 points? She does not like that she was ordered to come here alone, but now she should not worry, but act and use her skills. It turned into a bee and joined the members of the team of one of the guilds. They all began to go into this dungeon. Some of the members of this team tried not to let other guilds hear. She watched them carefully, and it seemed that some are stupid around her, and we needed to understand and run away from here. The players tried not to relax, because it is unknown which monster would appear here. They immediately noticed that this dungeon is completely different and differ from everything they saw earlier. Everyone took their positions, though no one saw that the bee was with them, but it also played their role. The girl was responsible for the captain of her guild. so she wanted to prove herself as best as possible. A little later, no one watched her, and she could calmly turn into a person again. Then Katie got dynamite from his pocket. He can work remotely and does not act on monsters and players. It is not expected that she will have to work with him at all, but this game makes the players constantly progress. Soon, there was a loud explosion, and thanks to this, it was able to block the entrance and expand the exit. The girl did not know where Kim was able to get all this dynamite, but she enjoyed working with it. The girl was lucky, and soon dungeon was completely cleaned. She can be proud of. Other guilds were constantly arguing for this dungeon. They were ready to destroy each other to pick it up. Everyone was happy to find a dungeon for which they give many points. It will help raise the overall level of the guild. Suddenly, they saw that an unknown girl approached them. She said that there should be no other people near this dungeon. The boys began to panic because they did not understand who it was and how it found the road here, but one of them explained that it was he who had missed it. He did not want to kill Landa immediately, so he decided to have a little fun. The problem is only Linda today, because in a few seconds she showed her true strength. None of these players could even move, of course. They immediately started panic. Linda immediately noticed the strange tattoos of the moon on their hands. She has already heard about this guild. Linda did not stop at all and tried to destroy everyone who hinders her. In a short time, she was able to imprison 32 participants of this guild. Perhaps this is enough. A little later, the official rating of these competitions was released. The Guild of the Murderers of the Gods was second with Genesis. The Ascending Guild was the first. That's how Genesis and wanted to do. They want to continue to hold this position. But next week, take a sharp step forward and take the first place so that no one can prevent them. They are convinced that no one except them knows about constellations, which is why they behave so self-confident. A little later, Sharon and Brian began to talk about the Guild of the Murderers of the Gods. They do not know information about these guys. They also became aware that the Guild of the Killers of the Gods checks all the dungeons for which they give high points. They have a bit in common. They also know about the relationship between points and the provisions of the dungeons, so they need to be observed. So far, the Guild of the Killers of the Gods has not yet realized that they are already beginning to monitor them. So far, everything is as Kim expected. Most guilds are hunting for a low-grade dungeon. 2 heavy dungeons have already cleaned Ketty. Linda also helps her constantly and is disassembled with dungeons for 5 points. With the help of wonderful women's work, and the guild has already received more than 25 points. While everyone is working hard to progress the guild, a young child by the name of Maria is growing rapidly. Other team members also have no problems yet, so the captain can be satisfied with their work. Line came to Kim and said that she also wanted to hold Maria in her hands. The captain of the team was not very ready for the fact that he needs to grow rapidly. Now he has a great responsibility. Line is constantly concerned about what is not beneficial to the team. She also wants to learn the basics of martial arts. But Kim assured her too early to think about it, and it's not too small. To begin with, she must know herself and her internal energy, and then think about martial arts and competitions. Kim is well aware that, from the very beginning, she was not one of those who need to exercise or courage her skills. It becomes stronger only by observing other team members. She should understand that training and hard work for her work quite differently than everyone else. Thanks to this conversation, the girl began to feel more confident and her mood immediately improved. It may also be influenced by Maria. It should be remembered that this child is partially a person and partly a sacred animal. She may already be able to use her magical abilities on the second day after birth. And all this can be quite dangerous because Maria began to shoot the sun from her horn after a few seconds. Of course, this was not expected not only for Lena, but also for Kim, who had not seen it before. Although the guy said that he was not scared at all, it was noticeable that it made him strain. This child is special and therefore should be a special attitude. Even in his past life, Kim has not encountered anything like that, so it is difficult for him to adjust. Some team members began to guess that Guild Jansis would soon contact them. Most players have already begun to actively discuss their team members. Now they are some of the country's most famous teams. Although it is possible to believe that only they know about constellations and the distribution of points for dungeons. The Killers of the Gods clean only those dungeons where they give high scores, so they may be of interest. But Kim warned that he did not want to talk to Kim and began to think about finding another team member. Mark believes that it will be correct to clean the new dungeon for 10 points. Now they are talking about it. But Kim has already learned that this dungeon is watched by Guild Jansis. He explained that there is nothing wrong with low grades. There is no big difference in points for monsters. While they were talking, they were very quickly approaching the right place. Kim connected Gung's skin to the darkness of darkness and got a rank. So now he had even more confidence in his own abilities. Many ordinary players and even ordinary people were constantly monitored by the guild rating. Upgrading the system changed their lives and completely changed the rules of the game. Everyone was surprised because the Killers of the Gods were now in the first place. They are ahead of Yansais and the Ascending Guild. No one heard about them before, but most of all, the members of other guilds began to worry. Now they realized that those who clean the dungeon behind their backs are guys from the Guild of the Gods. The members of the Team Genesis and the Rays Guild are very angry with their competitors and are ready to destroy them. But the problem is that the Killers of the Gods work with the shadow, and almost no one saw them with their own eyes. There are only suspicions of the dungeon they cleared, but there are no witnesses to these raids. It seems that the Killers of the Gods secretly watch their competitors and are constantly ahead of them. Edward told that he saw a strange guy who was walking near their area constantly, but he could not check who it was. Brian said that this is exactly a member of the team of the Killers of the Gods. They all need to be careful because they are constantly observed. But among other guilds, there are also conflicts. Edward is dissatisfied that Guild Genesis has reduced the gap so quickly. Brian explained that they were just lucky, because their dungeons turned out to be a high rank. They all need to think about how to stop the Killers of the Gods because their authority can fall significantly if they lose the competition. There are only 2 weeks left to fulfill this mission, so you need to act very boldly and quickly. To begin with, Brian proposes to stop the cleansing of the dungeons and start collecting information about a competitor. Now is not the time to think about points, so members of the guild must expect further instructions. All of them have to unite and act as a single organism. Only you can protect your honor. Perhaps the chance, find out who such Killers of the Gods will be, and they need to use. Edward agreed to these conditions and said that the Rising Guild would temporarily stop its cleansing of the dungeon. They will do the same in Genesis. They want too much to see the face of their competitors, and for that is ready for anything. Now their main goal is very simple: the disclosure of the Guild of the Killers of the Gods at any cost. Meanwhile, Kim did not stop and continued to work constantly. He immediately felt that the protection of the borders had intensified. It is not difficult to guess that it is more important for their competitors to find them than to clean the dungeon. All this is quite bad news because now their work is at risk. But there is nothing wrong with meeting their competitors. If they want to see so, this is not a problem. Most soldiers are in the dungeons, so it is even better because Kim is ready to meet with the bosses of other guilds. He never thought that their strategy in the dark would be constant. They are always ready to open up to the world. It is time to use another skill he received from the constellation Charis. This is the technique of running in the shade. But it looks like this technique is not as perfect as they are talking about. It turned out that Dorothy heard the approach of an unknown rival and was able to protect himself from his attack. Kim knows who she is. This girl is the right hand of Boss Guild Jancis, known for her high level and lack of flexibility. She ordered Kim to show his true face or prepare for death. The guy was in no hurry to die, and that is why he suggested talking, but Dorothy did not listen to him. She immediately prepared her sword and went into a direct attack on the boy. If it was not an incredible Kim's reaction, he would be dead because she is a real swordmaster. In order to survive in the battle with this girl, you need to concentrate as much as possible and show everything you are capable of. Dorothy felt that her opponent was also a strong nut. She likes to feel strength and hates weakness. Kim suggested talking again and not rush to beat each other. But this girl is not one of those who can negotiate. She got her sword of Urumi and prepared for the second round. Kim did not expect that she had such a serious weapon. It was an indicator of her guild preparation. These rivals are really worth each other, but the problem is that Kim does not want to fight and kill Dorothy. He is trying to stop it and reassure her, but she is increasingly angry. This time the girl got a small sharp knife from her pocket. It is the third weapon in a few minutes of battle. This couple of players have long tried to understand which of them the strongest. And finally, the battle ended. Kim won. Dorothy acknowledged his strength and prepared for death. But the guy came here not for this. He explained that he was a member of the Guild of the Killer in the Gods and came here to speak, not to kill. Finally, the meaning of his words came to her. All this time she did not believe that he really wanted to talk. The fact that Kim is a member of the team of the Killers of the Gods radically changes this case. It's time to talk to Guild Boss Jancis and resolve all misunderstandings. Initially, Brian was not going to believe in these words, but Kim said he knew about the constellation. After these words, Kim is indeed a member of the Guild of the Killers of the Gods. Even in Guild Genesis, not all team members know about it, so now you can really talk quietly. The brand invited Kim to sit next to him and calm down, and Dorothy can now be free. He assured that all is well and she can really go to her room and relax after a difficult battle. Kim still did not show his face. It was more comfortable to speak in the shade. Of course, the brand is interested in understanding the cause of this meeting because it is not clear. Kim reminded that guild members Jansace were actively looking for his friends, which is why he came open here. Brian began to guess that Kim came to ask for a weakening of control over the dungeons. But as it turned out, this Kim was not interested in this. He said that the dungeon can continue to be controlled in the same way. All this was not expected enough. So far, the purpose of this visit is completely unclear. However, he said that in their city there are two interesting places that he came to tell, and it is better not to go. He also said that there are about 16 different dungeons near them. They are also very dangerous. The guy says in this way, if you go there, something very bad will happen. A little later, it became clear that he was talking about the constellation of Scorpio. Kim reported that unknown people hid the bomb in this dungeon. He talks about 8 signs of the zodiac of 12, fragments of the constellation of Scorpio, which is known for its cruelty. The problem is that no one knows where they are. Kim cannot tell the details, but in the Scorpio dungeon sleeps a monster who can turn their city into a bloody sea. Of course, Brian was not going to believe Kim's words immediately. He said he wanted to hear full evidence. Kim replied that this is one of his skills, to learn about the most important information first. But if Brian wants to hear the evidence so much, he can give him some data he will surely believe. Kim is obliged to gain the trust of this guy in any way, because he must prevent this case. All this because he had to go through in his past life was a real hell. It is unknown where it all started, perhaps through the guilds that began to clean the dungeon. But in any case, the monster woke up and a real hell began to forget about even in the next life. It may have been a publisher focus so that the gods may be satisfied, maybe something else. 2 other monsters came out of the constellation of Scorpio and Teres, and the third part of the city was destroyed in a week. In this battle, the Ascending Guild received incredible harm. Genesis also had to heal her wounds for a long time. The progress of the city players immediately slowed down, as well as the pace of improving players in the whole country. That is why Kim so much wants to stop this incredible disaster, and is ready to do anything for it. Among the 18 dungeons, there are only 2 places where the constellation of Scorpio may appear, if nothing has changed. Brian told that one of his intelligence officers contacted him and reported that Mithril was really discovered in this place. He became wondering how this guy in the cloak learned about it all, and at what level is the Guild of the Murderers of the Gods. It is unusual metal, and Mithril, and if Kim so easily gave them a mine, it means that he had something more valuable. In fact, it is. Kim has 2 locations of Mithrila and White Steel, giving one of them as little things. If there is a monster in the dungeon, now the priority is the destruction of it. Kim said Guild Jansace should follow the dungeons for a while. He would be glad to talk to other insect guilds, but hardly anyone listened to him, which is why he came to Genesis. But if Brian refuses him in this, then Kim has a completely different plan and will take advantage of him. Kim says in this way as if he has a million ways to achieve the desired result. It looks too self-confident. In any case, Brian believed this guy and said he would do his best. He also said Kim could seek help at any moment. Then the conversation ended, and Kim disappeared. It happened so fast that even Brian has not seen such sudden disappearances of people. If such a guy as Kim decides to attack without a warning, then you will be awaited an inevitable death. Of course, Scorpio is a very dangerous monster, but it does not reach the level of full of guard. If you prepare properly, it can be easily stopped. But if the preparation is really serious, Donald made a special gas mask. It is made of mithril and 8 types of materials. This thing helps to breathe fresh air, even if there are poisonous gases around, and first requires 5 such items. Kim said that he would buy all the necessary materials so that only these items were made on time. Donald replied that for him such a job was a pleasure. This room was personally made for the manufacture of equipment, and Donald is chief here. He also had time to make clothes for Kim. The captain of the team was very pleased. He called him a Dark Knight's coat. It has high levels and options for magic, as well as special skills. All you have to do is cover all the rest of the mithril, although Donald does not understand why to do it. It seems to him that white steel weapons do not need to be further covered with mithril. Kim explained to him that this metal has special qualities. Donald should understand what it means because he is a professional in this case. Kim said he would like to go to this business alone, but he would not have enough time. The system may not be expected to intervene, so you need to call for help all your team. They quickly gathered and decided on the road. All were concentrated and prepared in the case. Katie believed that it would be necessary to go into every dungeon and look, but Kim reported that everything was not true. He also asked Taylor not to stop and continue to follow the other players. He also got a bracelet from his pocket and gave him. This bracelet was received in the remuneration for the clearing of the dungeon. it may be needed. So far, Taylor will not be able to check the effect of this subject because he belongs to Kim. Now it's time to find what they gathered here for, and to do it quickly. With the technique of star strength, it is much easier to do than if Kim did it alone. The guy reported that all this is near from here, the 5th and 15th dungeons. But one of the dungeons now has a gate condition, so Kim cannot check it so far. The last dungeon is in the place where the star of the constellation of Scorpio shines. Until it is formed, it is necessary to do others, and it will take about 2 days. They will start the last dungeon separately, but now they have to clean the first 2. Very quickly became clear that the Guild of the Killers of the Gods is not one here. They have enough competitors. Of course, Katie can turn into a member of another guild and go inside. But what will everyone else do? Kim said that you could not worry, because their task is a complete cleaning of the dungeon. He says it with such a face seemed to kill everyone who is in these dungeons. Linda suggested her help in this case, although she had said that only bad guys would kill only bad guys. Although this is really urgent, it is not possible to kill everyone around. Even if it is not enough time, you still have to be careful. Linda is now in a dangerous state. It seems that until now she has been fighting the strength of the death of death all this time. But it became clear that it is no longer the same as from the beginning, so it is better to trust Kim. Within a few seconds, the problem with competitors was solved. All of them lost consciousness at the same time. It is unlikely that it happened by accident. Now the team could go inside. At first glance, this dungeon looked quite, of course, nothing special. But all this is only at first glance. Kim warned about the dangers and asked to get gas masks. They do not know what can happen inside the dungeon, so we must be ready for everything. Meanwhile, Taylor continued to execute his assignment and followed other guilds. He was in front of the gate in the 18th dungeon and received a strange report of danger in his area. His god personally told him about it, so something is really dangerous inside this dungeon. The gates of the dungeons began the wards, and the speed of formation immediately increased. Kim proved to be right. This situation inevitably intervened the master of the game or the creator. It does not even look like other dungeons. They will probably give it 10 points. Even the leader of the Ascending Guild has never seen anything like this. This form looks like a poisonous mushroom. He decided to personally check this gate, although it violates the contract with other guilds. Edward believes that one dungeon will not be a problem, especially Jansace is occupied by other areas. Edward ordered the half of his team to stay here and go with him the other half. Meanwhile, the Guild of the Murderers of the Gods continued to move in the middle of the dungeon. There were quite a few small and annoying green goblins, but, as we already know, it is quite easy to understand these guys. They do not pose a serious threat to professionals. Even Katie will be able to destroy many such monsters on their own, so they did not scare the team members. The problem is more in their number. When there are too many green monsters, it becomes difficult to stop them. Kim quickly destroyed more than 10 monsters. Katie was surprised when he became so strong. The guy explained that he trained a lot and was able to make rapid progress. He thought that Katie should also start training with Linda. They will be able to help each other. If they fight at least 3 times a week, the Kenti will make incredible progress. Soon, Kim began to feel the aura of the stars, which means only one thing. They are almost in place. When the guy saw what they were looking for, he got his weapon and asked everyone to retreat. He also ordered to wear masks more firmly and not prevent him from doing his job. He immediately began to use his weapon. All other members of the team were waiting for him. Soon a large purple crystal began to crack, and it became clear that a monster would soon appear. So it happened in a few minutes. This cockroach is really big, even larger than talking about it. All this is because of him. The reason with which in the past life the inhabitants of the city were doomed to death is his poison. The usual gas masks did not help him. The losses were incredibly large. Now with Kim is sure that he will be able to destroy this monster without his main weapon, poison, it is no longer so strong. But we should not forget that the Scorpio will soon have to catch another. Although Scorpio level is lower than that of a guard, it is still necessary to defeat it as a real team. Otherwise, the study also underwent a study. The Ascending Guild did not stop on its way. They found a large medium-level crystal before they had only low-level crystals. However, Edward has not seen special signs in this dungeon, although such crystals are already a great benefit. If you make equipment from these crystals, you can become the strongest guild. They correctly did that. All the dungeons came and the search is almost complete. The boss reported that other team members found a huge hole. They look like they want to pick up everything here and leave nothing. These guys do not even realize that they are watching a spy from the guild team of the Murderers of the Gods. Taylor began to feel that real problems begin. If they went down to the very end, they would enter the dangerous area. If it was a common situation, then his goddess certainly ordered him to save them. Even without her advice, Taylor would do so. But now a completely different situation and he cannot understand what to do. She sent him a message where he told him to get out of the dungeon faster. But Taylor is not so weak to leave these people in the brink. That is why his goddess began to convince that these were unusual people and players who are stronger than him. So they do not need to worry about them. But Taylor is still a military man, and even if they are players, he still has to protect them. Taylor felt the greatest joy at the moment when he was made by Avatar. It is the happiest moment after the change of the world. He was informed that he had the heart of the hero, and the one who has the heart of the hero is not inferior to even mythical heroes. That is why the goddess suggested that he work together in one team. And if Taylor now turns around and starts to run, will her words now be something worth? The goddess of justice Astra recognized that he was right and said that he was proud of his avatar. Meanwhile, Edward found a stone with a dungeon, and this is interesting. This crystal is incredibly large, seeing its radiation immediately. Suddenly, Taylor ran into the room and ordered all members of the Ascending Guild immediately. He reported that the monster inside a lot of poisonous gas inside, and if not hurried, they would all die here. Of course, Edward was shocked by these words. He does not understand who this guy is and where he had such information. But suddenly the crystal really began to behave strange. It was then that Taylor was telling the truth. But there is one problem. It was necessary to retreat much earlier, not when Scorpio had already been born. Now this huge cockroach can cause true chaos in this dungeon. Even Scorpio did not expect that the cracks in the crystal would appear so quickly. So he thanked the guild. It is Scorpio Antares, and he has a reason that he has an interest in this game on Earth. This reason is quite simple. This is that the crow's carp and his constellation received the ordinary guy. That is why when he was asked for several scorpions for the game, he expressed his desire to take part in it. But it was necessary to adjust the level of complexity, because it is the 12th constellation and has a divine force above average level. This is how everything happened. He does not like the decline in points, but in general, this is a small problem. It is not the worst solution to run away from this monster. Scorpio likes it, and it usually begins to use poison. Monster also saw that in this room there was an avatar of God. It seemed to know in advance about the appearance of Scorpio. But Taylor does not look like a very special player. The game just begins, so there is no player who can kill the constellation. There is probably some other way to win. And this is the way the one who killed the crow's crow. Scorpio began to destroy the fighters of the Ascending Guild very quickly, and a real panic began in Edward. Its people begged for salvation and help, but it is almost impossible to stop this monster for ordinary players. It is enough to touch a little and breaks them on parts. It is not even interesting. Only two brave men decided to challenge this great cockroach. It was Edward and Taylor. He immediately felt their strength and became more interesting to him. After all, he was fighting against the leader of the guild and the avatar. Taylor had already time to sweat completely. He began to regret that he decided to stay here and did not escape. Edward was also dissatisfied with his strategy because members of his guild were injured. Taylor asked Edward to flee and save his life faster. He said that he could hold Scorpio, but this huge man was not going to do it. He was sure that the monster would soon relax and they would have a chance for attack. It is not known to anyone, so the second chance may not be, and it is better to escape while there is time. Although it was difficult to agree with this, but Edward understands that it is true. He would not have the strength to defeat the monster. That is why he agreed to flee and left Taylor himself against the huge Scorpio. The monster was surprised from this behavior. Taylor, in such a situation, to sacrifice himself. It is senseless. He warned the guy that all these soldiers would still die when he came out. After that, Scorpio began to attack the guy and press on him. Is it really the end for a foreign warrior? Is it really a line or an orphan? In these last seconds, he thought of his team and realized that they would certainly be able to take care of his daughter. She is already quite adult and should not allow someone to insult, so you cannot worry about it. In these difficult seconds, Taylor felt that his bones were about to break. Blood left his mouth. Suddenly, the goddess began to turn to him. She began to ask him to become her representative. Initially, Taylor began to think that it seems to him perhaps because of a solid load. His brain could not stand. But Scorpio also heard these words. He does not understand what is being discussed. Does she want to form an alliance that was not made even in myths? Perhaps Astra has completely lost her mind because of his sum of summi. Already she really wants to make this ordinary guy a representative of the goddess of justice? Suddenly, another guy intervened in this situation and said that the goddess should wait a little. Scorpio was surprised that someone came to save this foreign military. I think everyone has already guessed that only Kim could interfere in such a hopeless situation. Scorpio was shocked that there was a player who was able to stop his attack. Then Kim turned to Astra. He said Taylor is the perfect representative for her, but she knows that nothing would work. She could not understand where he knew all this. Kim replied that he had such a skill. She chose Taylor with her representative to save his life, but now it is better to wait. Kim was pleased that he decided to give this guy his bracelet. This item was useful. This bracelet, depending on the condition of the user, allows you to instantly move to the location of the owner of the bracelet. Is Taylor's really not enough ability to become a representative of the goddess? He assured that the case is not at all. It will be difficult for a simple person to withstand it. The problem is that Taylor is too strong for Astra. If she used all his strength, her body will not stand and break. Taylor was in any case satisfied that he remained alive. He immediately began to thank for the help of his rescuer. Kim replied that it was not difficult for him to do it. He assured that Taylor could rest a little while he was engaged in Scorpio. Of course, the monster was incredibly angry that these people dared to talk about it in his presence. Kim is well aware that Antares came here to personally check how Kim killed Karis. It is this behavior in the style of this Scorpio. Now he will feel all the anger of this guy. The horse promised that he would beat Scorpio so powerful that he would start sorry for the birth. Karis, which was a common constellation, could not fully show its power in the battle against Kim. But Scorpio is a top-level constellation, so this battle will certainly be much more difficult for a guy. This battle is quite uneven because Scorpio has much more powerful parameters, but the horse is much smarter than it. The monster is dissatisfied with all these indicative techniques. It warns that it does not need to be underestimated. But the captain of the Guild of the Killer and the Gods never underestimates his rivals, and he already felt how solid the monster's skin is, understanding his weaknesses and strengths, and began to aim at the zone in the joints of the monster. This can resemble a real chess party, which is how the battles can be described by Kim. But now the Scorpio has something to respond to these smart attacks. It has poisonous gas. Probably this monster underestimates his opponent too much. He believes that Kim came here alone. But do not forget that if he goes somewhere, then his faithful friends are almost always going with him. Linda got her mace and began to aim at Scorpio's head. It was a powerful and accurate shot. He is the owner of the strength of death. That's what you need to drink these cockroaches. He realized that he should take advantage of this pause and finish the wounded beast. Taylor did not stand apart and also decided to help his team. It was time to demonstrate his big biceps. He has no super ability, but to have so powerful hands, it is like being an iron person. Taylor, Kim, and Linda can act even more actively and attack Scorpio on different sides. This is exactly what was done, and this disgusting guy finally began to feel a real pain. He realized that the situation comes from his control. Now he understands how they won the crow. This guy is especially interested in his cloak, though his equipment looks ordinary, but these techniques are quite interesting. All this is very annoyed by the Scorpio, because it cannot use its invincible force. He became angry and decided to show who he was, because this monster Antares, the 12th sign of the zodiac and the constellation of the highest rank. The monster was already able to guess that his poisonous gas does not act on rivals, but why does he spray him so much? A little later, it became clear that all this was an insidious plan to retreat, but also a counterattack was possible without warning. That's how it happened in a few seconds. It was a treacherous trap of a large scorpion. He made them believe that he started fleeing, and after a few seconds showed his real face. Kim actively began to think about the plan to win. For this, he asked Landa to start delaying time. Scorpio quickly understands the location of his enemies with vibration, so it must be distracted. This is not quite what Linda wanted, but she agreed to this request. Of course, this girl would like to destroy and kill, but delaying time can also be an interesting task. After that, Kim turned to Taylor. He asked Taylor to contact the goddess, and did it urgently. The fact is that Kim wants to ask her the power of the 7th sign of the zodiac if it did not look strange. Soon, Taylor fulfilled his team captain and called the goddess. The zodiac sign is the weight, so he wants the goddess to cause Libra. This is the Latin name of this zodiac. The goddess did not ask where Kim knows all this. She understands that he will not answer these questions. But he really wants Taylor to use weight, if it really cannot give her consent. Kim assured that even if Taylor could not manage this zodiac sign, then all that the goddess should do is call him. In the meantime, the battle with Scorpio continued, and Linda was trying to delay his time. It was not easy for her, but Kim asked her to find the strength and continue to do it for at least a few minutes. He even managed to save the girl by covering the Oris. A second, and there would be nothing left of her. Taylor began to guess about what Kim wanted to do. He began to do everything that was in his power to help the guy, but even his breath stopped at these moments. He was finally able to pronounce the right words and give weight to the goddess Libra. In different places of the city, something interesting in heaven was visible immediately. This radiance went from the territories for which the Ascending Guild is responsible. Even Brian could not understand what was happening there. Like Kim asked him not to go into the dungeon. It seemed that the huge yellow heavenly rank was now attacking the earth, although it looked very good. The team of the murderers of the gods surprised Scorpio. He did not expect that they would really be able to call a Libra. He believes that they are all psychic because there is no one who has divine skills. Scorpio does not understand why Libra, if no one can even take these scales in their own hands. And not later, Scorpio began to understand what these arrogant players were doing. But it was too late. This was the Kim plan, to cause huge scales and to destroy Scorpio. Finally, it became clear that this monster has calmed down a little. Now he would talk less. This is Libra. It disappeared immediately because there is no user. This is probably because Taylor immediately lost consciousness after the impact. He used all his strength and fully fulfilled his role. Now it has come to act, Kim. The case has not yet been completed and Scorpio is still alive. Although he is seriously injured, this guy still poses a serious threat, so he must be destroyed. Now he could not believe that he could really die at the hands of the player during only the 5th task. All this seemed to him an absolute absurdity. He could hardly believe in this hour ago. He shouted at his last forces and tried to stop it, but only death awaits him. Kim showed all his power and forced this monster to never doubt his abilities again. It all happened as Kim thought. The death of the 12th zodiac sign is a big problem that is not compared even with Crucian. The creator had to make personal efforts for this. The guy was upset because he could receive a reward. But if the creator really intervened in this situation, the system cannot leave it unanswered. So it happened. Kim beat Scorpio to Hemisphere and got a hunter on Scorpions. Now he can choose the skill of rank A. Of course, the guy is very glad, but if he personally killed the monster, he could gain the divinity skill. Suddenly, the guy felt that he began to activate very much magic near him. It became a little realistic that it was Astral Metal Esther. The same guy learned about his first life. In its power, this metal is similar to Mithril, but it has a stronger resistance to magic. And in respect of magic, it is generally the best metal of all possible. It preserves all the strengths of other metals, which is the unique force of Esther. Kim took him in his arms and began to think if it would be enough for initial capital. But now he has a completely different problem. He has to take his 2 friends with him. The only way to do is to start flying as a Superman. With a crow's skills, it is possible. Many players saw everything that happened. They have already started to make legends about the guy in a black cloak. The updated guild rating soon came out. The murderers of the gods were in the 1st place, Genesis in the 2nd place, and then the Ascending Guild. But now, let's take a little quite the other side of this city and look at the interesting character. I think everyone remembers who saved Thomas and did not let him die. This girl is constantly lying on the bed and does nothing. Thomas suggested that she arrange sparring in order to have a little fun, but she said it would be uninteresting. Then he suggested returning to the devil's world, because if she is constantly sleeping, the demons will start talking behind her back. But even she rejected this proposal. No one dares to speak behind her back. Just the problem is that she is too lazy. So you cannot understand how such a lazy girl could take the 3rd place in the world of the devils. She probably became so because she is too strong since childhood, never trained or did uninteresting things. It is a feature of the strongest in this world, but there is one person who interests it. This is a girl with golden hair. If she wants to become a demon, then she will have to give in her place. Thomas does not understand what she left him alive at all. He is just a low-level player who just wants to become stronger. She explained that he seems to her a rather interesting toy. He is like an antipode for her. He reminds her of a small bear with which children play. Observers are no longer interesting. It is better to look at everything in real life. She believes that Thomas should become stronger and take revenge on the crow, but the guy recognizes his defeat. If they see, they will fight, but Thomas does not want to take revenge, that's all. The Demos gathered her things and said that it was time to take a little walk. She probably thought again. Thomas was dissatisfied that it was necessary to walk in such sunny weather, which is why she called him a stupid worm. He does not understand what is happening in her head. This girl is constantly changing her plans. They came to some unknown area of the plant to think, all this is a solid absurdity. But suddenly Thomas noticed that a baby is running in this place. It looks like a little girl. The Damasa said he did not stand but began to act. Otherwise, this child may die. It looks like a time, and now the demons are ready to save children. All this is getting too strange. In the future, this guy was nothing but death. But recently, everything has changed and became like in the fog. So it is difficult to predict something. The one who had not been here from the very beginning intervened. This girl is struggling to catch up with people in blue cloaks. They know that there is a dead end ahead. That is why they will be sure that they can catch up. But in this game, everything is always too difficult. The girl looks very frightened and begins to cry. It is noticeable that she is already panicking. But suddenly she hits something, or someone, because she did not look at her feet. A little later, it became clear that Thomas happened in her way. In this mask, he looks too dangerous. Looking at his black clothes, she began to guess that he was also a demon. All this scared the girl, but a little later she began to think that he could be a contractor. It is strange that she met him trying to escape from the devil's servant. But in any case, we need to ask for help. A little later, the devil caught up with the girl and tried to understand who was standing near her. Thomas cannot understand why they were so dressed. They used to wear only black clothes, and now changed the color to blue. One of them started talking to Thomas and said he would give them this child. But Thomas decided that his fist would say better than him. It was a really powerful blow, like Mike Tyson struggled his opponent. Thomas warned that if they did not turn and run away, then everyone would die in this place. Of course, this was enough for all the devils to run home. No one wants to check this guy's strength. Soon the girl was rescued, although some of the servants of the devil still did not have time to escape and got a few blows in the face. It's time to ask this girl why these people tried to catch up with her, and did it with all the flock? The girl began to worry, and so Thomas said that she may not answer his question. Now she is free. She couldn't believe he was really ready to let her back home. He probably began to ask too many unnecessary questions, but if they try to grab it again, he will no longer be around. This girl behaves very strangely. She says almost nothing and is constantly watching Thomas. All this time, they watched the Demonza. It was noticeable that she was satisfied with this performance. A little later, she immediately ran to this child and asked her what exactly is her name. The girl was very scared but still answered the question and said that her name is Barbara. Then the demon informed Thomas that if he took this girl with him, then she would leave separately from them. But the guy planned to leave Barbara here and not bring her with him, though she's not an ordinary child. Suddenly, Barbara said that Thomas had changed her fate because she had to die here from the very beginning. Such a plot turn was difficult to predict. The girl ran to him and asked him to take it with her, a pretty strange suggestion. She began to explain what could see the future, which is why Thomas immediately began to get nervous. She explained that he was a Skulsh avatar. It is a goddess who can manage the future. That is why this girl knows what this game will end. And at this point, Thomas began to understand how important the treasure got into his hands. If he does not take her, then her brother will die, at least she is sure of it. The girl burst into tears and began to tremble as if she had a fever. Probably her brother really dies. She had to die. Then her brother would decide to take revenge, escape from prison, and would remain alive. But it all happened to the contrary, and now he must die, and she does not want it. So Azazel knew it all and deliberately brought him here. It was a difficult walk. Demiza said that Thomas could do everything he wants, and she was still a little bit. The guy sat on his motorcycle and said Barbara should do the same. They should return and talk. The girl later told that those who stole her with their brother is a guild that competes with the Rising Month. She also said that this guild is called a mining source. It is all that she knows. Thomas has long heard stories about this guild. Before they were part of the Black Brotherhood, but then deviated from them. Not surprisingly, they are doing bad things now, but did they really start to abduce children? Barbara explained that they tried to steal and use and skills. With the help of the future, you could benefit from the guild. Of course, the girl did not want to help them, which is why they took the hostages of her brother. At that moment, Azazel appeared in the room. Barbara told that she can see the future quite accurately to start what would happen in 3 seconds. There is almost no recharge, so it can constantly use this technique. She also sees clear dates, such as a few days or months, but the further the future, the more recharge. This is a much larger skill than a regular avatar technique, and personal skills may have been added here. Also, the girl told that this is not all. She knows how the game will end, and it is her main weapon. All this is strange because even the gods are not allowed to know about it, although when it comes to man, she could bypass the system. To be more accurate, Barbara can see the end of the game. She sees the end of this world. In most cases, such games always end badly. Probably everything will be the same. But Barbara replied that all this is not true. This game is waiting for a completely different finale. Not bad, but not good. The most interesting thing is that the end has changed once. It does not know the reasons for this. From the very beginning, she knew what the end would be before this game began. She knew that only one player will remain alive. That is, the finale of the game would be bad. The world would become lonely. But before the beginning of this game, the finale of this game has completely changed, and it does not allow her to sleep quietly at night. Then Barbara saw that the end would be completely different, not as it was before. This usually happens when she sleeps. The girl sees strange dreams that then become reality. Likewise, with the finale of the game, it changed and it began to see completely different paintings. There was also Azazel in these dreams. She, like other demons, came to worship before her king. This king will be called the King of Demons, and we all understand who he is so similar. However, Kim is very far from becoming a king of demons. He quietly spends time in a safe territory. The guy planned to remain in second or third place, but it happened that they won these competitions. During all this time, Maria has grown very much. It is a special child approaching adolescence. Now she cannot understand how she is better called Kim, because they have unclear relationship. She said that she wanted to call him dad or mom, but in response they were very angry and said that it could not be done. He is well aware that she has no mom, though if you think carefully, Lynette has committed her mother. The guy said that she should call all of them by their names, so it would be easier and no one will be offended. Katie is very much related to Mary. She says that this cold creature is very good and constantly takes her with her. All this is all through the blood of a unicorn in her body. The girl already has 5 techniques of magical attack and even the skill of regeneration. If it continues to progress so quickly, it will become a very serious force. The girl told that the dungeon appeared, which is waiting for Kim for so long. That is what she came here. Kim immediately thought about it. The point with these dungeons is very important and you need to be careful. It's time to take advantage of the crow's power and go to some small study. Soon he found what he was looking for. It was a dungeon of dreams and it is special. With the help of Crows of Crow, Kim can monitor him from the distance. You need to thank the constellation Charis. A little later, the guy got up and said that Maria should also go with him because he needed her strength. He probably implies the power of the sacred animal in order to open the door into the dungeon. The Dungeon of Dreams, unlike other such places, is separated from the world, and this is its main decoration. Such dungeons are called the instances, so the entrance to the Dungeon of Dreams is a necessary object that has a sacred power. But despite such great restrictions, it will be possible to get somewhat important in the reward. This item is called the Sandy Times of Lapis. This treasure belongs to the rank S, and is capable of showing one person's future for 30 minutes. But it is difficult to take this reward quite seriously, because 30 minutes too little to travel to the future. Linda said that she also wanted to enter the dungeon and see how she really looks. Moreover, when Kim comes inside, someone will be obliged to look at Mary. Kim agreed to these conditions. They decided there, and collided with the first problem. This is the door of this dungeon. He looked at Mary and said that she had to open them as he did not explain them. Suddenly, the girl, with the help of her horn, created something like a soap bubble that flew to the door. Kim and Linda silently watched all this and did not even dare to interfere with the process. Soon, the gate in the Dungeon of Dreams was finally opened, so Maria became a full member of the team. Kim told the girls that they are not obliged to wait here, but may not rush to return home. It is time to go into this dungeon on its own, and if something happens, he should only count on himself. The conditions of cleaning the Dungeons of Dreams depend on who exactly went there. This is mainly related to the person you want to see the most. Kim got this dungeon for the first time. Earlier, he only heard stories about it, and now he sees memories from his past life. It is unclear when it was in this building. It all looks like in the fog. Suddenly, the guy heard in the explosion near him. Though it is memories, but everything looks very real, and Kim feels true emotions. Then a great unknown blue energy appeared as if he had imprisoned Kim. But all this did not last long, and then it became free again. It looks like a bad dream. Probably this is what he is most sorry about, the same task from past life. The memories immediately became much more acute. He felt the emotions he felt at that moment. An unknown guy appeared behind him in yellow glasses. He looks like a clown. Kim immediately became angry and prepared for a fight. He felt the approach of the unknown and prepared his fists. Although Kim is famous for its high-speed attacks, which are compared to lightning speed, it was even enough. His rival was even more agile and was able to retreat quickly at a safe distance. Kim recognized him a little later. He asked this guy what he was doing here at such a late time. This guy in strange glasses is called Christopher. He said that he had come to kill Kim. It is this guy who expected to hear. It coincides with his memories, so everything is perfect. Christopher said that Kim had to agree to the conditions. It is better to save players or ordinary people, but there are too many. Christopher also knows that Kim still tried to attack them, tried to hide and do everything in the dark. This impression is as if the Dungeon of Dreams is trying to laugh Kim. All this is an absurdity. This task is one of the most regretted, although its conditions were quite simple. 1,000 ordinary players and 1,000 ordinary people had to choose one side and save them. Each of the teams could not leave the area that the master of the game followed. Other players had to choose one side and then kill a team of opponents. So, it is a really terrible task. Kim has chosen 1,000 players because in this world, more needed players and then ordinary people. So he should fight Christopher. But now, such an impression is not going to do it at all. Christopher said that if Kim quietly turns back, he would make an exception and not kill him. He has no installation to kill all enemies, although such a setting is in Kim. Kim said that he is ready to retreat quietly now, but that does not mean that he refuses the task. Christopher is too self-assured, and this is an explanation. At that moment, his guild was the strongest. And so Kim pretended to be receding. Of course, this guy realized that it was not at all like Kim's behavior, but he is still very confident in the victory of his team. After a few seconds, Kim disappeared. Now he has too many thoughts in his head. It is unclear how old he was then. It seems just 30, so his body is no longer so young. In general, this moment was not the same as in the past life because Kim still had to kill Christopher. Interestingly, how does his guild react to this that Christopher will think that Kim decided to flee? Meanwhile, people began to gather around one of the strongest players of the game, a girl named Lin. In his past life, Kim made his choice, and then he regretted him much. He could not forget that day. In that task, he killed Lena. All this is paradoxical, because now, in this life, they are members of the same team. After that, Kim turned back and thought it all over. He met Donald. He greeted the guy and asked him if everything happened. Kim replied that his plan had fallen. Too much interfered, so he came out of there. He looked at Donald and believed that he seems to him a stranger. It was a rather strange feeling. Many people gathered around and everyone wanted to ask their question. Did people wonder if Kim would continue? The guy grabbed his head and said that he knew nothing for sure. He needed to think carefully and prepare his equipment. A little later, it ended, though it looked so real, but it was a stupid dream. Kim woke up feeling cold sweat on his body, nightmares. It's really awful. He looked at the system and saw that his speed of progress is much slower than in his second life. All its indicators were much weaker. Its speed was not a strong side at all. The task has not changed. It should cleanse the dungeons of dreams, but if it dies inside his memories, then he will die in real life. Now his memories have taken form and he must complete the task due to his memories. The level of difficulty is quite high. Suddenly, he heard that someone was talking to him. It was a female voice, and he remembered that at this time she had to turn. It was a witch. She noticed that today he was also in a bad mood, but still came to support him. Kim is upset because this world is approaching destruction. He returned too late and not change it anymore. But it will be wrong to blame her, because she really tries to save humanity. This witch is called Idra. Kim said that she wanted to ask her one question, but she was very surprised when she heard her name. It seems that he is not her avatar at all and cannot call her them. This witch immediately blushed, as if ashamed of it. Maybe he never called her name? Idra witch dreams are the outer god who appears in ancient myths, as well as the only deity that people are interested in. In other words, it is a deity from another world that wanted to participate in a game from another galaxy. But there was no such creature who could at least say something that she did not do. She had the power that made her forgive her. Perhaps that is why the system itself left it alone. And later Kim did not understand why she chose it with her avatar. In any case, she constantly supported him, wanting all humanity to remain alive. But after the destruction of the world, it disappeared. Kim began to ask her about the dungeons of dreams. She did not expect such a question. Only now did she understand why her avatar is constantly upset. Here's the problem. Probably because there is a dungeon of dreams here, which is why he called it by the name. Now the puzzle has developed. Any creature that has its own personality behaves in just so. It applies to both people and gods who look like humans. If Kim knows how to feel insects, he is not avoided. He is not those insects who depends on his memories to talk about them. The witch is convinced that he was not yet in the dungeon of dreams, so his problems are not related to this place. Kim asked a witch wheel, or not care that she was not real, but the woman replied that it was the opposite of giving her a sense of pleasure. Kim asked her to tell everything about the dungeon of dreams because this topic is worried about him. This dungeon is too perfect. Kim does not remember the face of all the players he met, but this person exactly existed in this world. That is why he wants to find out if this person was created by dungeons or really participated in that event. Human memories are too unfair. Only with the help of them, it is impossible to create this world. On the basis of these memories, it is now a search for that time, and then copying the world is possible for the system. The witch explained that now the boy's past, or his future, would take shape. The people who exist here begin to behave in the same way as those characters, but They are not true. These are just copies that have created the dungeon. Even the witch is a regular copy, so only Kim starts to understand it, especially how to accomplish this task. To clean the Dungeon of Dreams, he needs to go through this stupid task. It can be done in the same way as in his past life. But if he wants to receive a normally reward, the answer he already knows will not be used. The result that wants to see the Dungeon of Dreams is not a repetition of the past. It must be done perfectly, not like last time. If he was able to save this child, then if he only made another choice, then what would happen? It's time to return to his friend and talk to him. He spends all this time in the workshop. Kim came to Donald, said he wanted to find Caddy in order to help him in the battle. She is unlikely to agree. This girl always does everything else, but Kim really wants to get an item she can do. This is an elixir, although it may also be a difficult task for Donald. Donald said that none of the players can know its location. It hides itself too much. Even if Donald, who is the best equipment manufacturer and is familiar with all the best players, does not know where she is, then this is a problem. Very quickly, Kim realized that he could not even enter the chat of deities, so the ideas are getting smaller. He decided to talk to the witch and ask her, but Idra replied that he became just like a child. Usually he only constantly ignores her, but it is only a dream, so you can afford to be a little more brazen. Kim said she could write a letter to him so as not to come personally, because the appearance in the image is also worth a large number of points. The witch replied that it is so better for her. It is only a dream, so it makes no sense to keep her points. After that, Idra reported where Katie was, so it was decided to go there. It is very interesting to watch Katie in this temporal line. Maybe she is older? A little later, Kim found a place where his girlfriend should be. This is an old school. A pretty strange place to hide from the whole world. The guy immediately went inside, saw that everything around was destroyed. It is the perfect place to shoot a horror movie. There were many corpses of people around, and the worst part is that on one body there was a shape that Katie wears. The guy began to worry, but suddenly his intuition began to tell him about the danger that was coming. Intuition almost never fails. This time is no exception, because someone really attacked him. Kim was able to defend himself from this attack, and heard a female voice. He said that he did not expect such an insidious attack. It was Katie. She looked different and was older. The girl said that this world was completely plunged into chaos. That is why it is better to attack the first than getting from someone in your back. Kim was glad to see her and hear her voice. She said that they had not seen a long time ago. For about 2 years, she did not see his horrible face. Of course, she asked why the guy came to her. Was he so sad that he went such a long way? The guy said that with the help of his god he could and find it was not very difficult. Earlier, she was also a favorite of the gods. It was interesting times, but a year ago it ended. When Kim was last seen, there was no observer near her. In any case, this game is only entertainment for the gods who then leave their avatars. The girl realized that if Kim went such a long way to find her, then there should be a serious reason. She asked him to follow her because in this place it is not the best atmosphere for serious conversations. But the place she brought him is not much better than the corridors of the same old school. Looking around, he saw different photos. Kim immediately realized that people were dead. Katie explained that she was her classmates, but she couldn't find a photo of all of them. It became clear that they were all her friends, although in fact the girl's loved ones were much smaller. The world began to change, so Katie also had to adapt to this. She was always a quiet and silent child. When she passed the first task in the game, she realized that she could not. Katie realized that she should survive in any way, and she learned to pretend quite well. The game began as if yesterday she and her friends came to walk in the city and the whole world turned upside down. Then she had to split with her girlfriends, after which she tried to find them for a very long time. At first there was no money, so it had to be robbed by banks, but it was all foolish. The school uniform was the only one that united them, so she could not wear other clothes. A little later, the girl was able to find her friends, but it was too late. They were able to last for a very long time, probably concluded a contract with the demons, but then used and killed. She seems to be just a dream, but she still tries to remember the dead. Her parents also died on the first day of the start of the game, so she had nowhere to go. Kim thought that all this made demons from a dark brotherhood, but a little later realized that he killed all its members, so how was it possible? He immediately began to worry and asked Katie whether her girlfriends belonged to the Dark Brotherhood, the one who was governed by Neberos. The girl told that her friends were elsewhere. Now it is better to be careful with those who have concluded a contract with demons. The girl was surprised that Kim asked her so many questions. It is not clear who did he come. The guy explained that she wanted to help him get a task, but after all heard, she believes that she will not be able to do so. All this time he thought she would be able to make an elixir, but now not sure of it. The girl said that she was not a problem for her and began to ask questions about the amount of elixir. Kim assured her that one bottle would be enough, and also said that he had another request. He got a little from his pocket and asked her to do the same so that high-ranking players could use it. Far from their secret conversation, some also talked about Kim. Christopher still could not understand why Kim did so, first retreated back, and then disappeared at all. It did not look like him at all. Christopher was asked not to be distracted and to think about their business then, because now the meeting is important. They have no right to be distracted by different nonsense at such a difficult moment. Only a week remained for the task, and this is a meeting of Guild Agatram. All the main persons are assembled. The leader of this guild, Joseph, said it was time to finish all these things. Charles? He said easily to solve all these problems himself. We only need to use his best skills. But the leader replied that it is not necessary to underestimate the rivals, although they are quite a guild. But there are also capable players. Charles was disagreeing. He said that their rivals were just a weak guild Yansees, and they are afraid of nothing. However, one should not forget that this guild is the Sacred Virgin Ruth, as well as the same guy in black. Charles immediately reminded him of the same strange guy who uses different types of weapons. Finally, Joseph remembered him. This is the guy who constantly interferes with them. Most likely he is the strongest player of their team. That is why they started looking at the youngest guild player. She doesn't want to try to kill this guy in black. Suddenly, someone entered their room and began to apologize what interferes with their negotiations. He reported that they had serious problems. A large number of players were found outside the quarantine zone. All this time, everything was too quiet, so these players were constantly preparing. Charles wanted to get out and deal with them, but it can apply the Euron Guild, which is why Gunn will personally take this case. Meanwhile, all important processes were completed, and Katie was able to make elixir and various items in only 2 days. She explained that she had a lot of spare time, so she was able to do it all so quickly. Still, it is necessary to admit that Katie is at a different level, which is why it was the right decision to ask her for help. It is only now that Kim realized that today, the same day when they are inflicted on an incredibly powerful attack. Although he immediately joined after that, he was able to recover from Christopher's battle, and they won. Most of them had to kill with a hidden attack. There was no other option for winning. Kim also mentioned that the sun will participate in this battle, so now there will be a perfect opportunity to win it while he acts. The whole situation begins to aggravate. The events in this temporal line are also very interesting. Many players gathered and planned their future actions. It was noticeable that they were excited. All this was because the gun appeared. They believed that he had to be killed immediately as they began to attack. This is a healthy warrior, and said what gave them 10 minutes to get out of here, because it is the last warning. Among the players, problems began. Someone thought that it was suicide to fight from the gun, and someone thought it was a matter of honor. But of course it was strange. The gun is much stronger than these players, but why does it make several warnings? There may be a reason that he cannot fight. In any case, someone alone will remain. The players said they are not going to step back and will attack. Today, they want to destroy Hun once and for all. This great and strong warrior kept calm. He said that he accepts this choice and is ready to show them his power. Then Hun told his assistants that he would be able to resolve this issue on his own. He was informed that his opponent had a high rank, but Hun replied that it did not care at all. Now we will look at what this healthy man is capable of. Maybe he is really as dangerous as they are talking about. The battles were officially started. Each players began to use their strongest sides and try to win the battle quickly. So far, all this looked strange because Hun didn't even try to block his opponent. He may have been too fast to this big man. Maybe all this is just a treacherous plan. Suddenly, Hun began to look very surprised. He could not believe that his opponent really knew Baldra. It was difficult to guess immediately. It seems in Scandinavian mythology, Baldur was the second son of Odin, the god of light. There is nothing to say here. It is the god of the highest category. He enjoyed common love, and nothing in the world could harm him. It's time to show these brazen players that they are worthless. Hun demonstrated its incredible force and completely destroyed its opponent in a few seconds. All were shocked by such cruelty. And how could he defeat a high-rank player with only one blow? Initially, the players could not believe it, but soon they realized that it was time to run. But this guy is not going so easily to let them go. They seem to forget that he warned 3 times about the consequences. They did not want to retreat from the beginning, so they should now be punished. Of course, everyone started panic, and even posters, they can be understood, especially given the level of their opponent. This guy is too big and mighty in order to even try to stop it. It was really suicide to fight with him. Now these fools will remember this lesson for life. But a little later, Hun stopped. he saw in front of the same player in black whom everyone around was actively talking about. He is happy that now he met with this guy. He immediately recognized him. Kim's well-known face, he is not one who beats in open battles, and this is true. But Kim said he seems to him that Hun is trying to kill these fools and he doesn't like it. Hun began to worry. His guild had no one more than him. But Kim was somehow able to block his blow. Kim quickly approached his rival and said that he completely forgot about the worst habit in games. There are times when you have not particularly valuable items, but you do not use them. You accumulate these items and then become too sorry to use them, although of course it is not worth it. In the past, Kim was too cautious and he frankly recognizes it, but now Hun will in no way be able to win it. After these words, the great warrior saw a message in front of him. His god warned that he should flee immediately. Of course, Hun was shocked and frozen in place. He has never received such a message in his life from his god. But everything happens for the first time in a few seconds. He felt incredible pain. It was strange because he just activated his skill, but she did not help him in the battle against this black monster. The problem is now to run too late. Hun is too much injured for this. There is a last blow and this great warrior will remain only part of the story. A little later, this battle was finally completed. Kim successfully returned to the guild office. We should not forget that in this life he is a member of this team, and of course all surprised that he was really able to defeat Gun. Kim quietly replied that he did not expect rumors to spread so quickly, and said that this battle was quite simple for him. Brian was shocked. He knows well that Hun, not one of those who can accidentally kill. Kim is satisfied with himself. Of course he guessed that if his name becomes very famous, it would be easier to interfere with business. In his past life, he almost did not use the name of Mistlin, this tree which was the beginning of Ragnarika in Scandinavian mythology. This thing can revoke the skills of the gods, and it could help reduce the loss of their parties. Now Brian recognizes that Kim is much stronger than it seems at first sight. At least he can really resist all the leaders of the best guild Agatrim. So far, Brian can't understand whether Kim is telling the truth. Is he just trying to make a joke? Kim approached the leader of his guild and said that he needed 3 days, during which time he would accomplish this task. The rumors that Kim really was able to defeat such a strong opponent spread very much. The sacred Virgo from Guild Yanses, a girl named Ruth, she was quite a strong and skillful player. Kim knows that of all the players she is the best healer. Her skills are incredible. She thanked him for his compliments, but still can't understand why he brought the body of the sun here. There are no special reasons for this, but Kim just wants her to save him. All this looks silly. Why to do it? And how can she save a dead person? Kim constantly calls her a sacred virgin. All this is very angry with the girl, but she still decided to try to help him. But there is one problem. This guy died, and his skill of recovery at 0. Kim was able to heal his wounds. They are barely noticeable because the guy spread his body with an elixir before his death. All this is very strange, and Ruth cannot understand if Kim was smeared with an elixir. Then why did the Hun die? Such an impression as if he tries to test the girl's skills, but she is not going to believe his jokes again. If the elixir acted, he would survive, but died after Kim was spreading his body. All this is incredibly strange. Kim began to look again, as if he did not know anything, although he was well aware of everything. Ruth began to guess his insidious intentions. He wants to blame her of the death of this boy. But Kim said that he would trust anyone except for her. He would try to destroy all members of this guild together, so he would no longer contact her. She asked to warn her in the future before such requests that she had time to prepare. Kim promised that next time he would surely take a gift for the Holy Virgin. All these dialogues immediately make sense when you know the future and when you know what will happen when the task is over. The Sacred Virgin. Ruth will die after that. This moment was only a nightmare of a dungeon, but when he comes out, it will end. In the past, he did not even have time to say goodbye, although she was a very important person for him. After the battle with Christopher, she treated his wounds and was constantly in difficult times, but then he was cured and they did not meet anymore. This is how the story ended, which is why Kim feels sadness on his heart. Now it is clear why he wants to give her a gift at their next meeting. Meanwhile, Agatrim Guild also reached these horrific rumors that Kim had destroyed their strongest warrior. Joseph said he knew about Kim's weak place, but is highly likely that he used Mistlin. It became clear that the guy in black was very well prepared for meeting with Gun. Now he is ready to defeat any high-rank player. Of course, everyone has started to worry now. Each of them is in danger. But the most interesting thing is that the line was not at all surprised by these events, of course, because Kim killed even her father. All these turns of the plot are very interesting. In the next life, they will be friends. Although in the past, everything is quite the opposite. Everyone knows this story about Taylor, a hero who was able to defeat one of the 12 constellations, the Golden Taurus Aldebarans. But then Kim began to hunt him and successfully destroyed him. For a long time, everyone spoke about it. But then Kim disappeared, and the conversation stopped. After that, the goddess concluded a contract with Lin, but she did not tell her a single word more, perhaps because of her father's death. Although he is convinced that the goddess continues to watch her, and she must kill this scoundrel named Kim. This girl really has a lot of talents and can do it at any time. Charles said they couldn't wait anymore, and he is ready to kill Kaiki in person. Everyone in the room was very tense. It was felt that this situation really knocked out the rhythm of the whole guild. Most players were silently watching what the leader would do. Of course, decisive action was waiting for him, and he said that they could no longer be so weak. They always believed that none of the players would be able to fight their best warriors. But as a result, they got incredible losses, and all this happened in just a few minutes. That is why they can no longer afford to relax. So everyone should understand what is dangerous to walk without support. 2 days later, as soon as everything is ready, this person will definitely pay for what he did. And it is clear that Lin will look forward to this moment. She will enjoy every second of the boy's death in black. However, these are just plans and dreams. Reality is not always as simple as you would like to see it. In real life, which has an incredible number of different talents and techniques, it moves unnoticed and attacks instantly. It will be difficult to cope with such a guy, even the best guild. Now he has done all the preparations and now start active action. Then we are waiting for us. It became noticeable that the territory of ordinary citizens has already expired. With the help of her observer, the goddess asked the boy what he would do next. Of course, the answer was obvious. He said that would fight. Does he think that he could do everything on his own? The goddess did not expect that he was so hungry. He did not do anything before, but now changed his approach. Even Kim does not understand why it happened. Probably because he learned much more than before. And now he knows that he has Idra. Earlier, he always refused to use the power of the gods because he believed that it was a tightening of a rope on his own neck. In fact, it is, but let this rope delayed more, because it is not very important if Kim escapes death. This is just a world of fantasies, so you can behave much more relaxed than in real life. Meanwhile, Guild Agatrem monitored very closely at all of her territories. They saw that they were approaching the danger, and judging by the fact that the opponents act secretly, few. The leader can watch the whole content, but has never seen them with his own eyes. They may already be outside this city, or are able to properly sweep their traces. Jessica suggested openly destroy them, but it is dangerous because they do not know what to expect from opponents. This girl is one of the leaders of the Agatrama. She is a powerful player and always likes to act on ahead. They were asked not to rush and wait for the best moment for the attack, but the girl did not like it. She said that usually Christopher is always ready to start a fight, but today he behaves quite differently. The guy replied that he had a bad anticipation, but it was necessary to act because they risk being trapped. Jessica was no longer going to listen to all these pathetic guys. She said that she was ready to do everything herself, so woman. She does not like to sit and wait for the situation to become exacerbated. She believes that she can personally solve all the problems and destroy this small fish. But suddenly she began to feel something. She seemed to her, or there really was someone here. She saw some dark energy for the destroyed building. It was interested in the girl. She began to approach and saw some unknown red flash of light. A little later, she realized that it was some unknown item, but it could be a bomb. She believes that this is a plan of some fool, because it will be difficult to undermine, as she's a sorcery specialist. Now it can easily make an ordinary iron can on this subject. But suddenly this item began to glow strangely, although Jessica removed all the magic from it. According to the eyes of this girl, it became clear that everything went to her plan. She looks like a bad witch expert. A little later, it became clear that all this was a trap. She so actively tried to avoid it to get into the center of events. Even all her incredible witchcraft talents did not help. Jessica fastened well on a flame, like a small grilled chicken. Everyone was heard this huge explosion and saw flames and smoke. Some were even injured. A little later, it became clear that this smoke cannot be inhaled because it is poisonous. But the problem was everywhere, so it was almost impossible to avoid this polluted air. Jessica was able to escape from the terrible flame, but began to breathe too much smoke. She has not lost consciousness so far, but already begins to feel the effect of this poison. A little later, she heard a male voice. He said that she would find this explosive. Although she was able to survive, all other people suffer from poison, and because of it, this explosion worked. So it was all the insidious plan of the boy in black, and Jessica became only a pawn in this strategy. Kim apologized to her, but said that her time had passed. Morian is a truly too annoying creature. She was surprised that Kim knows the name of her god. He is a really unusual guy, which is why he should be destroyed by one blow. But when you try to destroy Kim, you should first make sure that you do not personally die in this battle. He has not seen sorcery skills for a long time. Such characters are really a rarity in this game. She did not even notice his approximation similar poison from the bomb still eventually acting on her. This is how easy he was able to defeat one of the leaders of this guild. Even in this life, Kim has become very strong. Now it is necessary to destroy others very quickly until everyone gathered together. Other members of the guild heard the explosion and realized that the danger was approaching their back very quickly. Kim, meanwhile, continued to be near the Jessica's body and wait for the arrival of others. Suddenly, he heard the approach, completely different, but strong, energy to himself. It was a couple of fairly dangerous guys who came to destroy it. Christopher and Charles today in a bad mood and are not going to joke. They want to revenge. Now Christopher immediately began to regret his past decision. He had not to release this scoundrel. He was too stupid when he thought that Kim was one of the players who was fighting for people. Then he had to tear his head. Now a lot of ordinary people die because of this smog, and there is nowhere to run away from it. This poison has already spread throughout the area. Now even players have been threatened with death. And now Jessica has died. So Kim certainly deserves an execution. You can't leave everything just like that. These two guys are unusual players. Christopher is Avatar Mac, and Charles Avatar Agni Divine. This means that they can use the force of storm and fire, which is a really dangerous symbiosis. Together, when they beat like one whole, these guys can create great trouble for anyone. You also need to understand that they are very motivated. And when you have additional motivation, you always beat more aggressively. The attack was started and Kim decided to retreat a little. This is the right solution, given that it beats with a simultaneous two high-rank opponents. With the help of his instant attack, Christopher was able to catch up with him. But it turned out that it was only a shadow. It became clear that Kim would use all his cunning things. No one said that this battle would be simple. Now it seems that Kim is everywhere, which is called a game of shadows. All these warriors can fight at the same time and help Kim, and they divert the attention of rivals. Charles came to the main stage and asked his friend Christopher to evade his future attack so that he would not be injured. It looks like now we will see what the true power of fire is and whether it is really dangerous as they are talking about it. But Kim can't just let this guy use his skills, it's too dangerous. That is why he activated the shield technique and blocked the attack of fire, cunningly but effective. All this was created with the help of skills, but it is just a fire. You only need to block the supply of oxygen and magical forces, and it will go out. Of course, Charles did not like it. He said that he had enough fire for a new attack. These guys are too angry at Kim. Because of this, they completely lose their mind and cold. So far, Kim easily avoids all their attacks. Because of their anger, they become too predictable. But they do not need to be underestimated. They are avatars of high-rank gods, which is always dangerous. Although they are tired after a few minutes of intense battle, they still continue to fight. It is unclear what Joseph is doing right now. He may have entrusted this case with these two soldiers and may be busy with his business. In any case, this is the perfect situation for Kim. His rivals look tired and he is ready to use it. He smiled and said that he would no longer run away from them and was ready to take the fight in counter courses. They were immediately glad that he was ready to take their blow and die immediately. But Kim assured that there is no need to run away and in fact serious problems will be. However, Christopher began to suspect that something is wrong here. He knows that Kim almost never interferes if he is not profitable. He only beats when he is absolutely sure of his victory. It is his way of dealing. At first, this guy hid, and then came to them without assistance. In addition, he behaves too boldly in the battle with two guild leaders. In his ordinary life, he would never have gone. It was because of these thoughts that Christopher began to guess that all this was a big trap. He immediately grabbed his friend and said that they needed to run urgently, and they could not wait even a second. Of course, his intellectual abilities should be noted, but it was too late to flee because these little ones got into the mousetrap. They immediately felt that they were in a difficult position. It was necessary to run earlier.